to 15 miles an hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy. The temperature will be 36, and on into Wednesday, mostly sunny skies, a temperature of 43. And on Thursday, partly sunny. The high will be 32, the overnight low 17. And on into Friday, sunny, a high of 35. Again, the overnight low will be 26 degrees. And as always, the weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And our first caller we see is on the line. We're going to get to him right away, our first guest. But it's important to cover this one story before we talk with Vince. And that is Scarpino's campaign asking MSNBC to stop featuring Rocha as a guest. This is not the only issue that we will have, and we'll get to Vince in a moment regarding that. We also have, as you know, even Michael Bloomberg. He has reporters. He has a very deep and sophisticated news organization. And it will be incumbent on the people that work for him to be as objective as they can be, if indeed they can be, with a news organization that has his name. But Mimi Rocha is a special issue with no real background in elective office, although she's been a prosecutor, because she's on MSNBC every day. And that probably represents, again, perhaps it's up to the officials who do this kind of thing. We'll ask Andy Spano that tomorrow. He is on the New York State Election Commission. He's one of the executives there, whether or not it makes sense. We have Mimi Rocha coming with us at 9 o'clock coming on Friday. So once again, she's running for the district attorney's office here in Westchester County. Right now we go to Vince. Good morning. Oops, wrong. Good morning, Vince. How are you?
Hey, Bob. Good morning.
Do you have this disease back?
Well, I'm not fully rid of it. You know, especially in the morning. I wake up, I feel like I cough a little bit, but I'm getting there. You know, a few days, I'll be done.
Well, I have a little bit of the disease.
One way or the other.
Well, yes, you will be. We have, once again, today, we're doing a 3-hour show instead of 4, as we take care of some maintenance. So you know how that is. As upgrades require maintenance, my friend. There was some stuff in the news yesterday I really had to share with everybody. And that is in New York City. And I wanted to get your comment on it. Every time I think we're out of the woods, or at least reasonably out of the woods with some of this stuff, can you believe, and I know this is, some people consider this petty, but Vince, the squeegee guys are back. Do you know the guys that used to come and squeegee your window?
Bloomberg. I was thinking of Bloomberg making the debate stage.
Oh, I think he's going to be the nominee now, and I think you're going to see
coming up. De Blasio has turned that whole city around back to where it was pre Giuliani and Bloomberg. I mean, he has just ruined that city. It's completely amazing. Did you see the other day? There was a news story on TV that this bunch of knuckleheads rode motorcycles onto the subway.
Yep. Why not?
And the place has become the Wild West now.
Yeah.
And like you're right, the squeegee guys are back. There's, every time a police officer gets shot at, de Blasio's, oh, gee, I don't know how that's happening. I mean, he created this whole anti-police atmosphere, and the city's back in chaos. The city has turned back the clock 30 years, back to the good old days, where people now are afraid to walk the streets because they're being assaulted, and it's just amazing.
In fact, it's one of the things. I got some texts yesterday from some listeners who are also good friends, and they point out, and rightfully so, how some of the decisions most of the ones I think that de Blasio has made, and Cuomo, that a guy like de Blasio is no better a choice, or worse perhaps, than Mr. Trump, and they're absolutely right. And it's a shame that in my concerns about the president, I'm even put in the position to defend them because I'm not inclined to. I agree with them. But that is the kind of the pickle they're in. The far left and the far right are just destroying this. And I realize this is a generalization, but they're destroying this democracy, this Republican form of democracy that we have. But there are good signs, Vince. Do you know that there are people lining up to push back on the naive, if popular in our own district, Ocasio? So
Yeah, I
AOC.
know. There's a bunch of people who want to run against her. It's surprising with De Blasio that I thought that David Dinkins would have the all-time record of worst mayor ever in my lifetime in New York City, and David's out of the cellar now. I mean, De Blasio is by far and away even worse than David.
Well, you know the
Dinkins.
problem with De
And that's
Blasio. De Blasio is Mayor Dinkins wasn't a very strong mayor, and he was very forgiving of things he shouldn't be forgiving of. This guy is proactively screwed up. Remember the guy that worked at Marrone when I coined that phrase? He was proactively incompetent. This guy actually makes stuff worse, not by neglect, not by lack of skill, but by intent. And I mean, he doesn't
Oh
realize
yeah.
it. And it's kind of like the whole far left movement. We're seeing it in our schools. But I must tell you, we're seeing a bit of a pushback. You know, I get a chance every day, and a lot of it's off the air, to talk with elected officials. And what we're seeing now in the Democratic Party, particularly, is we're starting to see the stiffening of spines of moderate Democrats or even liberal Democrats pushing back now on the far left, because I'm going to be very blunt about it because I have to be, plain speak. There's this sentiment now that if you are a minority or a woman and you want to go far left, all you have to do is primary a Democrat. And that the very
Yeah.
same wave, and I understand the wave. It's a wave that I agreed with, which was anti-Trump, if you will. There's this sense that all you got to do is run. Now, again, some of these candidates are very qualified. It's not to take away from some of the qualifications that they have, but it is part of this broad move that if you're to the far left, if you're Ocasio-like, if you're a minority and a Latino, whatever the case may be. Now, in some cases, since I get to vote in those elections, I have voted for some of those individuals on the basis of who they were as individuals, but not because they represented some new wave. And it's an interesting dynamic. We've got a couple of people here right here in New Rochelle who already there. In fact, it's like two evils. We've got a couple of moderate Democrats who ran simply because, in my view, they were kind of puppets. So, but then
Well,
again, it served the purposes of the far left because they also endorsed them. In another case, so let me just give you this one other case. We have another case where now the moderate Democrat, who was more or less like machine politics, was a puppet.
mhm.
Now that person is getting challenged by someone from the far left because they meet all the criteria. In fact, and one other thing upon this, we have a couple of politicians here on the far left who are insisting that there be a litmus test. In other words, there's one dynamic out there, and you can't make this up, where they won't even let you run, or they don't want the Democratic Party to let you run for office unless you want the school chancellor out. I mean,
Yeah,
imagine that.
yeah.
It's
Well,
another form of tyranny. It's just as
they've
bad as anything Trump does.
yeah, they've had litmus tests on both sides. But you know what's very interesting? The liberals got their knickers in a twist now because the people on the right are using some of the same tactics that they've been using. For instance, in Kentucky now, throughout Kentucky, various counties, 90 counties in Kentucky, have declared themselves to be
Hmm.
gun sanctuary counties. And they said, you know what? You pass any anti-gun laws, we're not going to abide by them. And now the liberals are, you can't do
Of
that,
course, they can
that's
do that.
illegal, and blah blah blah. But when they have the same thing with these sanctuary
Hmm.
cities, where they say they're not going to enforce any of the immigration laws and all that, that's all fine. But now when their own tactics are turned against them, now they're all, and I use this as a pun, up in arms about it because, Now they are seeing that only their causes can they, skirt around the
Uh,
laws and things like
I'm
that.
glad you brought that up. I don't
So,
know you were listening yesterday, but I put that in my monologue. Now, naturally, my inner gut, because as I support the Second Amendment, by the way, as you know, I still probably, it would be fair to say, have more reservations about gun control than perhaps you do. But I want to share this because this is a feeling I'm not seeing enough maybe on the other side, which is I totally agree with you. And people think that because they don't like something, ergo, it shouldn't happen. And that's not the way America works. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If the left wants to take the law into its own hands and use their state laws to create sanctuary cities, the gun lobby has every right to do that. Every right.
yeah.
And
And
that's
you
the
see
biggest issue in America today. If the ends justify the means. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
the press is getting very cute about this too, because when you read when you read stories about this situation in Kentucky, the press no longer talks about gun control advocates. Now they're called gun violence prevention advocates.
Oh, geez.
And yeah, I mean, it is just trying to obfuscate the reality that they're getting a bunch of pushback from people who are saying, no, you're not going to abridge our constitutional rights. We're not going to have it.
Well,
So now
I
they
hate
are,
that. I hate the use of language, but it's been done in politics all the time. I always react when someone says the Democrat Party because I know it's something that Rush Limbaugh created to diminish them. It's kind of like Barack Hussein Obama. But yeah, and you know what bothers me? Let me get a little bit personal. A lot of listeners who like to pick on me, and they have every right to, if they keep listening because they have, and everyone's allowed to come on. They'll forget I even said what I just said because of my feelings towards Trump. Not everybody. Do you
mhm,
understand what I'm saying? In other words, it's all or nothing on both sides. Like I am
yeah.
regularly pissing off the far left locally here. And we have a very powerful far left group, Indivisible Westchester. And again, they're a wonderful group of people if you met them individually and they have good intentions, but they are straight out of the 60s. They're just older and richer.
Well,
And
look at all of these knuckleheads who protested at a New York transit meeting, and I'm thinking to myself, gee, they must be wanting better service or this or that, the other thing. No, they were protesting because the transit authority was going to put more police in the subways to do anti-crime, to prevent fare beating, and all of that. They were protesting because there's going to be more police. They don't. They want people just to be able to jump the turnstiles.
oh,
What kind of
absolutely.
chaos? I mean, it is just so amazing now that under the guise of racism, they're saying, "Oh, yeah, fine,
Well, again, people won't
we
parse.
hate."
They won't nuance. Of course, there's racism. Of course, there are racist cops. There are racist talk show hosts. There are racist everything. But everything that happens to a person of color or any other minority is not racist. But you're making sense. But we have this problem now that grows in our system. And again, the balance is tough. It can't be absolute. We had two things. One very well known, a famous actress was killed yesterday, or a famous, I think she was a writer, and she was killed after having had orders of protection. And then we had another case yesterday in Brooklyn. A man with a lengthy rap sheet was arrested. He raped an 11-year-old girl who was the daughter of an ex. And she had, I think, he had 11 arrests alleging domestic violence in that same house. And people are demanding.
Yeah.
Now, I know, and someone called yesterday, and I don't know if it was you or it could have been Tom from Pelham, and we're rightly saying, why are these people still on the streets? Now, the right answer, and we're going to be asking Mike Duffy this as well, because however each case was handled, they're on the streets. But there's something terribly wrong about having someone with 10 or 11 or 100 arrests that kills someone or rapes an 11-year-old. And I realize we can't just keep filling up prisons, but something's got to be done. But politics is ruling the day, Vin.
Well, we can keep filling the prisons if we keep getting criminals. I mean, what do they expect to happen? They let these people just run amok, and on the left, it's because they're minorities, and for various social reasons
No, well,
that
that's
these
true,
shouldn't
but
be put in
also the
jail. I mean,
system
it's
is failing
crazy.
in general. The system is failing in general. We've got judges and a system that's just not
Well, if
working.
anybody thinks that an order of protection is going to protect them, they're living in fantasy land.
Oh, when a guy sit,
And
especially if it's a second time, you got to take matters into your own hands because the law
my
prevents
advice
even the
is,
law from doing anything.
yeah, my advice to anybody who needs an order of protection is either to buy a gun or to speak to some people who can speak to the person who's harassing you because
Unfortunately,
it is useless.
we keep moving in a direction both from the far right and far left that, and this is a broad statement and it's meant to provoke, where you're a schmuck if you follow the rules. We are moving in that direction as a society, and it's been happening for some time. And did you
Well,
see?
on a more intellectual level,
Yeah,
there's
instead of
a case
reactionary. Yes.
now pending in the Supreme Court, which is a gun rights case where the city of New York has been sued by the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association because they had a law that would prohibit you, if you owned a gun in New York City, you couldn't take it anywhere. So, like, if you wanted to go to a firing range, or
Right.
if you had a house
Which is
on Long
kind of
Island,
silly.
or
You're allowed to
Jersey,
own it, but you can't take it anywhere.
can't take it anywhere.
Right.
So, and they were sued. The case went to the Supreme Court, and what the city and the state got real cute because after the case was granted certiorari, which means that the justices decided they would hear that case. All of a sudden, they say, "Oh well, yeah, we're going to change the law," and meanwhile, the court is saying, oh, "Wait a minute, you can't just, in midstream change this law." And I was listening last night on the Supreme Court website to the oral arguments, and I recommend to anyone who's interested.
Oh, it's terrific. Anyway, get to it because we got
in
2
law,
minutes. Sorry. Go ahead.
it is really terrific to hear not only this particular case, which interests me, but all these other cases that come before the court, to hear the arguments, to hear what the justices say, and regardless of what side of the argument you're on, you realize that these people are really, really sharp. They're very intelligent. The justices, the lawyers arguing the cases, they're citing all these precedents and case law and all this other kind of
Do you know
stuff.
who wrote an excellent book?
And
Scalia wrote an excellent book about how you have to prepare yourself to go before the Supreme Court, by the way.
yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
I should give it to
So
you.
I recommend that to anybody to, go on the Supreme Court website. You can listen
Now,
to
listen,
oral
I
arguments.
recommend in the next minute that you go get a nice cup of tea and fix that cold. Thanks a lot,
I'm
brother.
going to try.
All right, we'll talk to you
All
later.
right,
Vince
talk to you
Russo,
tomorrow.
everybody. Now it's time for the man you love to hate. Well, some of you do. I like to like him. He is, of course, political analyst Mike Edelman, and he is out of Florida these days, so he doesn't have to deal with this cold or this dampness, although it's not been that cold other than for a couple of days. Please welcome, without further ado, as we get into the 7 o'clock hour. We're not in the bottom half yet, but we're headed there, and then we'll do a reset. Please welcome Mike Edelman. Michael, good morning.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm doing some work, studio work, so my hours are a little different. And we've had a couple of shows where we're only doing 3 hours, so I get extra rest. But that said, my friend, I'm doing fine. How's the weather down there?
We've got nice weather. It's a great time of the year. It's mid 60s at night, and it's 80, 84 during the day.
Poor you. All righty. Bloomberg is now in which is all fair game. He's in the Republican sides, but he's actually now at a point. If I were to put this on a graph, he's doing better than I had hoped at this point in time, and now being a target, and he has to handle that. What's your
Correct.
take on the possibilities?
Well, Mike Bloomberg has spent $300 and something million, and he has, in this morning's poll that was released, risen to 15%, which qualifies him for the debate stage. And, the issue is how many delegates does he get between now and the end of Super Tuesday,
Mhm.
because it's all about delegates. It's not if you can have whatever percentage you want. If you're not getting delegates, it's going to go to the convention, and it's going to be a contested convention.
Yes, it is. I honestly think now he's going to get the nomination. I'm beginning to wonder about who is going to be his vice presidential running mate. And I'm still shocked at some of the attacks from the far left, calling him an oligarch, et cetera, et cetera. And people like Ross Douthat, who I read a lot, but who's saying he'll never vote for him, blah, 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 blah. We had never Trumpers. Now we have never Bloombergers.
Yeah, look, a lot of people recoil when they have to talk about somebody who's amassed the kind of wealth that Bloomberg has. He's got north of $60 billion, but he built it himself. He didn't inherit it from his family. He's not a Rockefeller. He's not a Ford. He made that money. So I don't get the criticism about the fact that he's got it. If he was a skin of an old line family and he was a dilettante, never did anything, but he was worth several $1 billion, I might get the criticism. But this guy's willing to spend whatever it takes to beat Donald Trump, whether or not he's the nominee, by the way.
Absolutely. Now, again, there are things to say about his organization and the people that work for him that I could go on and on. I don't have to like everybody there. But the fact of the matter is he took, and people should know this, and I do have first-hand knowledge. I was at Merrill Lynch working in the areas where he formed his company. He came to Merrill Lynch, for people who don't know. He had a $10 million buyout. He had been the head of technology at a large firm. And the brokers who are bullies, anyone knows that, traders are bullies. He was trying to give them what they needed, and they kept pushing back, and they agreed to let him go. And they gave him a check for $10 million. And he came to Merrill Lynch and he said, hey, guys, I'll give you a third of this company I'm building if you let me work on your bond desk and develop this product I have in mind so that I can do for everyone what the firm I was with wouldn't let me do for them. And he built it himself. He gave Merrill, as a reward, a third of it, and we took every advantage of it, believe me. He did it, and I didn't always like him. Don't get me wrong. This is about competence. I didn't always like him. He was arrogant. He was smart, though. He was fair. He was brilliant. And the one thing I like about Bloomberg, even though he has some things I don't agree with, everyone wants a president to do things that they agree with totally. Even though I don't agree with everything he does, he's a moral guy. He's a consistent guy. He understands the law. He's very practical. And that's a great.
He's the antithesis of Donald Trump. He respects the Constitution, separation of powers. He wouldn't dare attempt to undermine the justice system. He wouldn't try to save a friend of his by instructing his attorney general to intercede in a sentencing memorandum. None of those things are and he surrounds himself, by the way, that people that he believes are smarter than he. And when he gave Donald Trump that advice, after Donald Trump was elected, in a phone call, he said, surround yourself with people who know more than you do in whatever area you're going to be dealing with. Trump said, I know more than anybody else.
Well, yeah, and that's what he believes, which you need to have that arrogance to do that job. I understand that, but that is just
no,
not.
Well, you don't. Bob, let me just make a point. My wife was CEO of an advertising agency in New York for 30 years. She always, and she's been written up in books, she always deferred to people who were specialists in whatever area.
Of course. Any of us who've been an executive do that.
She never thought she had all the... Yeah, you don't think you have all the answers. A good manager knows what he doesn't know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It is 7:25. We are talking with Mike Edelman, political analyst here on radio.
I've been called worse.
No, well, I've got callers who call you worse, but believe me, Mike, I want to talk just a little local politics, and then we'll get back to this subject du jour, I guess. Well, the subject of du jour for the last 3 years. We're seeing now, finally, a little bit of pushback here in New York towards the hard left. It's not hard enough. It's been timid, but some people are now trying to primary AOC. But the thing that's clear, and I'm just calling it out, is that everybody and anyone, and they're all capable, though. I'm not saying they're not, But there's this opportunistic move that if I am a woman or a person of color, or it could be a white person who is to the far left, it's my time to primary every Democrat who breathes. And they're coming up with all kinds of litmus tests. They're pushing hard, trying to rearrange the way our local school systems work. But I sense a pushback. But I also sense a pushback that's going to hurt the Democratic Party in Westchester ultimately. Not now, maybe not for 2 or 3 or 5 years, but it's going to hurt.
Well, you just had the last Republican on the county board switch parties. There isn't a Republican Party in Westchester County.
Well, true
and
enough.
That's unhealthy anywhere. It was unhealthy in New York for years when there was only a Democratic Party. But it's unhealthy. One party rule is unhealthy. It just is.
Well,
You
what we're
need both
seeing is
parties.
we're seeing but I guess what I'm trying to say, and not very articulately, is that the Democratic Party is definitely splitting into two. And
And it's splitting into nationally too. You're seeing most Democrats are centrists, left of center,
Right.
slightly left of center. They want to compromise. They want to get things done. They don't want radical solutions. They want bipartisan solutions to slowly make the way forward. Part of the Democratic Party, however, is in revolutionary mode. They smell blood, and they want complete change, complete overhaul, and they don't care. Just kind of like Trump supporters.
Well,
They don't
the
care
Tea
whether
Party,
the other half
yeah.
is on board or not.
Well,
Yeah,
we
they
have
don't care what
probably
they
the best example. In fact, there was a piece in News 12 today about it. Mimi Rocha, who we'll be talking with on Friday, who again, people tell me she's a very capable woman, but most notably, she's an MSNBC talk host, and she is challenging a very capable. I mean, he leans left like most Democrats do, but very much a moderate. And he came out today saying maybe she shouldn't be on TV every day. That's an interesting case.
Well, he's right. Well, he's correct. He's correct. She shouldn't be on TV if she's a candidate. I'm surprised she still is. Mimi Rocha, yes, she's running against. Look, Tony Scarpino, aside from being presently the DA, was a judge.
Yep.
He was a former FBI agent.
Yep. Had him
law
on.
enforcement credentials, and he's doing a very good job. And in her announcement, the only real justification she gave for running wasn't the criticism of the way he's running the office. If you remember the campaigns when Pirro was the DA,
Yeah.
and Carl was the DA, when Janet, the opposition always had, you do this wrong, you're doing that wrong.
Right,
you let this
on
one
your
go, you
record.
let that go. She's talking about the fact that she's a woman. That's not a reason to vote Tony Scarpino out of office.
Now, to be fair, not to take sides, I talk with her. I mean, I have my own inclinations, and I talk with her on Friday, and I want to give her every chance to make her case. But I even kidded some of the people working for Scarpino when I lined up his interview. How come you're not putting her picture next to Janine Pirro was saying, "Do you want to do this again?" I just, I would if I was running his campaign, I'd do that. But
Janine was an aberration in terms of DAs. So the other day, Carl Bagari didn't run for higher office. Janet DiFiore is chief judge. That's not a elected position, and that's kind of been the history. Janine took it to a different level. She knew Roger Ailes personally. In fact, I went downtown with her after her husband had some issues to find Roger Ailes' advice on what to do, and he said, "Run for judge, and then you can run for DA," and that's exactly what she did. Actually, I got Janine the job in the DA's office.
I know that she's probably a disappointment to you because it's just that I realize now she's an entertainer, but I wish she would call herself that. 7:30. Let's get back to the issue at hand. And I know it's been driving me crazy, but I keep drinking coffee and looking the other way and trying not to look at the news at night. But the president's propensity to go after people who were in the White House that had to testify against him, A.B., now to bring in people who were thrown out of the White House. What's your take? And do you think he'll ever get the point that this vindictiveness is not what presidents do, at least on the surface?
No. He's a vindictive guy. He's been a vindictive guy all his life. This isn't something new. This is not something that has all of a sudden started. He is into revenge. And you can see it by what he's done to dismember anything that Obama did, including his wife's lunch project, all because Obama insulted him at a correspondence dinner. And this is a guy who seeks revenge, who can't stand criticism, and who surrounds himself with only what he considers to be the most loyal people. The people that testified were under subpoena and had to tell the truth, and they did. And he retaliated by firing not only Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, but his brother, who had nothing to do with anything. That's what petty authoritarians do in countries like Putin's Russia or Erdogan's Turkey or Kim's North Korea. They punish the family.
Now,
and
you've
that's
been
a sign that this guy is going the wrong way.
Now, you've been in Republican politics all your life. Why? And really, why? Now, again, we've got people who say, well, he gets things done that they want. Has America defaulted to that? Will the center hold? Has it, and right or left now, has it defaulted to as long as they get done what I want, I don't care how he gets there, which is to say, I don't care about American values. And a lot of people have trouble swallowing that when I say that, but it seems to me absolutely true that America in fact, I dare say, I bet you that 80% of Americans don't know the difference between a republic and a direct democracy.
No, I'm sure they don't. And to answer your question, I believe there is a substantial portion of the Republican electorate that would be just as happy to have an authoritarian strongman in the White House. They don't care about democracy. They don't want people of color to vote or to participate in democracy. They want to retain white Christian control of the government because they know demographic change is coming eventually, and they will do anything they can, including tolerating Donald Trump, to do that. And that goes for installing conservative judges. It goes for giving tax cuts to the wealthy. This is what they want, and they're going to do whatever it takes, and that's Mitch McConnell and the Republicans in the Senate, to keep Trump installed. It's like installing an authoritarian in a banana republic. That's exactly what it's like.
Did you see what the Minister White, who is in the White House all the time, what she had to say about Rachel Maddow? Did you read that yet?
I did not.
She says she's possessed by 3 different demons. Now,
Well,
how do we have a democracy when someone with access to the White House, although the larger problem is religion, of course, but how do we even take something like that seriously? But there are people who will.
Yes, the problem is that Trump allows that to happen. He encourages it. He wants his evangelical base to believe that he is God's implement on earth. God. He's perfectly happy to have them. In fact, he said he was the chosen one.
Yeah, I know. Go figure that out.
Be he. And there you have it.
Any other comments before I let you go? I got to go take a tranquilizer.
Well, yes, 1,000 federal prosecutors have signed a letter that Bill Barr should resign. And unheard of, judges have an emergency meeting, the federal judiciary, to deal with the fact that the Justice Department is interfering in lying cases. That should never happen.
Yeah, it's a dark period, but yet we need to keep an eye, and not just for balance. I'm not just doing this for the radio. The far left is creating a knee jerk where there's a good chance Trump stays in power if they don't get their act together. Let me tell you. That's my belief.
Oh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. But let's wait until the convention. Because I have the feeling that the moderate is going to come out of there, and you're not going to get a nut job.
Well, we certainly have a whole fruit basket of them and nuts and stuff. All right. Thank you so much. Take care. This is Radio Westchester, the one and only Radio Westchester, your radio station at the train station. And we lost that call. We'll be talking with Mike Duffy in just a few minutes. But first, and you know the drill, we have to share the weather with you as we look for Mr. Duffy to call. An interesting day out there. It's 38 degrees and overcast across the Sound Shore. It's going to get up to near 50 again today, but we are talking about periods of light rain. Now, tonight, mostly cloudy. The temperature will be 36. The wind will be out of the southwest at 10 to 20 miles an hour. And on Wednesday, mostly sunny skies. The temperature will be 43. The wind out of the northwest, 15 to 25. And on Thursday, partly sunny. A high will be 32 degrees. And as you know, the weather's brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle. Voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. The bottom of the hour is brought to you by Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Payne and Con, pluginvirtualreality.com, and Dominic's Fine Cigars. And we will be talking with Mike Duffy directly. Sometimes they have trouble getting in, but I don't have any sense that he is as we work on our phone lines. Again, we want to talk with him about the squeegees. We want to talk with him about any number of recent things to that end. Now I'm looking. Is that Mr. Duffy? Duffy. I can't see. Boing, he should be there. Without further ado, please welcome. He's a defense attorney, a very fine defense attorney, a man with balance. He is, or formerly was, the chief of investigations for the aforementioned district attorney's office. And as you know, he was a cop on the beat and a detective, and as good a guest as we can get and to have. And we're glad to have him. Please welcome Mike Duffy. Good morning, Michael.
Morning, Bob. How are you? You sound a little under the weather.
Yeah, I'm diseased, but I'll be better. I'll get better. You know how it
we
is.
all are.
You wake up with a bug, and trying to
right.
fix things. We got a lot to talk about. I'm going to take it locally. You know, the biggest bugaboo I have, and it continues, is now we've got problems down in New York City with this Carranza letting bullies rule the schools. That's an interesting paradox because I know that these teachers and administrators don't want the rest of us to know what kinds of violent issues they have in their schools, and they don't want kids to get records. On the other hand, I believe that the law is the law is the law. But we're going to back up. I got a whole handful of things. You've got a lot of work to do this morning. Yesterday in the New York Post, the squeegee people are back. And I got to tell you, that is an affront. Why is that not an assault? It's my property. Stay away from my car. Don't bother me.
Right. They implemented the statute, back when, and it said it's okay except if you touch the person or touch the person's car or something. That's how they wrote the law. I think constitutionally vague, but it's who's going to challenge it? But yeah, it's a terrible. The city is going backwards, Bob. Everybody knows that. And you just mentioned to Mike about the motorcycles going on the subways.
Yeah.
I mean, this is crazy stuff. Today, it's not just here. In the UK, you have a picture of people digging up with the government officials standing around digging up the lawns at Cambridge University because they want to dig up the lawns in protest. I mean, what the heck is going on? But, we have to deal with it. We have to do something about it. And can I jump local for a minute?
Please.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about Mimi Rocha, and you know what bothers me about her candidacy is she's all over Twitter, which is great. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all anti-Trump. It's all the leftist talking points. And you know what? The 1,000 people who wrote that, you know what, Bob? Let's go to the real world. Let's see who's in the U.S. Attorney's Office, okay? It's not people from New York law, Pace law, Quinnipiac. These are people, mommy and daddy got them in the best law schools. Okay, I'm generalizing, yeah. But if you look at the bios of the people who are tweeting about this 1,000 letter, now I think it's up to 2,000. But these are people, they're going to Yale, Harvard. They're in the DOJ for about 2 years to make their bones, and then they're out in private practice and high-paying jobs. And they're taught in left-leaning schools. So, of course, they're going to do that. So, I mean, it just sounds like people read that and go, oh, my God, 1,000 prosecutors said this. But, you really, like everything else, you have to look behind the scenes. And I don't think everything in a local election should be orange man bad. And that's what she's doing. I like to see her concentrate on local issues, and I know now there's ethical bars,
I'm glad you were listening.
Going back and forth, but
I'm glad you were listening because that was the hallmark of my brief monologue today. How the left is simply the far left thinks that all they have to do, and unfortunately in some cases it works, whether it's AOC, all they have to do is show up. And it's I have issues with Trump, as you know, and I'm very honest about them. But I have the same issues with the far left. I mean, the center has to hold. I want the center to hold.
Because you're a thinker, Bob. I mean, I am too. I'm not oh, Trump 900% and, my
Mm-hmm.
way or the highway. I never thought like that in my life. But I tell you what, I was at the Daytona 500, and
You were there?
you should have seen those. Yeah, I went down and took JetBlue out of Westchester, flew down, had a great day. Was there Saturday and Sunday. We got rained out, so ended up watching the race from home yesterday, but the end of it. But seeing Air Force One come in,
Oh, that's an
and
exciting
buzz the
thing.
stadium,
Of course,
the
yeah.
Speedway,
Yeah.
and you had 100,000 people on their feet. And when he drove around the track, you couldn't hear a boo anywhere, a la the Washington Nationals at the World Series.
Hey, you want to see me get in a little bit of trouble from my left-leaning listeners? Now, I didn't know you were a NASCAR fan. I am too. It's not something I talk about a lot because it's not a general interest story. But
Well, it's easy. All you have to do is, keep the wheel turned to the left and just.
actually, that's what people think. But it's actually the science.
I
No,
know.
the science
Oh,
behind
it
those
is.
cars.
It's
and the cars.
incredible when you listen to the radio transmissions, what these guys are thinking about, and the pit crews. It's really that's what I'm into, all that stuff.
Oh,
So
me too. Now,
yeah,
moderate that I am. I was a Jeff Gordon fan, but look, I
Uh-huh.
like the Terminator too, and although he's an interesting case, he is another case of someone dying from their own hubris, not wearing the right seatbelts and stuff. But that for another day. Yeah, I like NASCAR, and
Well, I crashed last night. We didn't know for a couple hours if we had lost that driver in that horrendous crash at the end of the race.
No, he's
last night.
okay,
I don't
though,
know if
isn't
you're
he?
aware of that. He's in serious. He's not stable. He's serious, but non-life-threatening. But
I didn't see the
NASCAR
crash,
waited
though.
2.5 hours before they put out a press release. So people, actually, Wikipedia had that he died.
oh my,
Somebody posted on Twitter that Wikipedia.
who was it? Who was?
Snapshot.
I saw it in the news this morning at the leads that a driver was in a serious crash. But who was it? Do you know which
Ryan
driver?
Newman.
Ryan knew he's been around
young
for a
guy.
while. Or is
Yeah,
that? Yeah.
yeah.
You know what's interesting?
2002, I think, NASCAR
Yeah.
Driver of the Year. I think.
Yeah, he
So-
came on right after with Harvick and those other guys. See people eating sock. My God, I had Jimmy Johnson on.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, yeah. He won like
And that was
four.
his last Daytona 500.
Yeah,
And
I
they-
know
and
that.
I tell you what, the crowd was going wild for him.
Doesn't that make you feel old? I remember when he first came up. I remember when Harvick came up. Harvick got the car, if I recall, when the Terminator crashed. He's the next guy that had that car, I believe, and all the guys that have retired since that I admired, and I
Yeah.
still have all the little cars, the little. Yeah, but you didn't know that about me. That's my right leaning
Yeah.
sports. I got to sneeze. Say something.
Okay, but it was an amazing experience, Bob. It was really cool to be down there.
Did you
and,
wear
the fans are
headphones?
Great.
When you go to those races, do you wear headphones? Because the noise is deafening. I've been to
I
local.
do not. I mean, the noise, I like the noise. It gets brutal sometimes when they're racing full throttle right by you. I was down near the front row. I was
How
like
did you
15
get those
rows
seats
back.
by the front row?
Huh.
And you didn't
paid
take
for
me,
'em.
the man who made you famous?
Well, you know what? Listen to this. Now, the race was canceled, right? Sunday
Yeah.
afternoon because of the torrential rains. NASCAR has a policy. I can mail in my tickets for the next year's Daytona 500 or for any other NASCAR race.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
That's pretty cool. So I don't have to pay for them. And then I would have them, so I would have them available so I could tell you again that I would not give them to you.
And then
So
but
that would be
they
very
didn't
nice.
put a note in the envelope that said, "And take a friend." Mike Tuffy. Well, you know what? I'm going to make a connection here, and I hope I don't blow it because it's important to me. I love this country, and as much as I kid and can be snarky, one of the things that if anyone, right, left, or center, spends any time there, with the exception of people who are in their bones hateful, there is something to love about every slice of Americana. Like you go and you meet some of these NASCAR fans, and a lot of people on the hard, oh, they're goobers and all of blah 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 blah. They're generous. They share their food with you, their beer. They love the drivers, and you get a whole feel for another slice of Americana. You go up in
Bob,
central New York.
You are absolutely right. There were 100,000 people down there on Sunday, and everybody I met was smiling and nice. And they know you have a New York accent.
Oh, yeah.
And a bunch of Florida men down there and
Sure.
everything. There's some wild characters down there, but everybody's
Oh, come on.
friendly.
And everybody's got the now. Let me tell you what I
Like
have.
Edelman.
Yeah, like Edelman's down there right now.
He's
Now,
a Florida man.
yeah, I
Bob.
know he is. Do you know what I actually have? Now, I shouldn't admit this because now Anthony's listening, and I'm going to hear about this for months, if not years. From my, when you're into a sport, people buy you stuff. And some friends of mine got together, or was it my family? I can't remember because it's 15 years now. They bought me a NASCAR jacket, which was wonderful. I got the really cool, where it mixes leather and everything. It's really cool. Yeah. I got the Viagra jacket. No, they had the Viagra car. Very funny, everybody. I can't wear that thing. You know what a ball buster I am. I can't. I will be.
They gave it back to you.
No, they really did. I'm gonna eventually. I don't want to sell it because it was a gift. But my God, don't they realize who they gave it to? Why don't I just put a bullseye on my back?
What are you gonna do? Wear it to a bar or something?
Yeah, that'd be good. But you know what?
Or maybe somebody feel sorry for you.
Yeah, but to be fair, if I wore it to a NASCAR event, it was a number 6 car, and I forget who drove it. He was a good driver from that era. No, could you? I did, but to be fair, the NASCAR fans would be very nice to me. They would, oh look, he's got. I forget.
Oh, they wouldn't even bat an eye. They wouldn't even realize that. They'd be thinking the car stuff.
Now, what I should
Absolutely.
do. Now, I'm going to turn 70 next month.
Walk into a restaurant in Scarsdale with that.
No, what I got to do. No. What I should do. See, if I want to get lots of insurance from my family, which accidental death or murder, whatever the case is, all I need to do is wear that to the hockey rink where I play. I won't even get out of there alive. They will torture me. But could you? And guess what else I have? Do you know they have those model cars? They're like $200. And maybe this says a lot about how people feel about me. I got that Viagra car too. Do you have a favorite driver? This is great. This is a great segue. I'm trying to lighten
I
the
like
show.
Martin Truex. I like him a lot. Martin Truex Jr.
Yeah.
I know people hate the Bushes, the Kyle Busch.
Oh,
but
I like the
Kyle
Bushes.
Busch. I mean, I like to see
They're named after one of my
controversy
favorite
and
things,
stuff.
so why wouldn't I like them?
I love Jeff Gordon. I did like Jeff
I like
Gordon.
Jeff Gordon. He's little though. Did you see him on TV a couple of weeks ago? He makes
I was
me
right
feel.
next to him, actually, standing next to him when they were doing practice runs.
He's a
in the
little
booth
guy, right?
up on the. Yeah, he is. Well, they mostly are little. They got to fit in those cars.
No, but but what
mean-
about what's his face's brother, the guy that won the he won the Daytona 500 when the Terminator was killed. The tall guy. He's now in broadcasting. He's 6'5". I don't know how they got him in a car. But at any rate, I know we're talking.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Darrell Walter? No.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Darrell,
Well,
he wasn't
Michael
doing the
Waltrip.
announcing anymore either, so that was.
No, Michael Waltrip, his
that was
brother.
stuff.
Don't you? If you
Michael.
remember, in
Yes,
2000.
You're right. He is a big guy. Yeah.
6'5", and he only won like 2 races, but he won that big one, and he won that famous race. By the way, great book.
Point duly noted. But there's nothing in those cars. You know that. It's all
Yeah,
webs and.
well, let me tell you, I'm one of these. I'm a nerd, right? Deep down, it's what I am. And when I take an interest in something, I have to buy every book. I've got about 15 NASCAR books. The best was called Wide Open. Now, if you know the vernacular of the sport, there's a word missing there. It's wide bleeping open if you're gonna, but Michael Waltrip wrote it. It's a great book about it. I got Borden's book, and I'm just one of those nerds that if I take interest in something, I got to read everything about it.
Nice.
So it is.
Well, I'm a
7:50.
casual NASCAR fan. You're way above me.
No,
but I
not
guess-
anymore. Just too many other things in my life. But so now I'm just a casual fan, and it's hard to get to it with everything else going on in my life and running a radio station. But I do. I enjoy it, and I even had. Boy, I'm really. This is just awful what I'm revealing here. I had we have the steering wheel and the pedals on the floor and the TV connection, Xbox and all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had that about 20 years ago when I was really into it. So, yes, you're dealing with a nerd. And let's go back to politics. And I'm glad you brought up the Mimi Roca thing. But we have to be fair. I know she's very talented. Some lawyers that I know think the world of her. I get it. and we will give her a fair hearing. But there is this dynamic in Westchester right now where all you got to do is show up, have credentials, and be far left and a minority, or
Right.
you could be white. We have a couple of white males who are to the far left who have been accepted. But I got another story for you. There's going to be a tough one. It's going to make you unpopular.
Well, Bob, let me just interject for a second there,
Yeah.
because I don't know this woman. I'm sure she's a great attorney. She was in the SDNY for a long time. But having said that, when I see these constant with her, and I got to emphasize that word, Twitter attacks against Trump, whether you like Trump or not. I mean, don't you have something else to do? The constant attacks, tearing him down, tearing down Barr, this and that. I don't think Barr's going anywhere. I don't think he cares what these people think.
No.
Okay, I think Barr's just there and he's going to do his job, and we'll see what happens. And I think it's very interesting about the Roger Stone thing.
And board members, the room.
There's some gun issues. It's
she
just
gave us
not a
lovely-
heavy.
Hold on a minute.
gun
Hold
problem
on a
with law
second. I got a
enforcement.
tech issue I got to fix. Hold on. It'll take me a second. It'll take me a second.
And I went up to her after the board meeting and I said, well, you realize you're saying that to an empty room. It's kind of like the priest who complains about we don't get enough money from the people to
Yeah.
support the church. And who is he complaining to? The people who show up and give the money.
Right. That's always the way it is.
Right? So she's making
Michael?
a speech
I have no idea why that happened. Just give me a minute here to fix this, okay?
by the district. And I said to her, I said, look how I get up to I sit here for 5 hours. But that's 5 minutes now. I'm insulted.
If they insult you, what will they say?
Well, they would just. I don't want to get into
Well,
rehashing
but what
all that.
kinds of things?
No, just interrupting me, yelling at me, complaining about what I'm saying. Why are you saying negative things? Janishek for years interrupting me, considered
Well,
a force.
Michael?
just saying that.
I have got to run, and I will call you back. We've got a technical glitch in our broadcast
But my
system,
point
okay?
is that
I'll be back to you.
to this board member, and I said it loud enough for other board members to hear. I said, so one person, comes, and you treat that person really badly. And so then you're surprised that other people don't come. I said, I come because I don't really care about, what you think, and you're insulting me and the behavior and all that kind of stuff. But for the average person, they don't want to come to a school board meeting
And get their butt kicked.
and get up and raise a concern and then be made to feel like they're a fool.
They need to listen to one of one of my favorite plays is Jean Anouilh's Beckett, and there's a great line in there when you deal with the formidable. Confrontation stiffens spines.
Well, I just so what I hear a lot of is people talking about, we want to hear different points of view and all this kind of stuff, but it's really posturing and claptrap, because in reality, and I'm giving some examples here, people in our county legislature or people in the school
You can
district, on the
mispronounce a
school
name, too,
board,
because-
even people at an opera, they don't want to hear or see or experience anything that isn't
Well, you know what I've noticed
in
with
keeping
you?
with their mindset.
If I can just put a little microscope over the Bob Cox entity, there are people who have supported you for years until you said something that they didn't agree with. Then all of a sudden they're out with the crosses and the pitchforks. So you have to be used to that. I remember telling people when you first came on the scene that don't think he's just going to be your pal because he likes you. I mean, if you break a rule and you're in an office and you do something, he's going to call you out too. And people tend to forget that. Does that surprise you?
It doesn't surprise me, because I'm well aware of the fact that for many people it's all
Whose
about
ox is being gored.
Yeah. So if as long as I'm beating up, the city government or the school district, they're happy. If I say something positive about something that's happening, then they're unhappy, and
Thank you. I don't know why it did that at 7:30. It must be programmed. All right, thank you. All right, folks, we got it fixed, and hopefully I can get Michael Duffy back. The vicissitudes of upgrades, folks. This is Radio Westchester. We were gone for a couple of minutes, and we head in on 8 o'clock, so we'll probably be talking with Jake anyway. I want to thank Mike Duffy, but I really would like to get him back. I'm going to see if I can do that, but I did manage to fix. I'm becoming a technical whiz. Can you imagine that? And that's what we do is when we're not on the air. And for those of you who like Radio Westchester and what we're building here, when we're not on the air, we're still on the air. We have recent shows playing and so forth. So as we add to our repertoire, right now I'm going to try and get Mike Duffy back because he's an interesting guy and he's worth having a few extra minutes with. And if I get a call, I'm becoming a genius here. Come on, answer, Michael. Answer. D D D D D D. Michael, I have fixed the problem. I'm a genius.
Well, you said you were a nerd, so.
Well, no, yeah, it took a while. See what
Nerd.
we have, and it's an interesting glitch, by the way. If you like technology, folks, we have this program that, in the type of radio we're doing, is in essence our transmitter, but you have a number of different things on it. And we have always a show playing when we're not on the air. And for reasons that we don't, when we're not on the air live, which is as we get to be a 24-hour station, there'll always be a show on, whether it's taped or not. And you get that dynamic, right? So somehow, for reasons unbeknownst to me, there's a ghost in the machine that turned it on. So
Wow.
I just had to figure out how to deal with the ghost. I hope it's a pretty ghost. But anyway, I digress. You were making a very poignant statement, and I wanted to give you a chance to finish. And it has to do with the far left and some of the things going on in the country.
Right. Well, the issue I was talking about was, what are the local issues for the district attorney?
Yes.
And I'll tell you from being there, the local issues that still exist are gang violence in the inner city. First of all, you're always going to have a homicide here or there. I'm not taking that lightly, but this is human nature. It happens. You get a horrific homicide in Bedford or whatever, but this stuff is not happening every day. Okay. But what is happening every day are the drugs and the guns that are on the street, guns in the gang areas. I gotta say, because I gotta back up what I said before, that the gun issue is not a major issue in Westchester County. I know that's a left talking point nationwide, but it's just not, okay? In fact, Ms. Rocha should know that the law enforcement officers, 99% of the officers that I know, whether on a federal, state, local level, support Second Amendment rights and support people who are licensed to carry handguns and stuff. You're not talking about the occasional gang member in the street who has handguns. That's different. It's illegal, okay? That stuff is illegal already. The gang violence, the assaults, the drugs. The drugs are still very big in Westchester County. Burglaries are big, feeding from the drug issue, okay? Those are the things for the DA to address, not orange man bad and, whatever national issue
even though he may
that
be
the left is talking about.
I understand.
He's propounding here.
Let me
And
underscore
it's
what you're
not.
saying.
So I want to know what her positions are. I'm a Republican. They're both Democrats. I like Tony Scarpino. I have issues with some of the things he's done, some of his policies, but I want to know what her local policies are. I don't want to hear Trump, U.S. attorneys, sign the letter for Barr. What are your local issues? Tell me what they are. Maybe you could win me over with that. Two Democrats running.
Absolutely.
I'll probably vote for one. Probably Republicans probably won't put anybody up for this position.
All this is excellent. There's a guy I have on. In fact, you were just listening to him for a little while in one of our rebroadcasts, Bob Cox, who, because he's made a career of what you're talking about, isn't always popular, but he digs and digs and digs about local issues. And I mean, one of the things I know from doing the news, but I've certainly learned from the coverage that he has brought to us, is it's always in the best interest, even in the most well-meaning politicians and elected officials on both sides. It's always in their interest, Michael, to put lipstick on a pig. And you never hear about gangs, yet we see murders and crime all the time regarding that. So you're absolutely right. To get them to talk about local issues is difficult. Now, before you go, I got a head twister for you. Don't you like head twisters? Now, this is prospective, and I'm going to put.
Depends how hard it is.
Well, yeah. Well, I realize we're not dealing with Mensa here, but we'll do our best. We've got. I'm going to hell. All right.
Not even close.
There is the possibility, and there's a piece by a Miss Devine who wrote this, that the trial of Harvey Weinstein. This woman wrote a piece yesterday, and it made a lot of sense. Well, she feels that the Me Too movement's gone too far. People are guilty before they're tried, which is probably true. But she thinks that the prosecution didn't make its case. Now, let's just for a moment assume she's right. This guy, though, in the court of public opinion is dirt. A. B. The Me Too movement has become so powerful that it is yet another form of tyranny that you're guilty. I've always found this interesting, and I know you deal with it every day, that people who have been screwed over for hundreds of years, and certainly women have in general, when finally the right is getting fixed, go too far and want to do everything that they didn't want done to them, but now they feel it's okay. It's extraordinary.
Right. The pendulum swings both ways, Bob. That's what happens.
It's extraordinary. But have you listened to that case? Do you have any sense of it? Here's what she says. She says, prepare for an acquittal or a deadlock after the jury goes out Tuesday, because anyone who has sat through the trial can see the prosecution has struggled to prove its case. Me Too has become a tyranny of its own, she says, a crusade to overturn mythical patriarchy in which women have no agency or power.
Mm-hmm. Is she a lawyer?
I'm not sure.
Here's the reason I'm asking. I did follow some of the testimony last week or the week before when the trial first started. Mm-hmm. And I'll agree with her in that some of the testimony seemed weak as far as, one person, it looked like this person consented. They threw a lot of shade on this one person, and it seemed like it was a consent issue. However, one seemed like just an out-and-out rape. So he's being charged not just one offense, but with these multiple offenses. So if he's charged with, if he's convicted of a first-degree rape or second-degree rape, that's, he's going to jail.
Oh, and he should. And
regardless if the one who allegedly consented or didn't consent, I don't know. I wasn't there. But if that's the case, maybe he's acquitted on that count, but found guilty on other counts. You know what I'm saying?
Wouldn't it have been better
multiple complainants on this?
Wouldn't it have been better to pursue the prosecution the way they did with Cosby, where you focus in on one case to prove your point? Sometimes a shotgun doesn't kill.
That's what the prosecutor chooses. How best can we get a conviction? What do we go for? Do we go for this charge? Hell bent for this charge, and leave the other ones out of it. When an individual is arrested, a lot of times the DA's office, when you get to arraignment or later on in county court, they'll drop the other smaller charges. Now, that's one person, right? They have one major charge. They want that one major charge to stick. And the other charges that the police added in, the DA's office will a lot of times just drop those charges. Okay, similar to what you're talking about with him as far as do we go hell-bent for every single charge, which you would think they would do, but it takes a lot of manpower, a lot of prosecution. But if we get them for rape one, that's it. We've done our job,
Well, Ken, you can always prosecute them again later, I should think. It's just that a sharp knife cuts
within the time
best.
frame,
Yeah.
within the statute of
limitations. Now,
limitations.
here's the other element, and this goes back to what we were talking about. And we've seen this on the right and the left, where someone will criticize the lawyer for defending them, which is so un-American. And in this case, the Me Too movement is calling the lawyer who is defending him, one Donna Rotuna, they're calling her Rotuna, pardon me. They're calling her a traitor. How can you be a traitor? That's when they
and they're asking for these law firms to divest themselves of this.
Ridiculous.
They represented the Weinstein Company, and everybody should boycott them. That's, you and I have discussed similar things in the past. To me, that's absurd. Everybody's entitled to a good defense. That's the Constitution. Everybody who's waving the Constitution around now, saying Trump's, violating the Constitution.
Well, I think he is, but that's for another day.
Okay, but say he is. But what about the part where you're entitled to an adequate defense in the Constitution? What about that part?
You're going to be proud of me now. John Adams defended the British soldiers who were charged with the Boston Massacre. And, and
you went to school with John Adams, right?
Oh, ow. See, you rope-a-dope me for 25 minutes. I deserve that one, Daddy. I really did. I know. See, now you understand why I dare not walk out in public with that jacket. It would not be. I got a guy on my hockey team who wants to get.
You can't get in the elevator with that jacket. People will be moving away from you.
It's just
for a lot of reasons.
And it's all blue, and it says a big on the white Viagra car number 6. Oh God. But no, I got guys out after me already. I got this guy on my hockey team. The guy's got a huge pot belly, so I kid him all the time. Like one day, some guys bring their bags out to the bench for security, and he's running around. I don't know why he would do it. And we're getting ready for the game. We're lining up. I'm putting the guys out because they also run the team. And I said, Bobby, get out there. You're starting. And he goes, he's holding up a big bag. Whose bag is this? I said, don't you brought that before? That's your lunchbox. He attacked the bench. He introduced me to 2 of his best friends after. Bob, you never met these people. 2 good friends of mine. I go, which one's the baker and which one's the chef? So I'm already in deep trouble. I can't wear that over there. So anyway, I think one of the themes that we've managed to either beat up or accomplish today is it's so hard to get people to be reasonable about all this stuff and to realize that ultimately we've got to look in the middle. And
that's one thing they throw at you in law school all the time. Reasonable people can disagree. I had a professor, and I love this guy. He's since passed away, but he said that whatever case it was and whatever the decision was, he would say, well, you think of this and you think of that. Reasonable people can disagree. He said it all the time. He just pounded it into your head, and it sticks there. And it's right. It's true. Reasonable people can disagree, but you know what? There's a thing in law school called the reasonable man. Right, a lot of laws are like. And
love
there was a cartoon they did. Some law student did a cartoon with the reasonable man on his day off, and the guy, he's unshaven, he's got a big cigarette sticking out of his mouth, he's got a beer can, he's dressed in ridiculous clothes. It was really funny that this was the reasonable man and the point was though there is no reasonable man, So that's the way the laws are built. Who thinks is reasonable, what Bob thinks is reasonable, what Mike thinks is reasonable. So it's a coming together of ideas, really, that make this theory that they use in the law. But it's very, very interesting. But what is reasonable? One of my best sayings is, common sense is not too common.
No, it's not, especially when people are angry. I had this is a distant relative, so no one will realize who it is, and it goes back 20 years. But she married this guy, and he did something very stupid. It was a second marriage for both of them, and evidently he was spying. He wasn't totally abusive, but he was spying on his stepdaughter, and we'll leave it at that. Mm-hmm. And she had a good case, great case for divorce, great case, and all that went well. But because of her anger, the woman didn't understand the legal system, the kinds of things she wanted in process. And do you know, he once said to me, nothing to do with it. Yeah, but has nothing to do with it. I was trying to help her. I got her a lawyer. Has nothing to do with it. But do you know?
I think you hit the nail on the head, Bob. It's about the elevation of anger in this country. And anger brings out things makes you say things you don't want to say, you regret saying later.
Oh, yeah.
activity that you shouldn't be doing. Anger is a big part of what we're dealing with now, and it's unfortunate, but it's there on the left.
And we
the
all
right.
do it. And we all do it. And sometimes I have to catch myself as well. My guest is Mike Duffy. We're with him a little longer because we had a little of a technical glitch earlier. Mike Duffy is a defense attorney here in Westchester County. He has been the head of the investigations unit at the DA's office, been a cop on the beat, a donut-eating detective as well. Oh, did I throw that in? but you're absolutely right, and I'm at a well. You know what? There's a story that I often use, and it really bothers me when people on the right or left will yell and scream and they'll call and they'll say, "But I'm being honest. That's how I feel." But yes, how you feel should not be your convictions. Any good shrink will tell you that. You're entitled to feel it, but you've got to fight that. And here's the example I always give. My daughter hates it.
Hey, do you want to be prosecuted by a DA? He's prosecuted because how he feels.
No,
and
of course not.
I see that in New York. I see that in Manhattan. So I think that is a big issue.
Well, it is, but I'll give you the example that's important. And I know it's a horrible one. My daughter was colicky, and I remember one night. She was so. I mean, I did everything to get her, because what it has colic is an incomplete digestive system. I was giving her suppositories. I put more things in that girl than they put in a farmer's basket to make her eat. Nothing helped. Screaming. Here was my fantasy. I go to the front window on 71st Street. I toss her out. I watch life leave her little limp body, and I go, ah. I close the window, light a cigarette, put on a cup of tea, and call the cops to arrest me. I didn't do it. It is how I felt. It's just like someone says, "I'm going to strangle your kids," But
well,
people,
I didn't have that with my kids, but I have friends, and obviously that's intense pressure all the time.
Oh God,
you're worried about the kid. You're worried about your own mental health because you're dealing with that. Yeah.
Plus she had a hole in her heart at the time. I'm only there. Die. But that's how you feel. But it shouldn't govern what your convictions are.
Your emotions start taking over.
Well, even in some of my debates that I have to fight, there are things that Trump does, and this is, forget what my beliefs are and whether or not you agree with them, but this is the dynamic of my own soul. There are things that Trump does that I like, and he's approached things that no one else would, and I think even in a cunning way, some of the things he's done with North Korea, I get that. But I always have to remind myself of that part of me that is trying to eschew to the best of my ability that the ends don't justify the means. And so, but that's very hard to get people to think like that if they get what they want.
It's from your Brooklyn prop day. That's Thomas Aquinas. The end never justifies the means.
Yeah,
and
no kidding.
I've heard somebody said on TV, I think it was MSNBC, that the ends they actually do justify the means. So, this shows you where we're going.
Well, but it's not totally new. When I was very naive. Now, I was not a hippie, believe it or not, in the 60s. I was a moderate then too. But I'd have gone. I didn't get drafted because of the numbers, but I'd have gone and probably, although if I knew what I knew now, I don't know. But at the time, I did not want. I felt that the Vietnam War was off base, and that we really should, at one point in time, maybe it was in the early 70s by then. I felt that we should do something. I know I got to get to my next guest, and I will get there. He's calling early, but Joan Baez, great singer, blah blah blah, told a lie, and I forget what it was. It's 50 years old. I'm old, as you know. Remember Lincoln and all that.
Sure, that's why you have that truck.
Yeah, and
that jacket.
I hate you. So, and I remember reading, yes, I did. I lied about it because anything we have to do by any means necessary. And I said, oh God, these people are no more pure than anybody else.
And I know you got to go, Bob, but you just said it. I've seen it on the Twitter site. Anything we have to do to not have Trump reelected, anything, and that's absurd.
Well, of course it is, and I need to remember that too.
Yeah. I mean, within the political system, if you don't like it, change the political system.
Right. Well, that's what I keep saying to the hard right too. Remember, if Trump is giving you everything you need, and if you believe, okay, as I do, but others don't, if you believe that he's abusing the system, then vote him out, or then don't go wave the flag and say I love America. See, my biggest problem is 80% of Americans probably don't know what a republic is. And I think they need to understand that, because we see it here locally. They'll elect 7 city councilmen or women, and then when they vote to build a new building on X Street, this is awful. I'm going to protest. You voted for the guy. Yeah, but no, yeah, but that's you. We have a Republican. It means you use representatives in the middle.
I think that's old school, Bob. I hate to say it, but look at AOC. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
no.
what
Well,
rev everybody up now. But I think he's got like 30. I read. I couldn't believe it. Like 30-something people challenging her for that
Yeah,
position.
well, let's
I know
hope.
it was-
Well, see, you forgot that I clerked for John Adams. Well, listen, Moses, thank you very much. Sometimes these long forms turn out to be wonderful, and I really appreciate it. See, thoughtful folks, you need a thoughtful attorney who is neither far right or far left nut. You're talking to him, and or you're listening to him. Thank you very, very much, sir.
Bob, it's been a pleasure. Thank you
The
very
pleasure's
much.
mine. You take care. Mike Duffy, and we're going to do a little bit of weather and catch up, and then we'll find out who was calling. And Al Tarantino is due at 8:20. Oh, somewhere in the pile. See, when I got up to fix the technology, I knocked all my papers over. It is 8:16 in the Queen City of the Sound. This is Radio Westchester. Now, my next guest rightfully says make it easier, and we are making it easier. Go to MyTuner Radio. Or mostly, we're going to keep directing you to RadioWestchester.com. Then hit on Listen Live, RadioWestchester.com. And we're also available on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Periscope. We're not video today because, again, we've had construction. We're putting in new equipment, all kinds of stuff going on. So today we're just audible and only for 3 hours. But tomorrow everything gets back to normal, or at least it should be. And we are going to take this call. I do believe it's Al Tarantino. But first, let's take a look at the weather. And of course, the weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. And it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit UHGC.com. It's 38. It's overcast, cloudy with periods of, did I say overcast? Overcast, cloudy with periods of light rain. The temperature will be 48 degrees. The wind out of the east-southeast 10 to 15. Tonight, mostly cloudy. The temperature 36. The wind will be out of the southwest 10 to 20. And Wednesday, mostly sunny. Tomorrow, getting up to 43 with a nice day, and partly sunny on Thursday, but only 32 degrees. Remember, it is still wintertime. About a few weeks before we hit the spring. And this top of the hour is brought to you by Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Payne & Kahn, Plug-in Virtual Reality, Dominic's Fine Cigars, and our friends at United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit UHGC.com. I do believe we've been joined by Al Tarantino, but then again, I've been known to get it wrong. It could be, oh no, it's Jake. I even love it. All right, Jake, good morning. Who do I have? Hello?
Good morning.
Jake, it is you. All right.
Yes, it's not Al.
Okay, I'll get to him in a few minutes. We had some technical issues that I had to manage, but they are fixed.
I know. We've noticed.
But did I fix them? Did you?
I'm not too sure.
Oh, you shouldn't be getting a double feed now.
You're patching in and out.
What about now?
All
Hello.
right, you sound all right.
There we go. Want to get you for just actually what I wanted to do was get back to you maybe about 8:50 or so, because I've got to get Mr. Tarantino, but we'll get to him momentarily. Now we did not do any Marrone picks. Are you ready for any, or do you want to wait until we're face to face tomorrow?
Let's do it face to face. I still I can't lock down your nemesis. He's a college kid. He's out and about. It's a holiday long weekend. So
all right,
when we get that locked in, we will do that.
Okay. What I need to know now is, did you do any of your follow up for the XFL? How are they doing?
They actually did very well. They did a 9.5 increase on week one. They got almost 80,000 new viewers. from week 1 to week 2.
That's incredible. That is really incredible. And
Yes.
again, we get more feedback from callers and people who text and listen. They're saying that they like this league. They like the game. They like how it keeps moving.
It's the people that created the rules. The players aren't nearly as good as the NFL players, but it's a great idea, and I hope it continues to succeed. The games are fun.
Have you any idea the price of the tickets?
I think they're in the $20 range. But then again, I can't talk to you about the parking. I can't talk to you about hot dogs. I can't talk to you about beer. I just know the actual tickets are in the $20 range.
You know what? Do you mind if I give you an assignment? Let's see if we can get someone from the XFL to come on. We'll get some promotion out of it. We'll get a good guest. Let's see what we can do. Why don't we do that for our listeners? You know, the XFL is
try and
get
that done by Friday.
All right, let's do that. All right, listen, I got to get. Thank you for checking in. I will see you vis-a-vis tomorrow. Travel safely, folk. Jake Schaefer, he is a producer with us. He's our sports guy. He's also our sports handicapper. And he's as good as it gets. Thank you very much, Jake. And we will be talking with Al Tarantino in just a little bit. Now, I'm trying to figure out, that's him? I know that's him. There he is. We're going to get him now. He's another nemesis. This is Radio Westchester, your radio station at the train station. And I think he came right on. There he is. We're ringing his phone. We love this guest. He is a city councilman, and that very rare breed of city councilman, he is a Republican. There he is. Good morning, Al Tarantino. How are you?
Bob, it's Mike Duffy again.
So, I dialed the wrong number. Well, go away. I thought I had a ghost in the machine. Instead, I got you. Two ghosts in the machine.
Oh, you're gonna get me back.
What is this surveillance? Are you after me, copper? Are you taping my show?
Of John Adams, you're gonna be going after me, yeah.
Folks. It's the deep state. you investigator, you. I didn't do it, but I did it. But I might have done it, but I might not do it again.
You dialed the wrong number.
I never did it, but I'll do it again. Take care, Michael. What a disaster today. This is what we call in radio a train wreck, but this is how we get things straight. Where the heck is Tarantino? Did he forget again? He's getting older and he's getting a longer tooth, but we'll find out if he doesn't. But we have so much to do. We'll wait for him to call. And then, of course, we have A.J. Woodson coming up in a little while, but we have a lot to talk about with him. But two things in the news that I needed to talk about, and this one troubles me. This was out of no relationship to the presidential candidate now, but out of Bloomberg Business Week. And Warren Buffett and a bunch of other people are divesting of their local newspapers. And he always had a soft spot for newspapers. The piece said he didn't just own a lot of them. He described himself as a newspaper addict, as I am, and finally recalled delivering them as a teenager. Now, here's the issue. For Bloomberg to donate, as they did, 3 pages to it, again, it's a failing business as a business model. That's why now when you go on websites, could be LoHud, could be News 12, could be the New York Times or whatever, there are so many ads. In fact, it's like playing whack-a-mole because a pop-up comes here, a story moves up or a story moves down. But this is about 25%, a little more of 25% of all the newspapers in the country are owned by a hedge fund. Another group, a smaller group, is partially 32% owned by a hedge fund. Yet another group, 23%, is owned by a hedge fund. So I'm looking, it's like a third, maybe a little more than a third are all owned by hedge funds. Private equity has about 10% of the newspapers. Family owned is still big, thank goodness, third. And then there's other ownership, about another 10%. And what we're seeing, though, is these papers to get readers all have their own method. Like, believe it or not, and I was telling somebody this yesterday, I make sure to use the Post, and to maybe a lesser extent, the Wall Street Journal extensively because it helps me keep honest in the areas there where I tend to lean to the left. And so the Post, while it favors certainly the president and some of the Republican ideals, it is a New York paper. And when it comes to, and it's very fair, and it's hard on this current mayor, but when I say fair, they still care about things like rents. They still care about things like poverty and stuff in the street. So it's to the right, but it doesn't print any false stories. Editorially, the way it presents them, of course, is right leaning, but that's okay. But they have, and I say this because the stories tell me how everybody else is thinking that maybe I'm not, or this other stuff I read is not. But it has the best sports section in the world, and it's one of the things that keeps it relevant. So it's a paper that has a demographic, and it has a great sports section. The Daily News here in town, or down in New York, I should say, the Daily News, but we broadcast there. The Daily News is left-leaning, but also will report about street crime and squeegees and things like that. So very similarly, while it's left-leaning, what it does is it finds that audience. It's not as comprehensive. It doesn't have as many writers, and it's not as fun as to read as the Post. And you may say, well, gee, but if it's politically more palatable to you, well, that shouldn't be the reason that you read the news, folks. You should try and get it all, at least in my view. So, but both of them are challenged. The Post is still, I worry about the Daily News. I hope they keep it flying because we need both sides. And when you talk about the big papers, the broadsheets, of course, I love the New York Times, maybe not what they were. And it doesn't have enough editorials from the right. But fortunately, the Wall Street Journal does. Both are cerebral papers. Both are work very hard to get a story straight. But here's my point. I bring up those four papers. I bring up, now Lohud's interesting. Lohud is a paper that actually does better on its website than it does because it takes time to get the paper out. So you really only get one or a page and a half of local news. And, you know, I have this discipline, and so just one of the back, if I may, inside radio tricks. If for some reason we have systems problems, I have to grab all the hard papers very early in the morning. And then I just take an X-Acto knife and cut up the stories and rip and read or rewrite them. Now, Lohud, again, when their website's not available, it's tough to know what's going on. And I have a subscription. But the website is very comprehensive. Same to News 12, very comprehensive stuff. They do a pretty good job locally. To the extent that they can, they've got a whole county to cover. But here's my concern, and I'm going to get back to this. For those of you who feel that you don't need newspapers anymore, you're right if you don't mind being manipulated. Now, I just went over with you the fact that I know where the Post is coming from. I know where the Wall Street Journal is coming from, the Times and the News. But if you scan the whole paper, you get a feel for where they're coming from. Context, it matters. Zeitgeist, the thoughts, the prevailing thinking of the people that they serve emerges. The problem that I have with the web, and I'm afraid that we're all a victim of it, it has been designed to keep giving you what you already look at. So rather than get another point of view, if you keep clicking on far left stories, you're going to get far left emails and far left news presented to you first. Same thing if you click on far right. So you're being manipulated every day. And the problem with the web that you don't have in a newspaper, and it's kind of the opposite of what we thought it would do, is that you're getting your stories linearly. So you're force-fed what they believe are the top stories. You don't always have to go to the top stories. Now, there are rules in journalism and broadsheet. It's above the fold, to the left, your top story. Or it's to the right, I don't remember now, but you catch my drift. It's page 3 when you are looking at a tabloid. So, but you don't have to go to page 3. You don't have to go to above the fold. And you sort of don't have to when the internet is feeding you, but you're on your phone. And usually checking out the news, and you're being manipulated. And if you want to see all of the opinion pieces, you got to scroll and scroll and scroll. So I'm just saying, and maybe long-windedly, that I rue the loss of newspapers because I think that it's contributing to some of the problems in this country where we only give the left what they want to read, we only give the right what they want to read, and the truth is dying in the middle. So somehow I am hoping that the people that build these websites for news will try and consider a different way to present the news. I mean, they can't give you a newspaper, but I'd like to see it in electronic form somehow. I don't know the answer, but I do know that we are in grave trouble of misinforming the public. Now, there are places you can go in this state. Try going up to Albany, believe it or not. Try going up to Syracuse. Try going elsewhere in the state, particularly in central New York. You can't find a newspaper. Maybe you can find one of the local. You can't find the broadsheets. You can't find, or the notable ones in the world, the Wall Street Journal and the New York. You can't find the Post or the News, or even sometimes a local paper. And it is troubling. So that what? You turn on the TV? Well, in central New York, it's mostly Fox. Down in the city, it's Fox and MSNBC. And I don't know. Anyway, that's just something I had to go to. But it was important to mention that in the Business Week story, newspapers are dying. And I don't know what in God's name we're going to do about it. Now, before we get to our friend A.J. Woodson, we did get some news coming out of USA Today, and that is Governor Cuomo wants statewide sick leave. This is tough if you own your own business, but just a little bit about it. A 2020 state proposal would provide paid sick leave for most New York employees. The proposal would enact across the state what is already mandated in New York City. City Council passed a similar paid sick leave program in 2014. Here is the proposal. Businesses with 5 to 99 employees would provide 5 days of paid sick leave. Businesses with 100 or more employees would provide 7 days. Businesses with 4 or fewer employees would provide 5 days of job-protected unpaid sick leave. That is, you can't get fired. And small businesses already providing paid sick leave could continue to do so. Nearly 1 in 4 workers reported that they have lost a job or were threatened with losing their job because they need to take sick time for themselves or a loved one. And that is a problem. I don't think it's draconian, but there certainly are reasons for small businesses to fret because some of them are working on a shoestring. And in some businesses, if the person doesn't show up, you absolutely get killed. And I got to tell you, the way millennials are, they will take every sick day the minute they get the job if it's sunny. That's what we're learning. We'll be talking more and more about that in the days and weeks ahead. All righty, we're looking for A.J. Woodson, and we may have to remind him that he needs to come on and talk with us. Where is A.J. Woodson? Oh, here he is. Yeah, he's right there. Right. He should be calling like in 1 minute. IGHT. Righto. And Tom, I did get your note. I'll probably be checking in with you in a little bit. All righty. Another story that I want to cover just before A.J. Woodson. Otherwise, I would get a hold of our good friend Tom from Pelham. There's a company called Gabriel. And this is good news. And this came out of believe it or not, some of the attacks right here in Ramapo on Hasidic Jews. And there is software and a system, okay, which is being employed, and we'll be right with you, AJ, which is being employed using the use of panic buttons and other different devices to mitigate shootings that are either classic large-scale shootings, 400-plus shootings in which 4 or more people were injured, by the way, in the U.S., or those that are based on anti-Semitism. And the company, if you want to read about it, go to the Business Week website. The businesses of protecting public spaces is expected to grow 52%. It's now a $61 billion business. So, but here's the dynamic. If you notice, I'm short on details. They don't want to get into the details unless you buy it, because they don't want. In fact, in one case, the group up here in Ramapo has purchased the system, and they didn't want it in the newspapers. They didn't want, for example, anti-Semites to now say, let's try it out. So here's the paradox. The company, if you want to read more about it, go to Business Week. The company's named Gabriel. Gabriel, it's an Israeli company. It offers this detection, but frets about the reasons for its growth. And they also, quite frankly, they're saying that they don't like making money to protect people. But that's a little silly. You have every right to. Now, one more. After an October 2018 shooting at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, which claimed 11 lives, this particular writer gave a series of interviews in which he identified his first customers. Now, Sherrison owns the company. The leaders of that community were furious, concerned that he'd effectively issued a challenge to anti-Semites to beat their defenses. So that's the paradox there, but it's nice to know. Go to Gabriel if you have a business, if you have a school, if you have a university, or you are a religious group that wants protection. Again, it's Gabriel. It's an Israeli company. Check them out. They won't give much details, but that's to protect you as well. And we want to do this as a public service. Now we go to one of our favorite people and our favorite news gatherers. Apropos of the story we just did about local news, he's one of the people that does the heavy lifting in Mount Vernon. Please welcome A.J. Woodson. He's the editor-in-chief of Black Westchester magazine. Good morning, A.J.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
I love...
I have to say, I appreciate that, what you were saying about the news, and I just wanted to add, I'd be remiss if I didn't plug, you have to support, if you find these local news outlets or that you like, and if you like them, then you need to support them. One, I am plugging for Black Westchester.
You should.
But I mean, even the other websites and if the few other that have papers out, you need to support them so they can continue to speak to you and give you that news from a local point of view. It's a challenge to put out the paper, and to even the digital news, it's a major challenge. So, unless you go to charge people, we don't charge people for the paper. We keep the paper free for the paper. We keep the paper free for the people, and advertising pays for that. So I just want to plug.
You should.
If you support, if you like what you see from any of the local news sources, Black Westchester included, you should support them, because that's the only way we stay out and stay around, and we're the ones with the boots on the ground.
Yes, you are.
To cover the local issues. We've been covering everything lately. I just got finished dealing with the Peekskill police officer over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
We Damon did a live thing, and then we dealt with it on the radio Sunday. That's disgusting, that whole situation.
Yep, it really is. And in fact, tell people about it. But before you do, I just want to backtrack. When I have you or Bob Cox or John Bailey or Hezi Harris, and of course I speak for my own outlet here, you should always feel free to plug it, because we are where the rubber meets the road. I become an aggregator for you all. But we're covering the hard stories. Who do I call when I get, and we all get stuff on background. I'll get stuff on background from this person or that. I call you. I mean, and I call public officials. But have you heard this? I call Bob Cox. I call Hezi. I call John Bailey.
Right.
You got please, folks, and the advertising isn't expensive, and we all have a lot of listeners and a lot of clicks and a lot of Facebook stuff. And generally speaking, the ad rates are very, very manageable. Plus, we'll talk about it. One of the things that we can do here is we can talk about your business. So you keep plugging it. Every time
on my show, we can talk about the business too. Have you on? We can have you on in addition to your ad and talk about the business and the whole nine. So
So keep doing what you're doing. Apropos, I don't know how you stay abreast of what goes on in Mount Vernon.
Like any good person who does this, you're only as good as the people who believe in you and call you with tips.
Yes.
Like there's no way possible for me to literally know and see and hear everything. You know what I'm saying? It's just, luckily there are a lot of people, especially in the city of Mount Vernon, but throughout the county, who respect us to make sure, did you hear about this? You need to know about this. And then they, they give us the information. A lot of elected officials, unfortunately, sometimes it's because it's more of a smear against one of their opponents or somebody, their critics or somebody they don't like. But, a lot of your elected officials feed us a lot of information. Sometimes you have to navigate through the BS.
Absolutely. But at least it'll give you something to check out.
Right. So that's how we actually stay on it. My phone, my email, text messages, Twitter, even Instagram messages. I mean, it stays full of things, And we had this conversation before. Unfortunately, people don't understand everything is not newsworthy. While it is important to you, everything is not newsworthy. That's the other end of it. Sometimes, people don't appreciate that you didn't write their story, but every story
I get that all the time. And the other thing, do you like it? I'm sure you don't. You may be with family. It may be later in the day in your office. And someone will say, what are you doing on the phone? What am I doing on the phone? Now, you won't say who it is, but you may be talking to a mayor or an assemblyman or a state senator trying to understand an issue or a story, or you're checking out a story. What happens off the air or when you're not writing a story is what makes the air or the story readable. You have to do a lot of legwork. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get.
Even though when I try to take time off, I'll be in Georgia or somewhere, or Miami somewhere, or whatever, and the phone's still ringing, and every now and then, some of those calls you have to take, so.
And then people are constantly forwarding you stories that prove their point or the opposite. All right, let's get down to cases, and we're going to go up to Peekskill in a moment. We were going to ask you about a Yonkers story, but we saw that dust up last week, which we talked about extensively. Has any news come out of City Hall in the latest dust up between the mayor and the elected comptroller?
No, not at all. And I don't know if I wrote this editorial since the last time I was on or before that. Mount Vernon, we have a problem with this as the people or the politicians. And it's funny because you dealt with a little bit that today we elect these people and then we complain about them. Like, it's just like, they say you get the government you deserve, you get the government you vote for. You know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden everybody's got to go now. This one's got to go. This one's got to go. And I was going through the history of since Ernie on. It was Ernie that had to go. He was the problem. It was Maureen. She was the problem. Then it was Richie. He was the problem. Then it was Deborah. That's the problem. Like, everybody can't be the problem. Maybe it's the voters because the voters voted all these people in.
Well, yes, they did. And more importantly, when they did it, they didn't understand that in a Republican form of government, they were delegating their decision-making power to these people. We had an issue. I don't know if you were back from Georgia yet, but maybe it's 7, 8 years old now. But we had it's been replaced since, but we had a diner here in New Rochelle called the Thruway Diner. And
I love that place. I missed it.
Yeah,
the owners. They have a place in Marietta and then in Georgia now.
I did not know that. But anyway, when it closed, they were yelling at the government. Why did you let it close? And I wanted to shake them and say, this is free enterprise. You just wrapped yourself in the flag yesterday. Well, take the flag out, look at it again. It allows the owner to sell it. It's what we do.
Right.
But
I do miss the original Thruway Diner though. That was iconic.
It really was. And it was a shame, but that's the nature of free enterprise. So you haven't heard a thing. Now, we spoke with George Latimer yesterday, and he was telling us about he made an announcement, I guess just as the weekend began, about Memorial Field, and it looks like that's going to happen. The only thing I'm a little afraid of is I know that under acting Mayor Andre Wallace, I do believe he got the soil removed. What kinds of proof is necessary to show that the city did their part so that they can go ahead and finish this idea?
Well, one of the things Andre Wallace did do, he was videotaping it as is.
Excellent.
Mean, it was the proof. Like you saw this big mound of dirt that was there, and,
Uh-huh.
or whatever it was, and there were trucks going in and out all day long, removing all this dirt to the point there's nothing there now.
Good.
That's all the proof that, you can go see it as you drive by that it has all been removed.
Well, that's good to know. Now, have you heard anything else in the new administration? What about the budget? Do they have a budget yet? Are they closing in on a budget?
I don't know how if they're any closer. I know that they didn't. That was the budget meeting last Wednesday or Thursday. That's also when C.E. Latimer came by and did his memorial field presentation in the same meeting, in the city council meeting. But I think so. The process is they gotta agree, and then the Board of Estimates has to vote on it, and then City Council has to vote for it. I don't think Board of Estimates has voted on it again since the public meeting. They have a public meeting, and then the Board of Estimates votes on it, and then the City Council votes on it.
Well, there was this big dust-up, and I honestly didn't know who to believe or what to believe. Can we firmly say that the mayor wanted to give herself a raise?
Well, I can only tell. It's funny that you say that. So I'm watching it because everybody's live streaming these days. So
Yes.
I wasn't able to get through the meeting. So I'm watching it at home. And I heard Mayor Sean Patterson Howard say, y'all accuse something. I'm paraphrasing something along the lines of y'all accusing me of putting the raises in the budget. This is the budget that Mayor Andre Wallace. Is funny, for the first time she was referred to as mayor, not acting mayor, but she was firmly referring to him as mayor.
Uh-huh.
But Mayor Andre Wallace put these raises in, especially the law department. So while she's saying that, I'm texting Andre Wallace. It's like, yo. So she just said, "Is that true? Did you put them in?" Or not? He said, "No, he didn't put them in." But she's right. He did put the law department raises in, except for corporation counsel, and that's a direct quote from Andre Wallace. So I do remember when Andre Wallace was mayor that they were trying to get him to include the raises, and I believe, if I remember correctly, he did not do it.
He did not do it.
Right. So there's still, again, that onion that needs to be peeled and talk to several different people before you get near the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I heard what she said, and I confirmed it with Andre Wallace, and he said no. He said just the law department, and it was for all the positions except for corporation counsel. Those are the raises that he put through, that he was putting through in the budget when he was working on it.
It is 8:48. We're talking with A.J. Woodson here on RadioWestchester.com. We're also available on MyTuner Radio, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Periscope. We're not streaming video today, but we're streaming audio. This is knowable. I mean, certainly at some point in time, and I know the mayor's reached out. Tomorrow we're going to get her on the schedule for later in the week. This is knowable. Who put those raises in there, or is she just trying to pin it on Mayor Wallace? I guess it's hard to know. Have you reached out to her yet? Have you asked her that question?
I have not asked her that question just yet. I invited her to come on the show, and she didn't get back to me. Once I got her on the show, I was going to ask her all of those questions.
Yeah.
That was my intention. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. No, I understand. I'm not saying you should have already. I wasn't implying that. It's just that.
But she didn't get back to me to confirm a date to come on the show. So, I was trying to get on for the last couple of weeks. So I'm waiting for, to hear back from her on that. And then, I can ask her. I have a series of questions to ask. And I want to let her And one thing I learned from you is get them on the record. Let them, ask them the questions, get them on the record.
Yeah, and then
So
you have it.
I want to get them on the record. Yeah, then you have it forever. So I would like to do that with her and give her a chance to address everything.
Anything,
the good, the bad, the ugly.
Any good news coming out of the administration yet? Again, as you've said, you're giving her a honeymoon, and it sounds like it has to be short-lived, I'm afraid, because of everything going on with the comptroller and now with the budget. Any good news coming out?
I'm still very pleased by her selection of police commissioner. I believe he's one of the good guys, and he will, if he is allowed to do his job, not micromanage, and allowed to put the deputies under him, select the deputies he wants under him, I believe he's going to clean up the police department. But he has to be given the tools to do so, and allowed to do his job. That guy is Glenn Scott. So I'm very pleased in her selection there. The person that they had over the water department, he seemed to be a reputable individual. This same person Andre Wallace brought in, and they let him stay there. I'm hearing good things about that.
Who is that person?
What's going on in the clerks? Reverend Carlton.
Oh yes, Carlton Sproul. I used to announce his show 15 years ago. He used to have a radio show on my old station OX. Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to be a reputable person. And
why did we? If I may, and I'll be asking her this. I've heard good things about the Reverend, but why choose a Reverend for a position like this? Is he otherwise employed? Is he part-time pastor? Why would they do that?
Andre Wallace chose him. He was doing a good job, and she kept him.
Okay, but did you know why Mayor Wallace did? I mean, why would we choose him? I mean, I know the ministers have a great power in your town. I'm aware of that. But is that part of it, or is he also a good administrator? I mean, what is his expertise in water, unless it's holy water?
I don't know. Well, as far as you just have to be a good administrator, period, because, I mean, that was the excuse. Remember, we did the whole joke with Ernie Davis about hiring a pizza man to run the water department.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Well, we found out what the real deal was. The secret. They say the secret to New York pizza is the water. So maybe that.
I was going to say that. You can have pepperoni water.
From what I was
deep
told
dish
from
water.
them, it's more of an administrative position than and it's the people, the number 2 and 3 people under you that actually do all the work. You're really an administrative.
Well, no,
position,
I do know that, and I have to question him. I'd be thrown out of the news business.
I think he was a good administrator, but I don't remember. I could not give you his resume.
No, but do we know? Does he still have services on weekends? I mean, does he go back into pastor role on weekends?
Well, he passes a big church. Off by the plazas, off to the side, just to the side of the plazas area. It's a big church. I cannot think of the name of that to save my life. I've been working on my new books until 6:00 this morning.
You're working on a book?
I'm a little.
Oh wait, well, you think you can get away with that? Hopefully you'll promote it here. What's your book about?
Well, this one I'm keeping under wraps. I have a few that are about the election, about the rise and fall of Richard Thomas. Called It Was All Good just a year ago. I have not finished that one yet, but this is a different one that I got inspired dealing with. I was listening to the letter from Martin Luther King, The Other America, and in there is a quote that he says, "Riot is the language of the unheard."
That's interesting.
So, I'm dealing with, a lot of people don't understand why there's a big frustration in the Black community, and I'm dealing with all of that. Just and it's not justifying all of it, but just showing why there is this frustration, and what causes it, and in the cases of like Baltimore, the media fan that. We covered a peaceful protest with over 10,000 people, and there was 100 people that maybe acted up and 35 people that got arrested, but all the media only talked about them. You know what I'm saying? But we had pictures and video and everything for these 10,000 people that protested, and by the media talking about just them. Days later, Baltimore was literally burning. You know what I'm saying? It was like the media helped light that match. And then it's just like, it just talks about the frustration of all these situations. Anybody under 25 has never seen any officer go to jail for shooting any of their counterparts, anybody in their age group. You know what I'm saying? They've seen all these people that look like them.
So what you're saying is,
nobody goes to jail.
So you're writing two books. So you've got one.
Well,
the Rising. I'm working on a piece with. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The Richard Thomas thing is actually two different books. I was working on one book called the Summer of 2015, which was about, the generational shift in politics. The Richard Thomas taking over for the Ernie Davis, the Black Lives Matter people taking off from the Al Sharpton type of people, the generation. And throughout it was a generational shift. As I was writing that book, as you know, in the beginning of Richard Thomas' term, there was a lot of turmoil. It was hard to continue to write this book about the 2015 when all of this stuff was going on currently, and I had to do it. So, there became this general mood that Richard Thomas was going to be out of office, and they were literally taking bets. I'm talking about the elected officials. I'm talking about like a lot of how many months or years before he went to jail it was out of office. And I had this title, It Was All Good, just a year ago. It was more than a year that he was in office. But talking about how he was the promise of black politics. He was the future, and he was hope, and he represented all these things. And, like several other black mayors across the country, and a lot of them ended up going to jail. And that's about, and then that's so. Is the summer of 2015. It was all good just a year ago, and then there's this new book, which is titled, which is going to create some waves for people, but it's called "White People Can't Comprehend the Deadly Consequences of Being Black."
That's very, very interesting. And from that perspective, there is it's funny that you say that. I've got a number of projects that I'm working on. I find, I wrote a book that was serialized, and I put it on hold when I built this station that I need to finally get out the door with my publisher about depression. But I've started sketching another book called Radio Daze, DAZE, what it's like to come to radio and to talk about things that'll upset the planet. And also, I too will be working on, but I won't be working on a book. I will be working on an essay about Richard Thomas, but from another perspective, which is, and this does not forgive any of his transgressions, although it gives him credit for some things. But what it does talk about is behind that whole period, what were the Reggie Lafayettes of the world doing? What was the Democratic Party doing? What was the Attorney General doing? I didn't think your city got any real help from the powers that be when that was going on. And they're going to be indicted.
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir.
Yeah, and because, as you have, I've seen a lot of the records, as with all things in life, no one is all evil or all good. And
no, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Like one of the things I said, you may have heard me say it the other day, and it's kind of like, do you remember when Barack Obama was, and I was actually a proponent of it, I supported Obamacare every day on the air. And when it looked like it might get defeated and replaced by something, although the Republicans have yet to come up with a replacement, I would have always said, yeah, but you know what? Whether it's Trump care or Republican care, it's Obama that put it on the front page. And one thing I will always give Richard Thomas credit for is he put, and not always like when he knocked down those tennis courts, he put Memorial Field, he ran on it. He put it on the front page. He put,
it wasn't just him. Memorial Field, as I talk about in my book, Memorial Field got more press in those elections than some of the candidates.
Well, that's true.
Everybody was promising Memorial Field. Everybody had the Memorial Field promise.
Yes, but I recall that he, because he used to, and you used to come on when I was on FAS with him at times. He ran on that, and he ran on financial transparency, which is ironic. But that's just to talk about the things we work on, because what people should know is that people like yourself are coming out with publications, and we will help you publicize your work. You will have a place here to talk about it.
just in the writing stages. I haven't identified a publisher or whether I'm going to self-publish. I decided to leave that till after I'm finished.
Sure, that's what I do.
Instead of stressing it while I don't even have a thing done yet, and I'm stressing that. So I'm working on that part. But as you understand, doing the radio every day, doing the news every day, doing the newspaper, the radio show, and the website, it makes it difficult to complete some of these projects.
Oh God! Like you're preaching to the choir.
I never have just a month to just do nothing but write.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? And like that's what I did last night. I had the idea after listening to the Audible, listening to the Martin Luther King speech, and then it was the title was actually an article on Black Westchester. And we've dealt with this issue several times. Mm-hmm. So, it's just a matter of taking the articles, making them into chapters and expounding.
I understand. Believe me, if I get one more call, when's the book coming out in book form? I'm going to scream, but getting this station off the ground and all the bells and whistles that still need to be fixed is quite a chore.
And then, I've now had to be the person now to go get advertising, so that was something that was not one of my strong points, but we need that to run. So
me too. I feel your pain. A colleague of yours who has a different kind of, she focuses more on health. Janelle Albritton deals with it. Cox deals with it. We all do. All right, listen, it's been fun, and actually it's been fun to talk about your new endeavors as well. When they're ready, separate from when we talk news, we'll talk about your projects as well. We got to do that for each other, my
Absolutely.
friend.
You will be one of the first people I hit, and definitely get you an advanced copy so you can read it and the whole nine. Yes.
Yeah, and also we need to go and get. You're on this big diet now, you and Damon. But
I do have my splurge days. I am on. So I've lost 15 pounds over the last 5 weeks.
There you go.
I was wearing a 3X shirt. During the radio show Sunday, I was able to put on a 2X shirt.
All right, now we're reducing the X's, and also don't remember this. We need to go and be magicians and make a pizza disappear real soon.
Oh no, and then I'll have that one day and do that, and then I'll just be back on my game. Like I'm not,
Oh, how could I not ask you?
A lot of salads.
Well, just hold on now. Hold on now. This could affect our relationship, but I think you'll give me the right answer. And I'm surprised I haven't asked you this over the years. Do you believe that there's such a thing as salad pizza? Should we make that against the law?
Salad pizza?
Yeah, there are people go, how can I have a salad pizza? That is not pizza. It's a bunch of green stuff thrown on unleavened bread. Would you agree with that?
A pizza, I'm a carnivore, so pizza is sausage, pepperoni.
Thank you. Mozzarella. Yeah, you got all right. Yeah, I knew it. All right. I knew I liked you, AJ Woodson. You got it right. Thank you very, very much. It's always a pleasure, man. Take care. AJ Woodson, editor-in-chief, Black Westchester Magazine. One of the people doing the heavy lifting. Let's take a look at the weather. We will be talking with Professor Jack Breslin in just a moment. We only got him for 30 minutes today because he has to teach, I guess, at 9:30. Where's my glasses? My glasses are here. Let's look at the weather, and the weather's brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And I had the weather right in front of me. Here it be. All righty. It's 38 still. Actually, it's up to 40 now. It's going to get up to 46 today. It's overcast now. We'll have periods of light rain today. The temperature 48 tonight, mostly cloudy, a temperature of 36 degrees. On Wednesday, mostly sunny skies. That's tomorrow, folks, for the uninitiated. The temperature getting up to 43. Thursday, partly sunny. The high will be 32. The overnight low will be 17 degrees. And Friday, sunny, a high of 35. And the top of the hour is also supported by our friends at Aging Issues Radio, their subsidiary, Aging Issues. Actually, it's Aging Issues Management and then Aging Issues Radio, the subsidiary. The law firm of Pena & Khan. Plug in virtualreality.com. And Dominic's Fine Cigars, they're right here in Larchmont. Now, tomorrow And looking at tomorrow, always a good show on Wednesdays. We're working with a few individuals. We're trying to get Hezi Harris on. He's got some breaking stories coming out of Yonkers. So we will keep you informed, and we will send out a brief tonight on Facebook. But tomorrow we should be back to our 4-hour format. Hopefully, all the technical things we've been doing will be completed. And also we have construction going on. So it's kept the shows short and a little bit different the last couple of days, but we're getting out to you. And this is all going to end good. Now, we've got, somebody made a comment yesterday. It was a good comment. And we started working on this last night as well. We have the classic issue of choices. Choices meaning to listen to this show. Of course, you could come by the radio station. We're going to have speakers out in the public soon. We have the issue of you can listen on this RadioWestchester.com. You can go to MyTuner and go to the download that app and then just put Mornings with Bob Marrone or RadioWestchester.com and listen that way. A lot of people listen on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, etc. But we're going to start pushing the easiest way to do that, which is to go to RadioWestchester.com and click on Listen Live. But we need to be sure that we streamline that. We have heard you, and we've heard that concern. Again, so many people watch and listen on Facebook and YouTube and Instagram. I think we may have missed the making that emphasis. So, all righty, it's 9:05, and it is time to go to one of our favorite guests. Mass communications and ethics are what he teaches. He's a professor at Iona College. And Dr. We don't call him doctor enough, but he is, of course, a doctor of philosophy. Jack Breslin is what we call him. Good morning, Professor. How are you?
Good morning, Bob. Yeah, I got one of those PhD things, but not many people call me doctor. So
well, you're a down-to-earth guy. I did
Sometimes.
I did a story earlier, doctor. I did a story earlier, and it bothered me. I plucked it out of Business Week, believe it or not. And because you always get a lot out of those magazines because everything boils down to money. And it was a piece about how even Warren Buffett is getting out of the news business. And a huge chunk, 30%, are owned by hedge funds as investments. Fortunately, another 30% is still privately owned, and then the others in between. But generally speaking, the consensus is that news is dying, local news. And as someone, I know you travel upstate, you travel the country, it's hard to buy a newspaper.
Funny you mention that, yeah.
Where are we going?
In class today, I'm doing newspapers.
Oh, good.
My intro to mass comm class.
Yes, and
in order to get the Wall Street Journal, I had to go to two stores. There's that little newsstand down by the Starbucks in North Ave. So I got the 3 New York papers in Low HUD. And then I had to go to the On the Run. Why am I giving them a plug? There on North Ave, across from beautiful campus of Iona College. Gave them a plug. And there was USA Today and Wall Street Journal. So the example of national newspapers, even though the Times is metropolitan-based, so considered national, international. I've gotten a copy of the New York Times in Mbubu, Kenya. So to say that newspapers are dead and they're not as popular, okay, I'll go that because the assignment is the students have to read a daily newspaper. On Friday, they were supposed to read a daily newspaper. And for some of them, and I'm not knocking my students, never do that. A lot of them have never picked up a daily newspaper.
Really?
Because that's their source of news. Or they don't follow the news. Now, the capital investment in a newspaper today, well, go down to Atlantic City, you'll have much more fun watching your money go away. But the news business is still an investment because even though the medium or the platform has changed, people still follow the news. Attractive advertising audiences still follow the news. So even though they see, well, there's no money to be made, so we're not getting out of the news business, well, the news business started off as the penny press or the nickel a paper press when, a pint of whiskey cost 6 cents and a newspaper cost 5 cents.
I remember
read,
when it was
what
5
did you buy?
cents. I loved that. I could get the news and the Mirror at night. You have to go get the remember in Goodfellas, get the papers. I got to get the papers. You had the night edition, the afternoon edition. God, I loved it.
But of course, now there, you didn't come to class, so you didn't know that. We're talking about the colonial newspapers that cost a nickel, because there was no advertising.
Wow.
They were expensive to make. It was a small audience.
Mm-hmm.
Along comes the penny press, more education, more literacy, more demand for news and information. They're able to bring the price of the newspaper down with improved printing and a larger audience, and the beginning of the American journalism, such as the Herald, the Tribune, the Times, the Sun, the Telegram. At one time in New York City, you had 12 competing daily newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
Today, well,
3.
we still have
No,
3.
4. We actually 4 if you
Although
count
there
the.
are only 11 cities in the United States that have 2 competing newspapers today.
Now, I just want to go
Well,
back. I just want to go back on something I might be able to help you with. The 2 best places to get newspapers in this city. The train station has them all. You should know that.
Good.
And also the gas station by Iona. They've got a good selection of papers as well. But
That's
but
where
by
I
the
went.
way, and I hate to do this to them because I buy their feed. I buy their Low Hud's feed, and it's very good. But the paper itself stinks. It's 1 page of news,
even
and it's
though
2
they
days
were nice
old.
enough to publish my little column a few weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, there was a time where they covered Iona basketball religiously.
Yes.
This weekend, my buddy Rick Snyder, who worked there for quite a long time, covering college basketball and golf, he introduced me to Iona. And so here, he's upstate now. He is the head of Ulster County Tourism. And here I was bringing him back to the renovated gym and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny. He said, which way do I go? And I'm going, you're the guy who brought me here. So I introduced him to our president, Seamus Carey, like, this is the guy who brought me here. And Rick goes, yeah, you can blame me. But meanwhile, Rick would cover not just Iona, but at least 15 Manhattan games. He would write a pregame. He would write the regular story. He had a column. He did a feature. And today, in due respect, it's lucky if they send somebody to a home game. And this is college sports. Now, the Section 1 tournament with the boys and girls high school, they're going to cover that like a blanket, which that's what their audience wants. That's what they're interested in, so they will do a very good job covering that. But local news, I have a couple of my great students who are over there doing very well. They regularly say to me, I am covering an area that used to be covered by 10 daily newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
In New Rochelle at one time, there were 2 competing newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
And when I interviewed at Westchester Gannett back in the 1860s, no, actually
Yes.
it was right when I was getting my master's, 79, and then into 81, I interviewed 3 times at the Journal, or Westchester Gannett, as it was called, or the White Plains Dispatch,
Mm-hmm.
and the Marrone Times, and the Stratton Trader. All those were still around. Down on the end of North Ave. That tan building was still the New Rochelle Star, I guess it was. And if you look on one of the corners down by the post office, you'll see still on a small building there, New Rochelle News or something like that. So
The
there
old
was a
Standard
time
Star
where
building.
here in Westchester, where we have 4 of the top 10 cities in New York State,
Mm-hmm.
only 1 daily newspaper.
I know, and
And
it's
as we said, not thriving.
well, and the fact that people don't read papers is another issue. My concern is this. Again, and I don't know why the Journal News can't do, and I realize there are issues of time, why they only give us 1 page of news when the website is so good and so robust. But that's for people that produce it. But here's my concern. And even though, Professor, and it has to do with how I do my show prep, I bought every feed you can imagine, and I should, to do balanced news. I've got to read it all. And so I bought all the various feeds to do this. But it is not the same for 2 reasons. One, based on your habits, the news is presented to you in a way that is necessarily biased, and it's too linear. Even if you're in the New York Times, it's one story after another. You can't get the whole feel for the day's news. That's number 1. Number 2, because of the need to advertise, even if you buy a subscription, because of the need to advertise, it's like playing whack-a-mole. Like, I'll be ready to look at a story, I'll hit a button, but I've hit the other one because it flips up. or a pop-up comes on, or they want to feature another story maybe based on something else I've looked at. We are being manipulated by the electronic news. At least when someone prints a newspaper, that is it. And you get a chance to read more than one paper and make your own decisions. We're being manipulated and in some ways brainwashed by our phones and our computers. That's my take. What say you? And I guess we got to learn to live with it.
Well, interesting because, again, back to MSC 200, an article that I had clipped out from someplace, Are You Addicted to Your Phone?
Mm-hmm.
That was the first reading assignment of the semester. And what do you use it for? And, of course, you never sneak it out during class.
Mm-hmm.
But when you watch, I love I'm not picking on my students, but when you watch people on the train or driving a car and they got their nose in that phone, why is this necessary? Or just going into the pharmacy, to get a prescription at 5 after 8, this person is turned around, her back to the counter, and texting.
Mm-hmm.
And finally I said, excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you, but, do your job.
Well, that's just, that's just bad hiring. But you've got to deal with it, I guess, in class. Now, are you allowed to tell your students to put
My
the phone
students
down?
would never do that.
No.
Well,
But what about that, though?
Yeah.
The news is, it's being spoon-fed to us in ways that are disingenuous and that have to do with advertising and that have to do with clicks we've already made. That's dangerous
you
stuff.
mentioned community newspapers. I think that there is a pocket of community newspapers that are still thriving. Although, it's the same comment we made about LoHUD, my beloved Kingston Daily Freeman, that fired me, but I still love them. I will look at it in the library, and very little of it is staff written. A lot of it from staff reports. Well, that means press releases. And then meanwhile, how many local reporters do they have? But the other day I drove by, and they were outside holding up some kind of banner that they had won some kind of award. Okay, great. Hope you stay in business. But the reason they stay in business is advertisers.
Yes.
In a small town like Kingston, and even it goes over a little bit into Dutchess County, southern, their competition is the Poughkeepsie Journal and the Middletown Times-Herald Record. The advertiser, what are they going to go to? Not RNN, because how many people watch that?
Well, that's gone
and then
now.
Local radio, is most of it's automated now. When KNY and GHQ in Kingston got bought, the first thing they laid off was the news staff. So where are people going to go for their advertising? Where are the advertisers going to go, and where are people going to go for their local news? They got to go to the Freeman, and they're not necessarily getting it. And this is true in so many small towns across the United States that, as you said, in my travels, one of the first things I do when I pull off the interstate to get a cup of coffee or whatever, I buy the local newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
Want to see what they're doing.
That's what I do.
And, whether it's a small in Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania, which, of course, what Hall of Fame quarterback who played for the New York Jets came from Beaver Falls.
Didn't know that.
Joe Namath. I just thought I'd
Go ahead.
that out there. But then again, I got the name of the town wrong.
Go ahead. Well, you were alive.
But there are still thriving community newspapers. So in class today, I will bring the stack of those newspapers, just the front pages, and put it on a desk and say, are you going to tell me newspapers are dead? That these are still being published and making money. But then I turn the question around, where do you get your news from? And there's where, is there the need for news? And not just among my students or among people who are on the train going to the city reading something else or just listening to music, do they feel the need to follow the news? Well, one of my colleagues wrote a great book called Why People Under 40 Don't Follow the News, David Bindich from Temple. And his conclusion was they don't feel that they can make a difference, that if they can't influence those who control our lives, then why bother to follow it? And I think he had a good idea there.
He's got a very good
That could
point.
be one of the problems.
That is, I'm sure it's one of the problems. I mean, I've been the zeitgeist of this show the last couple of days. I mean, maybe I've just been ornery because we've been making changes and such. But is that here I do news, and I've done it for closing in on 20 years now, and I feel helpless. and yeah, at least I get to go angst and complain about it each day. But I'm watching our democracy being threatened in both sides now. I mean, for a while you can say it was all Trump, but now the far left is playing is using the same fiddle, just a different tune, and it's very depressing, very much very depressing.
Yeah.
So but again, you got to keep up the fight, free speech, and all that other good stuff. But I can see why these kids would do it. I mean, I've watched more hockey games and read more Dilbert books in this last year than. In other words, I need distractions just to stay sane. What are these kids feeling?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm reading Little Women right now.
Well, there you go. I'm just saying. No, but because you can only help if you reach a number of people and are involved in an organization. But then organizations now are evolving, as we see in the Democratic and Republican parties, to where the ends justify the means. And America is not about the ends justify the means. I've been trying to distill down what I feel there's a major issue in this country that I can't quite articulate, but I know it's the way our system works is that the ends do justify the means, and it's killing us. It's killing us in corporations. It's killing us in healthcare, and now it's killing our democracy, I think. I don't know the answer.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where you come in.
Well,
so what do you hope that these children will learn today? What do you hope that these young adults will learn?
They're not children.
I know. I'm trying to find when you, in the effort to be politically correct, I screwed up. Your students.
I want everybody who walks into my classroom to get something out of that hour and 18 minutes. And not just for a career, but something that will influence their lives and make them better citizens. One of my colleagues at Marquette wrote an excellent law review reflection about why we need to teach media law. And one of them is, as he brought out so well, to preserve the free press in our democracy. That's one of the missions that I have. And also, we teach all kind of disciplines. Why not teach media literacy in elementary schools, in secondary schools, a required course in a college core curriculum, which I've been arguing for, because media has so much control and so much influence of our lives. Getting a knowledge of how media works, how it doesn't work, the influence that it has. And then meanwhile, why do we need a free press in our democracy? We're going over a landmark case in our law class today about New York Times versus Sullivan, it's called, that a public service commissioner back in 1960 sued the New York Times over a full-page ad that criticized him and other public officials in the South for their treatment of civil rights workers. And the Times won that landmark case. It's been imitated throughout the world, the standard of actual malice, knowing reckless falsehood, preserving, constitutionalizing our privilege to hold our public officials accountable for the performance of their duties without fear of being thrown into jail or worse. Now, there's certain people who want to overturn that case.
I wonder who that
or people
is.
who say we're going to change libel laws. Well, good luck. That's not what that particular public official has the power to do. But one of these days, that public official is going to actually read the Constitution and bring Supreme Court cases. But I want to pass that along to them. I want them to understand what a precious freedoms we have in this country, and that if we are not vigilant, those freedoms can be threatened.
Do your students take offense the way a nerd like me does when they hear the press attacked as the enemy of the people? Are they offended by that?
Yes, they're very upset about that. And we get into some very good discussions about what that means. And I'm not saying that President Trump is a dictator or anything like that. But when someone who is in power attacks the free press, you got to say why, because she or he doesn't like what they say.
Well, then they've all done
it.
To be fair, I mean, he's been more harsh about it, but Obama did it, Clinton did it, Bush did it, Bush 1 did it. I mean, they all don't like the press, obviously, but.
Right. As a student of president and press relations, it goes all the way back to George Washington and even covering the Continental Congress and so forth, that there was that antagonistic relationship. But it's a symbiotic relationship that one depends upon the other. I need news. You are a public official. I need to know what you're doing. And then you talk, I print it, I broadcast, I put it in my iPod. Meanwhile, you get publicity to get reelected. So there's a symbiotic relationship that one depends upon the other. Yet, most of the time, it is antagonistic because they don't tell everything to the press about what's going on, and the press sometimes writes things that they don't like.
Well, you know what is interesting, and I do relate to it even when I don't agree with it. It's probably nice in this day and age. Ronald Reagan famously was able to use the media. He was so gifted at making speeches and being photogenic and all the rest of it. Donald Trump's ability to tweet, I mean, it does give them a way to get a message out if they feel that this true or not, or antagonistic or not, that the press is not doing. And that's got to be refreshing, that they have a little more personal power that way.
Yeah.
But it can be misused.
On the other hand, as far as President Trump and other politicians, other elected officials, they were created by the media.
Yes.
And going all the way back to his days in New York, that still around, best sex I ever had on the front page in the New York Post, he has been able to get attention.
Yeah.
Has thrived on that. And so it's kind of ironic that the medium that created him is something that he attacks.
It's very interesting. Well, you know who's an interesting guy that way? In fact, you can share it with your students if you like. We who cover the news every week, Monday, I can't wait, or Sunday night, to see what Charles Schumer has said. He has a press conference every Sunday, and it's all local issues for the most part, that I call his air is good speech, where he says something we've all figured out and he makes it a cause. We are going to do something about the taxes. Okay, good. Next day is air is nourishing. I mean, but food is good for you. I mean, and every Sunday he makes news, and he finds an issue to make news of. That is quite deliberate and quite manipulative.
Right.
But it
Having
works.
spoken to his staff, because one of my grad students, her sister, worked in that office, they are already 2 weeks ahead.
Yeah.
When you see that for the next one.
Yep.
Because, as I think you said to me one time, don't get in the way of Chuck Schumer and the TV
Oh,
camera.
my good.
And he comes to all the graduations in New York, all
Give
the
him
college
credit for this,
graduations, and even the professors from various schools. We kid about what story did he tell.
You
And
did?
I
You
think
do
it was
kid about
CNN
it?
or somebody.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we said about the girl who dumped him at the airport.
Yeah,
or his
yeah.
mother not
Well, I call
voting for
it
him
the
first
air is
time.
good speech every Sunday.
But he gets in the
Yeah.
fact that he sponsored legislation that you can write off your textbooks, off your taxes.
Yes.
And he gets to the point, he tells them, and it's funny because he gets up and he says, well, congratulations and so forth. He walks in the middle of the graduation. They stop giving out the diplomas. We're not the only one who does it. He's already got his gown on because he's got it with him in the car. And he gets up, and what does he do? He rips up his speech. He says, I had a speech all prepared, and he rips it up. It's only a blank piece of paper.
No, well, you know what's interesting? I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to talk with him when he wasn't on. And he actually wasn't on the air. Not that he's not a formidable man in general, but he has much more gravitas one-on-one, much more. In fact, one day I was covering a story, must have been 10 years ago, and he stepped on my recorder. Because, in the press scrum, we in the new, because we radio people don't have a camera, we kneel down so that the cameras can get over our heads. And so we got a little sound thing there, and I was laying it on the floor and holding a mic up because we didn't have a stand, and he stepped on it. He didn't break it completely. And we had a conversation afterwards about it. And a very impressive guy. It's not as songy and as affected as it is when he's on TV. It's interesting. Much more gravitas one-on-one. Very interesting. Anyway.
Now, I have to go to class.
I know you do. Tell these kids to read the paper.
One of these days I will.
And they're not
I'm
kids.
carrying in 10 of today's newspapers.
Professor Breslin, thank you so very much. And we'll talk to you again next week. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
I have something I want to share with you folks before we go. Very important. Jack Breslin, Mass Communications and Ethics. I've got to thank the usual people, and I will, but I want to read something first, and then I'll share the weather with you. And we'll leave a little early today. But this was in the New York Post. Now, on President's Day, we didn't really do a lot about it. But it really is all based on, we threw all the presidents together, and yesterday I shouted out to every president from Trump to Washington. It's a hard job, one of the hardest jobs on earth, no doubt about it, and we recognize that. But really, this all began because it was George Washington's birthday. And of all the papers that wrote, actually the Post made the nicest piece, and coming from a paper with their political bent, I think it's really important to know what they had to say. One of the most compelling moments in the musical Hamilton is the entry of General George Washington as the American rebels suddenly faced 32,000 British troops in New York Harbor. It's not just his dramatic staccato lines, quote, "We're outgunned, outmanned, outnumbered, and outplanned," but the fact that Tammer Green, the guy played him, is black, by the way, and this is the Post saying this. This is the part of what makes the show so magical, and they're talking about Hamilton now. Its forthright adaptation of America's founders for all of today's Americans. George Washington truly belongs to us all now. It's why the nation is celebrating his birthday today. Yes, President's Day is officially still Washington's birthday, though no longer always honored on February 22nd, his actual birth date. And what was most remarkable about Washington was, to riff off a fellow whose birthday the nation celebrated last month, the content of his character, of course, referring to Martin Luther King. Richard Brookhiser rescued this view of Washington in his landmark 1997 book, Founding Father. Hidden behind myth, written off by revisionists as just another dead white male slave owner, Washington was, in fact, a man for the ages. Born a Virginia aristocrat, he carefully cultivated his virtues: self-control, moderation, civility, his strengths physical and moral, to become the most widely admired presence first in the 13 colonies, then in the new nation. He created two American institutions. First was the Army, which he commanded from 1775 to 1783, shaping a collection of untrained and undisciplined ragtag soldiers into a fighting force that defeated the world superpower, Great Britain. He also set the future course of the U.S. government itself, presiding over its first years from 1789 to 1997. He understood he was setting precedents that had to last, even as many disagreed on what precise form that government should take. Yet his importance goes far beyond his resume. It was Washington who emphasized that America was a republic when he rebuked those who wanted a monarchy or an exalted president. Likewise, he set the precedent for presidential limits by refusing in treaties that he accept a third term. Washington's last service to his country was to stop serving, writes Brookhiser, and he was the only slaveholding founding father to free his slaves, albeit in his will. For all these reasons and more, there was no dissent when Henry Lee famously described Washington in death, quote, as first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen, unquote. Unlike other notable presidents, Lincoln, Jefferson, FDR, JFK, Reagan, Washington left no memorable lines that are still regularly quoted today. But as Brookhiser tells us, quote, his life still has the power to inspire anyone who studies it. Give it a try. And that was the editorial in the New York Post about George Washington. All righty, folks, we're going to do another crack at the weather. And, of course, the weather is brought to you by, so you can go out and about and know how to prepare for the day. It's brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. And it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. It is 42. We think we're going to get up to about maybe even 50 today, probably 47, 48. Cloudy with periods of light rain, though, may keep it from hitting 50. Mostly cloudy tonight. The temperature getting down to 36 tomorrow. Sunshine, mostly sunny. Temperatures 43 Thursday, partly sunny. The high will be 32 degrees. The overnight low, 17. And on Friday, sunny high. The high will be 35 degrees. We need to thank the people who came on today and graced us with their presence. Of course, we had Vince, Jack Breslin was with us today, Mike Duffy, and, of course, Mike Edelman. We'd like to thank our sponsors as well, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Payne & Com, pluginvirtualreality.com, and Dominic's Fine Cigars. A great selection. They have a smoking room there. They're right here in the village of Larchmont on Boston Post Road. Thank you for listening. Tomorrow we go back to full format. And we should have a number of things resolved by them, and hopefully construction as well. I'm Bob Marrone. Thank you for listening, and remembering each and every day that you can listen live on RadioWestchester.com. You can go to MyTuner Radio, download that app, and then just click on RadioWestchester.com on Mornings with Bob Marrone. And we're also available on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, iTuner Radio, and iTunes. So thank you very much and have a great day.
They view that as football. Right? I view it as I say what I actually think about things, and let me tell you why I'm always right.
Folks, thank God my system didn't crash today. Wait.
You ready?
Why, Bob Cox is always right. This is one you want to record. Press your record button.
Well, the reason I'm always right is because I try to, and I do my research, do my homework, and then I articulate a point of view on something.
Right.
Okay. If I don't know what I'm talking about, I don't talk about it.
Okay? You'll do that even here. You'll say, I don't know.
So I'm never wrong because I'm not talking about things that I'm making it up.
Well, have you ever been? Have your conclusions ever been wrong in your mind?
No. My conclusions would always flow from my research and the logic, and therefore I would always be correct.
Have you ever had an opinion changed or modified based on new information?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I know the answer,
Well,
but you'd be
look,
surprised.
I
I got people call here. I couldn't change their minds if I tortured them.
No, I mean, I'll give you an example. I was very supportive and worked with Council Member Trangucci when he was first on the city council. And then over time, I came to see that he really wasn't who he represented himself to be. My opinion changed, and I went after him in a pretty hard way. And
Yes,
if you ask some of the people in the Martha Lopez campaign, they'll tell you that my reporting on his conduct in his last couple of years on the city council had an impact. And I'm happy about that.
Okay.
That he should not have been on city council. He went. So yeah, my opinion changes all the time.
Another question, because this is interesting.
Based on new information. But to me, that's just more of the research. Okay, and so what you're really talking about, and we have a lot of this. Okay, is you're talking about ideologues. Okay, these are people who are on the side of an issue no matter what, and they're going to stick to that point of view no matter what. And people who, at the national level, they don't like, Donald Trump. They never like Donald Trump. So there's nothing he can do that's going to be any good, and they perceive everything he does as bad.
Right.
And even if he does something good, it's a bad person doing it, so it's bad. And then you could say the flip side with Obama, or even today with whether it's Nancy Pelosi or Adam Schiff who are in the news.
Sure.
That it's all about who's a team you're on.
Was it always thus?
It certainly wasn't.
In your 20 years plus doing this, was it always thus?
No, but I mean, I would say that it probably really started to change with Rush Limbaugh. Okay, because
Yes,
the reason that I remember a guy. I lived in Chicago when he first came on the air, and I met this guy. He's like, "Have you listened to this guy, Rush Limbaugh?" And I said, "I never." I sounded like some kind of I don't know, weird cocktail or something. I didn't know what it was. Rush Limbaugh.
I'll have a Rush Limbaugh with lime, please. He was great when he started, but his tongue was in his cheek a lot.
Well, but I would just say that
putting his tongue in his cheek somewhere along the line.
Well, that aside, what I'm referring to is that he was saying stuff, and this was this person's point. He says stuff that nobody else will say, and he was right because all of the airwaves were being controlled by people that had opposite views of him on almost everything. And you can say whatever you want, but the reality is, especially at that time, there was a real monopoly on the airwaves of people that were to the left. So we try to pretend like Walter Cronkite was, the most trusted man in America. Trusted by who? Trusted by people on the left. Okay, the people on the right had no point of view. When Rush Limbaugh came along, okay, he started poking holes in a lot of what was being said out there, and people loved it.
I used to listen to him regularly when he was on at 10 o'clock in New York.
Well,
He
that's
talked about the feminazis and tree huggers and spotted owls.
Well, I mean, it's very much the same thing with Trump, which is that people who don't like Trump don't understand why anybody could countenance anything he does. And I can certainly understand why, because he does a lot of things that are, you know,
know what
outrageous.
scares me though? There are other things that he does that scare me because I do understand it. I just want to come back to you.
Well, let me just finish my point.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
My point is that it's the same kind of thing. Is that people who really, really like Trump, yeah, some of them like things like decisions he makes, whatever. But a big part of it is this kind of F you to the other side.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the more outrageous he is, the more his supporters like him, just like happened with Rush Limbaugh, although he was constrained by, FCC regulations. But that you mentioned earlier, Howard Stern on the air, a big part of the traction for him and Rush was, I want to hear what he's going to say next kind of thing. And same thing with Trump. I mean, that's and to that extent, what Trump's done is turned the presidency into
reality
a form of
TV,
to a form of entertainment.
Okay, question about you again. We're with Bob Cox, and one of these, Bob is. I mean, we can give a little bit of a tease. Starting March, he'll be doing a show himself, and we'll probably interview him about him again before that comes on.
My favorite subject.
Yes, but and he's never wrong. But we should.
By the way,
we should. No. This is Talk of the Sound. Consider the source since 2008, and the managing editor is never wrong. How do you keep? We all have our biases, and I struggle with this too. How do you keep that from influencing what you write and talk about? Because you must write about things that are antithetical to what you would wish they were.
Well, it depends. I mean, there's two kinds of things, right? There's just reporting a story. There was a fire.
Right.
Somebody got arrested for a bank robbery.
Right.
This, a lot of that stuff. And what I did decide to do is I don't really report on that as much because Talk of the Sound was meant to fill a void. Okay. At the time I started, there was Journal News and there was News 12 and there was a Westchester section of the New York Times, which they got rid of that. Okay, but the Journal News and News 12 barely covered New Rochelle. They News 12 just purposely didn't. Okay, so there was very little coverage. Today, that's very different. There's a lot of stuff that gets covered. Plus, and we're talking 10 years, plus a lot of stuff that gets put out by the organizations themselves.
Yes.
Okay.
Press releases galore.
So I'll give you for instance, okay. The New Rochelle police recently put up an announcement that there's a girl who's missing and they need help finding her. Okay. So the traditional model would be, okay, I do a rip and read. I sit down and I read what they wrote and I type it up and I take the picture of the girl and that's a story. So I changed my website because I realized that that's not really how people interact with news and information anymore. Mostly they just want to read a headline.
Right.
Okay. So I focus on the headline, and then I just link to the police announcement. And if people read the headline and are interested to know more, everything that I could put into the story is there.
It's already there.
Okay. Same thing with press releases from the district attorney's office or press releases from the county government. So I just link to that stuff because I think it's kind of silly when news organizations are devoting resources to basically recapitulating something that's in a press release when in this day and age with, Facebook and Twitter and all that kind of stuff, just the internet generally, if you want to read a press release from the DEC about brownfield mitigation in New Rochelle, here's their report, here's their announcement, you can read it for yourself. Most people aren't actually going to be interested in that, but some will be. And what that does is by just linking to those other sources, and a lot of them are actually government sources, I get 90% of the information I want out about that. Occasionally I'll write a story where there's something more to add, but it allows me to then do the kind of reporting I want to do, which is like, eyewitness stuff like going to a board meeting and writing what happened or doing an investigative piece, often based on freedom of information requests, because I look at it as the whole media ecosystem, okay, which is I'm not here to report everything that's happening.
Right.
I'm here to pick my spots, but I set up my website, my Twitter, my Facebook to flow all of that information out. So I don't care if the Daily Voice wrote a story or Low HUD wrote a story or News 12. The important thing is that information has been freed.
Mm-hmm.
It's out there.
Mm-hmm.
People can do with it what they want. And then where I can add value is the stuff that's not being covered. And I'll give you one example.
Go ahead.
So when College of New Rochelle was going under, the reporters at Low HUD were all over that. They made
12.
a decision.
Yes, they were.
They made a decision to do a full court press on CNR in the bankruptcy. And my view was they're doing a great job.
No need.
They're devoting a lot of resources to it. I know the reporters that were on it, they did a good job. What would I really have to add there? I just point to them. Say, you want to know what's going on with that topic? Go read these guys. Why not? Other media outlets tend not to do that, but I have the luxury of doing that because I don't have this whole infrastructure. I'm not accountable to shareholders or Jim Dolan or whoever else.
Right.
So I can, have more flexibility in doing that. But in any case, to that extent then of back to why I'm never wrong is because and how it influences what I report. Because things have to strike me as interesting for some reason. So people come to me all day long, right, pitching things, right? But it can be, like Damon Marr, contacted me about what was happening in his situation. But so do many others. I get press releases every day from the DA, from the county government, whatever. So it has to interest me enough to actually sit down and work on it. If I'm going to actually do work on it, then I'm going to, ask a lot of questions. And that's, sort of the difference with a lot of people I'm being critical of here, which is that they're not really asking questions. They have a preconceived point of view. They're not looking into it. And so when I do write about something or speak about something, it's because I've taken the time to understand the issue. And by the way, sometimes I'm interested in a story, and then when I get a closer look at it, it's like,
Yeah, that happens to me too. Do you ever think about the fact that you choose a story and it interests you because it confirms a bias? This question's got to be asked.
Well, I mean,
I've done that, but at least I'll say it.
We get into the whole issue of implicit bias,
Yes.
which is bias that you don't know you
That you're
have.
not aware of, right.
Okay. So I can't really address that because that's somebody reading my mind. I would just say
that'd be a scary visit. That's for Halloween.
I just, some people might say that, but my view is that I'm, primarily interested in people who are abusing the taxpayer in some way. That's usually the thing that interests me the most. So that's why most of my reporting is about public sector. It could be about the school district, the city government, the county government, the police department, whatever. That's kind of my my focus. That's what interests me and attracts me. And then so when I guess what people don't realize who are complaining sometimes is that if they see a story, okay, they don't realize that I may have been gathering information about that for weeks or months. That I have all sorts of public records, I have emails, I have, invoices. And so I'm not just saying stuff, right? And so to take the alcohol case, okay, I got word that the board president brought alcohol into Albert Leonard, okay? So I didn't just write up something, a nasty tweet and say, she did this.
We checked the law.
I read all the board policies and I read the state and federal laws, and then I talked to a bunch of people and I reached out to the PR person for the district and the superintendent and the board president and, did everything I could to understand the issue. Then I come out and I say, this is absolutely illegal. Okay, it's illegal on multiple levels. There's no excuse for it. There's no reason that you can do it. There's nothing. Okay, it's very and it's clear. So what was the statement that Dr. Feo put out about that? She made a statement. I wrote it down here. If I can find it.
Go ahead.
Let's see here.
I'll reset for the moment. 952, we're with Bob Cox, managing editor, publisher of Talk of the Sound, considered the source since 2008, and he's never wrong. Go ahead.
Well,
no, he's always right.
I'm digging for the exact quote, but it was basically to the effect that the policies against alcohol are clear on their face. That was her statement, okay? And they are. Okay. So when I run the story, I get all these people attacking me. Okay. And attributing all these motives to me. And, but they don't want to address the actual issue, which is that the board policy is perfectly
clear.
But
you know what, people, sometimes people don't use the words they want to say. You know, my gut with that story was that people felt, even though it would be unfair to you, that you were being picayune, that you were being, look, there are some rules that need to be gotten around a little bit, and that you were being a pain in the ass on that one. Mm-hmm. What's your response to that?
Well, I would say
that you should let it go.
Well, first of all, I would say this: so, in that particular case, somebody brought that to my attention. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, and I actually explained this to the board president. Mm-hmm. Okay, after they ultimately released the legal opinion and all this stuff, I said, look, and this is something I would tell you generally speaking. Okay, sure. If somebody comes to me and says, "Hey, this thing is happening, and it's improper, it's illegal, whatever," there's an expectation there that I'm going to go do a story about it. Mm-hmm. Okay, and if I don't at least look into it, all right, and go back to that person and say, "Look, I checked, I talked to the police, I talked to the mayor, I talked to it," mm-hmm. and there's nothing to that.
Right.
Okay. And you get that all the time. There's all these theories about, bribes and kickbacks and real estate development and this and that. And I'm like, if you have any actual evidence of that,
bring it to me.
Let me know. But they don't. Now, in this particular case, someone brought this to my attention. So I said, all right, well, I'll look into it. And I did. And it took me, a matter of minutes to realize, yeah, this is a black and white issue. This can't be done. But I didn't run out and do a story about it. I went to the district mm-hmm. over a period of 3 days, and I said, I'd like to get comment. Please explain your point of view. This is what the policy says. What is, and they wouldn't respond for 3 days. So, ultimately I run a story. And had the district come back and said, look, we made a mistake. We'll address it at the next board meeting. I would not have made a big deal about it. What made it a big deal was by not responding, they were effectively denying the story. And that's something that's going to always cause me to react and go deeper into it mm-hmm. because I'm going to, as people should know who've been mm-hmm. on the wrong end of it, I'm going to keep pounding away until you cry uncle. Mm-hmm. Okay? And it took 2 weeks, roughly. For them to cry uncle by putting out the resolution, the legal opinion about, I think it was 8 or 9 days afterwards. Mm-hmm. They could have avoided a lot of grief.
Anything come of the PTA meeting? Remember, wasn't there a PTA meeting they were on your case about because they want to serve alcohol at it? Some PTA meeting or a fundraiser?
Well, it's just the same thing. The people were really upset about it, and they thought, people are complaining that I'm ruining a good time for everybody, just like I'm ruining Christmas. And, I just,
Did you microwave the Easter bunny?
Well, one of the arguments that people made about all of these issues was that there was some gray area. To your point, look, mm-hmm. Why are you making a big deal about it? This is a tradition. We give alcohol, I don't agree it's a gray area, mm-hmm. but let's just say it is.
Right.
Okay. What advantage is there to a school community to promote the use of alcohol?
See, I've always wondered, if I may, apropos to a point you said earlier, why people in government, school districts, we're going to go a little late because of the obvious, is what would it have taken to say, over the years, this has been done. We're aware of the rules, and we probably blew it. We probably should have taken more care, and we're going to see what we can do to get certain exceptions made in some legal or policy way, blah, 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 but we blew it. Why would that have been so bad for them to do? Even if they were...
First of all, there's a one of your points is that, you take your lumps. Okay?
Yeah.
You screwed up. You got caught. Take your lumps. Move on. Yeah, it's the unwillingness to take your lumps. The part I disagree with is that, and this was a point that was made by a lot of people mm-hmm. online. Well, the law's silly, the rule's silly. We should change the law. You can't. Okay, it's federal law, state law, and board policy. And the board policy really comes from state ed because they're the ones who are driving.
Right. No,
There's so many
what I'm
things.
saying is, here was my point. It almost doesn't matter that I got that wrong. What I'm saying is, I'm talking about the take your lumps aspect of it, because clearly, I bet you most school boards and have PTA meetings where they serve alcohol, and maybe they need to look at the law. My point is, why not just fess up? Why not?
I can't speak for these people who, take these attitudes, but like I said, I go back to a more fundamental issue, which is, can you give gifts? Can you have fundraising events that don't involve alcohol? Now, I don't make it to sound like I'm some kind of prude who doesn't understand that people drink or they go out on Friday night or anything. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about that if you go through and read the documentation that's in the board's policies, the different grant money that they have, different initiatives they have from the state, whether it's about opioids or tobacco use or vaping. Okay, they're all about the same ideas, that a school system, a public school system, should be actively promoting healthy lifestyle choices for the students. Okay, and when you are allowing these things or turning a blind eye or trying to justify these things in a public school setting, you're contradicting the policy. And if you're the PTA or you're the board, you have a fundamental obligation to be fully supporting the policy. It's similar like if you work at I'll give you another example, okay? And I'll be controversial here.
Sure.
So Amazon had a recent issue where a bunch of their workers protested about sustainability,
Yes,
and they
they did.
violated company policy. Okay, so Amazon has every right to have whatever policy they want. Another company that has controversial policies is Walmart, Chick-fil-A. Okay, their people don't like them or their policies for different reasons. But you're free not to buy from Amazon. You're free not to eat a Chick-fil-A, a chicken burger or whatever they're called. You're free to do all that, okay? But we're in this whole, and if anybody saw and didn't see Dave Chappelle, his Netflix special, Sticks and Stones,
Yeah,
which
I
won
saw
a
that.
Grammy Award, by the way, and rightly so. He does this whole bit in there where he talks about, he's basically saying, like, describing how people talk, right? And the way he's talking, right, like, being ignorant and saying stupid stuff and doing this and putting things on Twitter, the crowd, okay, pretty much all think that he's talking about Trump, right? So he's going, and he goes, and I'm talking about, and they're like, Trump, and he's like, you, and he points to the audience. He's like, you're the because you're the cancel culture. You're the people who are going to come to my shows and then look for any little thing I might have ever said or done,
so right.
and then try to say you can no longer have a voice. You can no longer have a Netflix show. We're going to drive you from the business, and that's that mindset. And that's kind of what I'm talking about here is that
Absolutely.
if you have this different point of view, that there's an obligation to not disagree, but to utterly destroy the other person so that they can never have a place in society again. They can't work, whatever.
Well, I was talking a little earlier today about a dream I had where I got fired from everything I ever did because I made a joke about, it was a dream. Woman fell off a chair.
Sounds like a
on
nightmare.
No, it fell off a chair, fell on a butt. And in the dream, I say, and now this is a dream, folks, so don't go canceling me over a dream, because this was the sense of humor I sometimes have. And I say, gee, too bad I wasn't the massage therapist. And that's what I said in the dream. And I got fired and eviscerated and thrown out of radio and any other job I would ever do.
But you got hired by the New England Patriots
No.
to work for the owner, Robert Kraft.
Oh my goodness, I could have. Well, that got me in trouble too. A lot of people got angry when I say I didn't. And this is for a whole another day. What's wrong if well, except that there were people being hired there who were sex
Well, you
slaves.
said this to me. I'm the one who said that was a problem.
Yeah, no. But my point is, if sex slaves not included.
So you're anti-sex slaves.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, well, at least we got that straightened
Well,
out.
thank you very much.
I want to add before
I'm in the interrogation room now. Go ahead.
I want to add before we go. So,
Please do.
So
because we added some extra time.
the theme here, right? The theme
There
here.
is the
What I was
theme.
talking about with the booing singers in Porgy and Bess because of the characters they play, the whole thing about the coronavirus, Damon Moore, whatever, is so I've been preparing a speech, which I mentioned the other day, since about September, and I'm going to deliver it tomorrow night. I only get three minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes speech.
Yeah, at the New Rochelle Board of Education. And, I've done a lot of research and work on that, so I'll include links to all the research material, and people can go read it, check it out for themselves. But it has to do with a phenomenon that's been occurring in our school board meetings for the last couple of years with the whole Indivisible Westchester, New Roar, the collective. Not that they shouldn't be free to say whatever they want to say. What I have a concern about is that anybody else is giving them any credibility, but in particular the school board, by effectively allowing their school board meetings to be used as a platform.
Well, the school board in that instance is cowardly. There's no other way to put it, or driven by the agendas they want to hear.
Well, I think a big part of it is, I want to say uninformed. Okay, so that's my intention.
No, you're being kind.
I'm not. I don't want to get into everything I want to talk about, but the fact of the matter is that the people who are speaking, okay, that I'm referring to here, they're uninformed, okay, and many of them are nice people. I know a bunch of them before there was ever any of these organizations. But a bunch of them are ideologues, and I think they're led by ideologues. They're led by uninformed ideologues or people who have their own agenda, which has nothing to do with making this community better or anything like that. They're trying to use it to get votes, to get power, to get influence. And I don't begrudge anybody that either. It's part of the game. What I don't like is that in official capacity, our school board members and our superintendent are giving any credence at all, if they are, and in some cases they are, to what these folks are saying, because they're wrong. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain tomorrow why they're all wrong and why I'm right.
Well, that's pretty cool. What a beautiful way to end. And folks, you've been listening to an hour, actually a little over an hour. You notice we didn't do a break because of the times we lost the internet with the construction next door. So this way at least we'll be able to cut it
Seems
up.
like it stopped.
Well, they stopped the construction, but we need to meet with them and see how much that's going to go on all week so we can plan the rest of the week. Bob Cox, don't forget tomorrow night at the school board meeting, his 3-minute treatise, and we're looking forward to that. Bob Cox, a managing editor and publisher of Talk of the Sound, considered the source since 2008, and he's never wrong.
And we can talk about that speech with all the details next week.
Oh, we may
come back on Monday.
We may even call you earlier. We may even play that speech. Bob Cox, thank you very much. We have to take one last look at the weather. It's contractual, Okay, it's brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. That's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. Let's take a look at it. It's 45 now, getting up to 52, a mixture of sun and clouds. We're going to get up all the way to 54 now, they tell us. I'd like that. Tonight, mostly cloudy. The temperature will be 37 degrees. Tuesday, mostly cloudy with scattered showers. The temperature will be 50. The wind will be out of the southwest 5 to 10 miles an hour. Wednesday morning showers giving way to increasing sunshine, a high of 43. The overnight low will be 30 degrees. Thursday, periods of snow. You heard it, sleet and rain. It'll change to rain, though, because the high will be 40 degrees and nothing can stick. This hour has been brought to you by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Also, the Aging Issues Management Company, their partners, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Payne & Kahn, Plug-in Virtual Reality, and Dominic's Fine Cigars. We have a number of people to thank today, not the least of which is Bob Cox. We also have with us today Vince Russo, the County Executive George Latimer, Mayor Noam Bramson, Tom Abenante, and of course, Bob Cox. Let's see. Oh, of course, Jake, we need to thank you. He had to leave and take an early leave. Jake's Picks of the Week. He finished the year 36, 24, and 1. Did a pretty good job. And yesterday I beat him out on the local picks in terms of who would do what and when. This is Radio Westchester. Thank you so much for listening. I have to hit a button, but I can barely reach it. There you go. That's our theme music. All righty, we'll see you again tomorrow. Now, just a word for the Rise. We're going to be meeting with the people who are doing the construction here. It's possible that we may have to run some repeat shows. I'm being very honest with you. We need to check it out. We have the ability to do that now, and we have the ability to run specials and different things. But for now, plan on us being here each and every day in one way or another. I'm Bob Marrone. This is Radio Westchester. If you're interested in advertising, we are the radio station at the train station, 914-727-2726, 914-727-2726. This is Marrone in the morning. I am he. Again, Radio Westchester. Go to MyTuner Radio. Get a hold of the apps. Marrone in the morning or RadioWestchester.com. We're available on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Periscope, and iTunes. Thank you so much for listening. We'll see you tomorrow. We hope you enjoyed today's podcast of Mornings with Bob Marrone, only heard on Radio Westchester. You can listen live to Mornings with Bob Marrone each day on RadioWestchester.com. Good morning. It is Monday, February 3rd, 2020. It's 41 degrees under scattered clouds. No chance of rain today. Going to get up to 52 with mostly sunny skies. It is Monday, the day after the Super Bowl. The Chiefs win. Welcome to Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. Welcome to Radio Westchester. This is the radio station at the train station, and we get rolling with the weather. No, actually, we get rolling with the top stories, and then we'll come back with the weather in just a bit. No secret by now, unless you've been on another planet, Mahomes rallies the Chiefs for the first title in 50 years. Here in New Rochelle, cheers for Super Bowl champion Jordan Lucas, who started out his career here in New Rochelle. Mercy College to move out of former College of New Rochelle campus this summer as they get ready to turn the campus over to the Masons. And demonstrations could delay your commute into Manhattan today. That's at Grand Central. And a car blast through a Chase Bank in Hartsdale. We'll talk about the virus. They may have some cases here in New York. A big showdown in Iowa tonight. And of course, the president has a speech tomorrow night. He's not yet been acquitted, but that is a fait accompli. Welcome to Radio Westchester. First up, and I got to get used to where they reposition the music here, so you'll see me sliding around back and forth till I learn it a little bit. Play, would you please play? There we go. Alrighty, let's take a look at the weather, and the weather's brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. Today, mostly sunny. The temperature's going to get up to 54 degrees. You'll be jogging down by the shore. The wind out of the west-southwest, 5 to 15 miles an hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy, though, the temperature 37. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, scattered showers. It's been a theme lately. The temperature will be 50 degrees, the wind out of the southwest 5 to 10. And on Wednesday, morning showers again, giving way to increasing sunshine. The high will be 43, and we'll take you out to Thursday. Periods of snow, but don't count on it sticking. Sleet and rain, changing terrain. The high will be 40 degrees. The overnight low will be 38 degrees. Welcome once again to Good Morning Westchester. Of course, yesterday, a big day for football fans, and it's become a slice of Americana as well. In his world and the rest of the NFL, it is his world, and he's living in it. Dial up the storytellers at Marvel about a superhero series, said the New York Post today, but trying not to overdo it as far as assigning him powers. The only problem here, what can
Patrick Mahomes do? Well, the 24-year-old wonderkind took to the grandest stage of all and crushed it. He had to withstand adversity, his own foibles, a forceful defense, but charged up to contain him they were. But nonetheless, down the stretch, a 10-point fourth-quarter deficit, he overcame it all with his arm and his legs, his moxie, and even his serenity. And we'll talk a lot more about that when Jake comes in during our 8 o'clock segment. And we'll let you know if he won. We'll let you know how I did on my picks and my bets. The final score, the Chiefs 31, the 49ers 20. Wow. New Rochelle, meanwhile, this morning is celebrating a Super Bowl victory for one of its own. This in News 12 today. Jordan Lucas, who plays for the Chiefs, started his career playing football for New Rochelle High School. Chiefs assistant coach David Taub joined Lucas as the other Hudson Valley representative in Super Bowl IV. So kudos to both Mr. Taub and New Rochelle's Jordan Lucas. Mercy College will be leaving the former College of New Rochelle campus this summer after 1 year as a tenant there. This according to a spokesperson. Mercy signed a lease for up to 2 years for the 15.6-acre campus to ease the transition for reportedly 1,700 former CNR students Mercy took on as part of an agreement between the two schools. The college decided, though, to opt out of the second year, which set annual rent at $1.8 million. Mercy, which also took over satellite CNR space in Harlem and Brooklyn, paid 16 months of its rent up front, so CNR could use the cash to help wind down its process. Got to say, kudos to Mercy. The new Mercy departure comes as the campus is being sold to the Masons for $32 million as part of a liquidation of CNR's assets. The trustees of the Masonic Hall and Asylum Fund are planning to build senior housing for seniors, obviously. That coming out of LOHUD today. Thank you, LOHUD. It is 6:42. They hid my clock in the latest reintroduction to the studio, but I can squeeze my eyeballs in there. Don't worry, folks. We'll sort all these upgrades on weekends, but it gets better and better and better. Metro North Railroad is warning commuters, and we obviously are warning you about potential delays at Grand Central Terminal for today's evening rush because of potential demonstrations once again in the area. Just keep an eye on that. We think you'll be fine, but you'll never know. That was a big demonstration the other day. Not the one that we've been calling for here on Radio Westchester. What we want is the middle class, well, everybody, to join in the one that we're planning for April 1st. We just want no one, absolutely no one. We don't want demonstrations. We just don't want you to pay the toll unless justice will be done to all fairly. And by the way, that means locking up people or at least giving them a ticket if they go through on other days the turnstiles without paying. Alrighty, we move on. That was a bit of a comment. We always separate the comments from the news. Back to the news as we pass through 6:43. A Jeep crashed through the front door of a Chase Bank in Hartsdale. Why didn't they just ask for the money? This out of News 12 today. The incident happened at around 7:15 p.m. The glass front door and the inside door. I'm crooked. I'm all the way to one side. Should I be moving here or there? No, I'm on. They got to change the camera a little bit. Could you put that camera a little bit more on me because I'm all the way over to the side. I look crooked. A jet crashed through the front door of a Chase Bank in Hartsdale Saturday. As we said, the incident happened at around 7:15. The glass front door and the inside door of the bank were completely destroyed. Greenberg police won't confirm if there were injuries. They said that no one was taken to the hospital. The bank is expected to remain closed for the next several days. And we really don't know if that was a robbery or just someone who hit a gas pedal the wrong way, etc. 6:44. And I can't tell if any calls are coming in just yet, so don't call yet. Counseling sessions were held at Ardsley High School Saturday after a 17-year-old student was killed in a car crash Thursday night. Police say a Jeep driven by 50-year-old Jamie Packwar was traveling westbound on the eastbound lane. The Jeep crashed into a BMW, causing the Jeep to roll over. Such a sad story. Investigators say 17-year-old Eric Goldberg and 57-year-old Jordan Wachtel were both killed. School officials say Wachtel, the driver in the BMW, was driving teens to a non-school related event when the crash happened. 2
other teenagers in the car were seriously hurt. Police say Parser is expected to recover, and they added that charges are pending. All right, we'll figure out who's getting charged in that confusing debacle, but the sad story, the loss of life. 6:45, and indeed, following that, family and friends gathered on Sunday to mourn the loss of Eric Goldberg, whose life was cut short Thursday night when a wrong-way driver struck the car. He was a passenger on Interstate 287. Hundreds of mourners packed into Weinstein Memorial Chapel in Yonkers. Several speakers described the young man, an Ardley High School senior and student athlete, as someone ceasefully devoted to family, friends, and loved ones. 6:46. Well, look at this. Transit-focused developments are sparking fears of gentrification. This is becoming a common theme where development is taking place in Westchester and at other spots out throughout New York City and the surrounding areas. One Lucy Moreno Casanova used to see familiar faces around her neighborhood in Yonkers, and she says not so much anymore. This out of Lohud. One of the quotes here is, the rent that used to cost $750 and now $1,400. Our people cannot pay this rent, and a lot of people are moving out of Yonkers. Casanova was out of one of about 40 people who gathered at City Hall to vent about jobs, traffic, and being priced out of the Ludlow Park area. This is an increasing issue. I don't know that we should call it a problem yet. That's what we'll talk about. Is it a problem, or is it progress, or is it a combination of both? A broken elevator at a Yonkers senior housing complex has been causing complications for the city's living at Trinity Apartments in Yonkers. It can be difficult to take the stairs of the 4-story complex. However, residents say the building's only elevator has been out of service for a week, and signs on the elevator tell residents to take the stairs, but the complex houses senior 55 and older, and many of whom have medical problems. So again, it's the Trinity Apartments. If you're listening to this broadcast and you could put heat on the owners, on the county, or whoever is in charge of enforcing that, make it happen for these people. It is 6:48. 2 more people were being tested for the deadly coronavirus in the city. This is on New York City, but the region is affected. This happened on Sunday as the number of confirmed cases nationwide rose to 11. The 2 latest patients, both in Queens, over 60 years old, recently returned from China and developed, quote, fever and cough or shortness of breath without another common cause. This according to the city's Department of Health. The unidentified patients are in stable condition at Flushing Hospital, where they were tested for the common cold and flu. Again, this is one of those illnesses right now, until they get the swabs back and can be sure, they're pretty much diagnosing by process of elimination. We're going to take a quick break for a weather report before we go to some of the regional and national news. A reminder, the bottom of the hour today is brought to you by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Aging Issues Management and their partners, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Payne & Kahn, Dominic's Fine Cigars, and Plug-in Virtual Reality. And the weather, of course, is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. Right now, it's 41 degrees. It's getting up to 52 today. Scattered clouds, but the good news, the good news, mostly sunny skies. The temperature will be 54. That will be the top. It'll average out about that, too. Nice, comfortable day. Mostly cloudy tonight. The temperature's around 37. The wind out of the southwest to the southeast, 5 to 10 miles an hour. As we roll into Tuesday, mostly cloudy with scattered showers. The temperature will be 50, and Wednesday morning showers giving way to increasing sunshine, a high of 43. Again, this mixture of warmer weather and showers, we can live with that. That is until Thursday, when though that rain turns into a little bit of snow and sleet, but changing once again to rain. The temperatures
too high, averaging about 40 to do anything else. And as we roll into Friday, cloudy with periods of rain. The high will be 45 degrees, the overnight low 24. And that is the weather for this fine day. And we go into the final 10 minutes of the hour. And once again, you're listening to Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am he. This is Radio Westchester, the radio station at the train station. Welcome aboard. I know you see me all the way over to the side, but we're going to fix that in a little bit. In fact, I'm going to reach up with my hand and fix it in a moment. Some of the other news we're following for you, we'll get right now. Carranza's in the news again. He's finally now talking about diversity or integration. I didn't know he had that in him. We don't know what he had in him, except in our view, at least my view, he's kind of racist. We have a showdown in Iowa tonight where Bernie leads the Democratic field by a smidgen. You've got Buttigieg, Biden, Tulsi, Klobuchar, Warren, Steyer, Bernie, and of course Andrew Yang. We hope that field gets narrow. Americans need a choice, not a smorgasbord. The president says that not only himself but his family, he felt it was unfair to them that he was impeached. But nonetheless, Lamar Alexander said, quote, "The president did it, but I'll acquit." And that's what he did. The president can't be too happy with that. When we get into sports in more detail, you should know that someone who played for both New York teams, Curtis Granderson, has retired. Alrighty, let's get into some of that stuff. If you'd like to talk about the Super Bowl, we are going to be here, but let's get into this story. The chancellor in New York schools kind of admits now that it's all about integration, and some of this people there in Queens are calling it, well, baloney. These are some of the things that are coming out of New York City about Carranza. As you know, last week he refused to talk with parents who were complaining about the fact that people or children were being bullied in his school. And one of his schools, he wouldn't talk to them, and now a lot more is coming out about the fact that he's changing the way tests are done, changing the way violence is managed, etc. And again, you know, probably in his mind with the best of intentions to integrate. Integration's a good thing. We all want that. We all want diversity. But it needs to be done with real efforts to keep schools safe, with real efforts to keep standards proper so that children can learn, or in the mortal words of once President Bush, the second one is our children learning. Not very much in New York City. Senator Lamar Alexander says he will support acquitting President Trump after casting a critical vote against calling the witnesses to testify in the Senate trial. He said, quote, "I'm voting to vote to acquit," the Tennessee Republican said during an interview with NBC News yesterday. "I'm very concerned, though, about any action that we could take that would establish a perpetual impeachment in the House of Representatives whenever the House has a different party." Democrats had hoped Alexander would be one of the 4 Republican senators they needed to vote to get witnesses there. Again, Alexander's point, he did it. That is not arguable to him, but he wanted the acquittal. You're not going to like this, particularly if you live here in New Rochelle, but the truth is the truth. Once again, and this comes out of Phil Mushnick. He's just such a straight shooter. This one hurts. 2 more famous ex-Yankees, pardon me, are apparently starving. Next month, the Fanatics Collectibles operation will stage an evening with CC Sabathia and Mariano Rivera in Manhattan. Fans can prove their long, heartfelt devotion to one or both. Now, this is capitalism, so all's well, by forking over $2,000 for tickets. So, as you know, Mariano we saw him here at the train station looking for quarters. Must be. But you know what? That's capitalism. If people want to pay, they have a right to do it. It just, well, it's a sign of the times. This one hurt because she used to be a regular on my program, although this is back when I was on WFAS. Mary Higgins Clark, the tireless and long-reigning queen of suspense,
whose tales of women beating the odds made her one of the world's most popular writers, died Friday at the age of 92. Her publisher, Simon & Schuster, said she died in Naples, Florida, of natural causes. And the woman had 500, my God, something like 50 million books. 50. Well, let me see. No. Sales topped 100 million copies in her book sales. Godspeed, 92 years old. Okay, boy, I've got to get myself comfortable for this because I'm about to be very angry. Well, at least radio angry. I'm not going to throw things around like I might have otherwise. We all have followed, and we certainly followed it here, the story last week of the man who let his little boy die freezing in a garage and then made fun of it when he kept falling down from hypothermia. And when the woman he was living with said, "My goodness, why did he fall down?" "Oh, boo-hoo-hoo." That's one of the things that he said. Well, it was one of those you bring your kids, I'll bring mine relationships. The mother of the child kept complaining to every city agency that she feared for the life of her child. And they did as a lot of municipal agencies do. Nada. Here's one of the stories. We got the news, we got the Post, we had the Times. Whatever small measure of warmth little Thomas Valver enjoyed in his brief and brutal lifetime disappeared in the 2 ugly years before his death in a freezing Long Island garage. Records of repeated abuse complaints obtained by the Daily News after the autistic 8-year-old's heartbreaking death 2 weeks ago showed some 20, not 1, not 2, not 10, 20 calls from the child's teachers to the state about a hotline in 2018-19 when Thomas was living with his accused killers. His father, NYPD police officer Michael Valva, and the cop's fiancée, Angela Paulina. The repeated allegations of neglect and mistreatment from teachers in East Moriches also involve the dead boy's 10-year-old autistic brother, Anthony, who reports that the boys missed school for 2 and 3 days at a time. In another instance, the boys arrived carrying urine-soaked backpacks, yet Suffolk County authorities, so we take it out there now, we have the state and the county, okay, never removed the 2 siblings from the toxic and ultimately lethal Center Moriches home where they were left to fend for themselves. Michael Valva and Paulina, 42, remain jailed without bail on murder charges following the January 24 arrests. Now, years before Thomas's death, they were rife with warning signs of the tragedy ahead. The records show the child's parents were involved in a contentious divorce battle in 2015. Nassau County Police were called 21 times. In July 2016, the Boise City Correction Officer Mother Zubo Valva reported abuse of her 3 children by her transit cop husband. The Nassau County Police Department Special Victims Unit investigated the claims and interviews with the children, but both units found no evidence to support the allegations. The Child Protection Services workers would claim I have mental illness, she said. That's the mother, that I'm drinking, that I have erratic behavior, etc. Zublo Valvis said she passed every clearance to get her job. I went through the most detailed evaluation. I was a person without mental illness, able to perform a job without any restrictions. Folks, the child, and we coined this phrase when people were turning in the Valerie Schwab thing here in New Rochelle into a racial issue, which still makes me scratch my head and affected me permanently regarding agendas in school districts. At any rate, this one makes me scratch my head as well. And we will repeat our mantra from then. This person, this young child, is still dead. And the Post kind of captured it a little differently. They said they thought she was making it all up. It cost a little boy's life, from cops and social workers to lawyers and judges. Long Island mom Justina Zubko Valva claims no one took her warnings about her NYPD cop husband, Michael Valva, seriously. Alleging sex abuse, starvation, brainwashing, beatings, and possible child porn, the mom had insisted their 3 sons were suffering at Valva's hands. That's probably enough to wake you up to this morning, folks. But if we are going to have these agencies, and we know these problems are difficult, we know that many parents are just horrible at what they do, we know people have children that they shouldn't have. We understand that. But if we're going to set up an agency, the agencies should be run right and do what they're expected to do. Now, the war makes conflicts. These things are difficult. We're not naive here. But for God's sakes, if you work in child protection services and you don't want to really be conscientious, do something else. I know you need a job. It's like that issue we had here in New Rochelle. The poor cops had their hands tied because the law said they couldn't break into a house where they knew a child was being abused, and then 2 days later she was dead. We need to do a better job of this. And these are the things we pay taxes for that are worth paying taxes for. And when they don't work, that is, that's a problem. Now we're going to have some fun as we head into 7 o'clock. We have a quiz for you. What do these 4 men have in common? O.J. Simpson, Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein, and Donald Trump. When we come back, see if you can guess that one. It's interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Now, we keep seeing this thing in the paper that's driving us nuts. And if it affects you, you're going to be calling in a little while as soon as we figure out how to get that phone turned on. Because it's dark. Okay, let's press the button. See what's new. There's nothing on there. So, all righty. I'm 50 years old, which means that I'm roughly 2.5 years ago I passed the unhappiness point. Where did they come up with this thing that people become happiest at 47 and 2 months? See, not only are your phones controlling you and manipulating you, they're like electronic hormones, electronic pheromones. Now, the press is trying, this is fake news in a lot of ways, they're trying to tell you when you'll be most unhappy. I was not unhappy at all at 47. It was one of the greatest times of my life. So I'm trying to figure out where they get this bullshit from. One more local story before we go nationally. Oh, there is a call coming in. Missed call. We'll get to that right now. Let me see which button I can use. Can I call him back? I don't even know the passcode. We'll be back to you. Tom, why don't you call again? We've got a new system this morning. You know how that goes. World Gone Nuts continued. Curtis Granderson, after 16 years, is among the easiest big leaguers to root for. He retired last week. He played for the Mets, the Yankees, many other teams. He conspicuously adhered to 2 standards. 1, always run hard to first, and 2, always do right by kids. Now, what made Granderson cool is he built a field for his high school, a baseball field for his high school, before it was fashionable to do that kind of thing. Laid out millions of dollars of his own money. And we're going to see if I can use this new system now to maybe call him back. But I don't see this. God, Lord, and heaven, save me from cell phone hell, okay? Save me from it. Save me from it. And I would have liked to get a little beep beep on the phone when it happens. So we've got a genius on hand who ought to make that thing work. All righty, we have some other stories we did want to share with you today, and we're seeing who could answer my great quiz. All right. We have a couple of other odds and ends that we like to do, and that is the average ticket price for this year's Super Bowl was $7,000, with the cheapest upper deck seat going for $4,750. This on the NFL Ticket Exchange. Hotel rooms at 4-star locations, not even 5 in the Miami area, averaged $880. That's $880. Wow. That's actually pretty cool. I didn't realize that there was that much. Okay. Anyway, speaking of statistics and things like that, an average of 11 million TV viewers watched the first day of President Trump's impeachment trial on cable TV during the afternoon, and another 7.5 million during prime time. That far exceeds the 2.3 million who tuned in during prime time in 1999 for the first day of Clinton's impeachment trial. All right, let's see who just called in. All right, I'm going to see if I can get him on the line. All right. We're going to see. Oh, yeah.
All right, that's a familiar sign.
Hi, this is Thomas Brown.
Hey, Tom.
sorry, I missed
Tom, you aren't there. All righty, we're going to drop you. You'll have to call back. At least we know how it's working. And again, this happens all the time. We add new stuff, folks, and how I deal with it like a klutz. So you just have to get used to it. Moving along on some of these other things, and let me check the sounder here. 60 healthcare companies and trade organizations collectively. Now get this number, and you wonder why it costs a lot to go to the doctor, get health care, etc. $309 million on federal lobbying. There are people up there with $300 million that are making sure you've got to go for your lungs. And I got to move this. It's driving me nuts. All right. There. At least I'm halfway in the middle. 60 healthcare companies, again, and trade organizations collectively spent $309 million on lobbying, up 9%. That includes $120 million from pharmaceutical trade groups. Where does it all end? The Trump administration has opened an investigation into an incident of alleged anti-Semitism in UCLA, but be careful before you join my mantra of never again, because this one is more political than real. One of the first such inquiries since the president extended the 1964 Civil Rights Act's protection to Jews in December, which we like in general. However, the incident involved a guest speaker to an anthropology class who sharply criticized Israel for alleged atrocities and ethnic cleansing against Palestinians. Okay. Now, the problem is how much of that is political. It cannot be. I will never accept it. You can throw me off the air. You can come in here and shoot me. Anybody calls me an anti-Semite when if I criticize Israel, a sovereign nation with whom that I support, but with whom I have every right to criticize, as I do my own country, I will know that I've been the victim of agenda-driven stuff. Enough of that nonsense. Now, if this man was talking about Israelites, if he was talking about Jews, if he was talking about people doing stuff that's clear lying to give a bad hue to the state of Israel, perhaps that's true. But if he's criticizing actions that the government take, perhaps wrongly, well, that's fair game, and we have to stop doing that. And I would hope that every Jewish person of goodwill understands my point. We're going to take a break and see what in God's name is going on here on Radio Westchester. We'll be right back after this. All righty. We have returned. Welcome back to Good Morning Westchester. It is, oh boy, I did that. That's, you know what that is, folks? Let me get this off my chest. I tell people every time you change things in the studio, things are going to be rough for a while, and that's my fault. But pretty soon I'm going to say I was at Bishop Ford, where I went to high school. God, I hate change, but that's probably a product of my age and everything else. Alrighty, let's take a look at what's coming up today at 7:20. We're going to talk with Vince Russo at 7:35. George Latimer's in the house for his weekly report. And we'll be talking at 8 o'clock and for a while with
Jake Schaefer about his picks, about my picks, about the picks from Steve Callis and others. We chose scores to debate about. We chose how long the commercials would be. So we'll have a lot of fun with that. That's at 8 o'clock. New Rochelle Mayor Noam Bramson joins us at 8:20. Tom Abinante joins us at 8:50 today. And we've got Bob Cox joining us, and I'm all the way to the side again. Bob Cox joining us at 9 o'clock. Welcome to the program. If you'd like to join the conversation, we have some time to do that. 914-222-3141. 914-222-3141. And I need an arm that's about a foot longer. But I like the setup. The setup's good. Tomorrow, one day later in the week, we're going to take off one of these screens and show you everything, or one of these cameras, and show you exactly of what we have here. It's very interesting and a job well done, but it's so hard to get used to. Again, 222-3141. No one has taken me up on my quiz yet. What do these four men have in common? O.J. Simpson, Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein, and Donald Trump. We hope that you will, but so much to talk about, so little time, as the expression goes. This is interesting. Actually, there's so much interesting going on. I gave you the average price of a ticket, didn't I? Okay, moving right along. This is coming out of Manila. This is another one of those strong men, and I hope the president deals with this the way he's dealt with some of these other people. But this is one of the people he likes, so we shall see. Philippine President Roberto Duterte, said last week that he will terminate the deal that lets American troops operate in the country unless the U.S. restores the visa of a close Duterte ally accused of human rights violations. As National Police Chief from 2016 to 2018, Philippine Senator Ronald Del Rosa directed Duterte's brutal anti-drug crackdown in which officers killed thousands of suspected drug dealers and users. Duterte had been given the U.S. a month to restore De La Rosa's visa, or he'll tear up the visiting forces agreement. I'll end that son of a bee, he said. He said in a speech, if the VFA is scrapped. It will be virtually impossible, by the way, if we are thrown out of that country, for the U.S. to pre-position troop defense equipment and so forth if trouble erupts in the South China Sea. So what does this sound like? Doesn't this sound like a political quid pro quo? Gee, wonder where you got that idea from. But then all politicians do that. I'm just poking a stick at the bears who listen. Now here's one to get my friends, rightfully so. Now we're going to poke a stick at the people on the left. We hope you are listening. Yale University is scrapping its renowned, I can't get over this, freshman course, its Introduction to Art History. You won't believe why. Renaissance to the Present, that's the name of the course in response to what the Yale Daily News calls student uneasiness about the overwhelmingly white, straight European and male. We came from Europe, most of us then. Where do you think the art came from? Where do you think most of the great museums in the world exist? It's neither for nor good. Bad or good, that's where it came from. There's other kinds of art, and we do it. There's African art, there's Asian art, there's art from other places, but Europe is where these kinds of things emanated. But no, I'm upset. Professor Tim Barringer said he will teach the course for the final time this year with a new emphasis on gender, class, and race. Gender, class, and race aren't the reasons that you have art. You have art because it works. You have art because it tells a story. You have art because it conveys what it conveys. It's either good or it's not. Pretty soon, my friends on the left are going to start serving us ice cream flavors that we don't like. Steak cooked the way they want it cooked because it's the minority. People do what works, folks. This is ridiculous. Just nuts. Now we go to health food. One Barbara Heller, 76, accidentally, this is actually a good story. You may have read it here in New York. She fell 7 stories. It was an accident. It wasn't an attempted suicide from her New York City apartment. But she survived by landing on boxes of fruit and vegetables. Lucky woman. Now, this is a rough story to do. Putting your money where your mouth is. After one Mitch Felderhoff, co-owner of Texas dog food distributors, he announced he'd eat nothing but his own products since January 1. Felderhoff, who lost 20 pounds, and that may be, boy, you could see all the people running out now to eat dog food to lose weight. He lost 20 pounds, says his favorite dog food is our ancient graham ocean fish. And he said it was pretty good. And anyway, he said, from a kibble standpoint. O.J. Simpson, he's in the news every other day. If this guy isn't the biggest a-hole on the planet who belongs in jail and not in jail, it's him. O.J. Simpson is suing Cosmopolitan Casino in Las Vegas, forgetting this, get this, for damaging his reputation by banning him from being drunk and disruptive. The casino responded that it couldn't possibly have tarnished Simpson's reputation because, well, he's a convicted felon, widely believed to have knifed his ex-wife and her friend to death. Not just widely believed. You know, we all go by the first when he was acquitted in court, but we forget the second trial where he was told to give, he was sued for millions of dollars and they won. The jury concluded that he did it, that he caused their deaths, even though he wasn't legally guilty. The man is a skull, a dreadlock, a piece of garbage, a worm, an insect, a piece of shoot. Ageism, and boy, there is ageism. After a Methodist church in Minnesota asked members over the age of 60, now get this, over the age of 60 to worship elsewhere for 18 months while it tries to woo a younger congregation. After all, Reverend Dan Winterstrom explained, Jesus said we are called to reach new people. Jesus said you ought to do a better job to keep the older folks there. If people closing in on the great ending of life don't want to be close to God, you're losing your audience because so far, well, uber religious people aren't exactly going to Oxford. All righty, that's a tough shot I took, but hey, argue with me, debate it. You know, I've been following Christopher Hitchens on all his debates while he was alive. He never lost one. Never lost a debate. But the guys that went against him would say, it's all about faith, like crystals and stuff. All righty, what age are you too old? We keep reading this thing. We keep going on and on about 47, you're depressed, it's 70's the new 30. Well, when does someone become old? A writer by the name of Joe Pinkster in The Atlantic covered this. It's become a very sensitive question in a youth-oriented society in which old suggests deterioration and obsolescence. In 2016, a Marist poll, only 16% of those over 60, they thought that someone 65 was really old, okay? Many of today's 60 to 70-somethings are vigorous and relatively healthy and hate such traditional terms as senior or elderly. However, even though I am one of those, they're now starting to call them older Americans rather than old, and it's just an interesting time. Now, as we get ready, Vince should be calling soon. That is, if our new phone works. We'll find out soon enough. This was a piece out of the Boston Globe. And this is about the Holocaust. For 75 years, searing memory of the Holocaust has been invoked with reverential words, never again. Now, the reason I'm sharing this with you is about a show that we are preparing about the Holocaust, because we do believe that we don't remember it enough. Anyway, let me continue. And for 75 years, never again has repeatedly become, quote, yet again. Not only in Cambodia and Rwanda and Syria, but also in the Congo, Kurdistan, East Timor, and Darfur, in Bosnia and Guatemala, in North Korea's Gulag, and the concentration camps of Xinjiang. Murderous ethnic cleansing is underway even now in Myanmar. The blood of victims cries out from the ground. Never again is a fine sentiment for Holocaust memorials, but as a guide to action, less than useless. Good for you, Jeff Jacoby. And we mention this because we're almost done with our research for that show. And the interesting thing about reading what led up to the Holocaust and so forth has a lot to do with authoritarian government, Has a lot to do with governments where are run by people who think they have all the answers. It has all to do with governments that are not democratic, and it has an awful lot to do with citing any group of people, be they black or Latino. Sorry about how loud that was. Or Latino, etc. Or in the case of Europe, Jews. So we have one more item before we move on, and this is to end our news, our in-depth news segment, which we do every day from 6. Stop coughing over there. Every day. And that is hope for universal cancer treatment. Do I have your attention? In a potential breakthrough for cancer research, one British scientist say they have found a class of immune cells that could one day be used as one-size-fits-all therapy for most cancers. And this is this whole dynamic, folks, and we've talked about it on the doctor show with Dr. Sternberg, and immunotherapy, where they managed to find some sort of a bug or an agent or even a virus that will attack a specific cell. Well, they're trying to do that so your immune system will attack specific cancer cells. And it's based on the same way that dye or chemotherapy is, which is there are certain elements in nature, there are certain colors, there are certain chemicals that attack one cell over another. However, they don't necessarily trigger your immune system, but viruses do. So they've managed to do it with a lot of the blood cancers, leukemia, lymphomas. And if they ever do it for hard tumors, it will be quite a revolution. And they feel they're close to that. A little later on, we'll tell you that your new body temperature is no longer 98.6. It is 7:22, and we're ready to talk to our first guest of the hour. We remind you that the top of the hour is brought to you by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhdc.com. Aging Issues Management and their partners, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Pena and Con, Dominic's Fine Cigars, and Plug-in Virtual Reality. And we joined Vince Russo. Good morning, Vince.
Hey, Bob. Good morning.
You still have that cough and wheeze? Are you dying?
Oh, man, I tell you what, I've been sick since the middle of last week.
It's the coronavirus!
And every time I feel like I'm getting better, then later that day I get worse. I don't know what's going on.
You got to sleep. You got to get yourself a bottle of NyQuil.
Oh, I hate that stuff. No, I can't take NyQuil.
Why? What happens?
And I get, really hyper from it.
You get hyper from NyQuil?
Yeah, it's supposed to put you to sleep, not me.
What else? What's put you to sleep? Well, I can send an 18-year-old from one of the colleges over there.
There you go. That might work.
Wear you right out. You'll sleep for a month. You may even be dead. All right. No one's answered this question yet. I enjoy this. Are you ready?
Sure.
What do O.J. Simpson, Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein, and Donald Trump have in common?
They all abused women.
Well, that's true. I didn't think of that. But upstanding, what else do they have in common?
I don't know.
Okay, they're all upstanding citizens aided by Dallin Dershowitz.
Oh, that knucklehead.
He's got different opinions for everything, black as white, except on a Monday during the vernal equinox.
Dershowitz is a publicity whore.
That's what he's become, and he was so great once. What do you think happens to these guys like him, and of course the former mayor of New York, Julie Wackey?
Oh, Julie. Yeah, they go off the rail. Giuliani, I don't know, really has lost his mind. I don't get it.
Although some guys on the left have made a life of doing that too. I mean, look at Al Sharpton; he never goes away. He even gets a TV
it's
show.
True. There was something where Chris Christie was talking about.
Oh, Krispy Kreme, yes.
He's another one that I don't know.
You know what the most telling thing is? Remember when he closed the beaches and then the helicopters saw him sitting there? He looked like 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream with eyes sitting on a beach chair. Fat.
Yeah, these guys they have no shame, they do this stuff. And he said, "Well, it's back of my house. I could do what I want."
It's the
but
governor.
the rest of the state Can't use the beach, thanks.
I want the Supreme Court to throw those two yahoos from New Jersey in jail so bad I could taste it. Because I am so sick of elected officials on both sides treating us like pawns. Pawns. Yeah. Don't they realize that the millions of people going to work those days for 3 days, how horrible that was? Do not the judges, do not our elected officials, does not the public ought to rise up with wrath over that? I keep thinking of someone, I keep thinking when my mother was dying and I was trying to get to the hospital, or when I had an important interview in New York City and I had to get there because I needed a job, or my boss said, one more time you're late and you lose it, or I had a contract to work on. How dare these monsters, these pieces of spit?
Well, because they feel they're above it all.
You know why they do it? I used to work with a guy at WVOX whom I love, this guy Greg, and he used to say, because they can.
Well, we let them get away with it, that's for sure.
7:25. Did you watch or listen to the Super Bowl yesterday?
You know what? I did watch it, and I saw an interesting thing while I was waiting to come on, and it was President Trump sent a congratulatory tweet.
Well, that's good. He's the president.
Yeah, and he said, congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on a great game and a fantastic comeback under immense pressure. A coherent sentence. It's amazing. You represented the great state of Kansas and, in fact, the entire USA so very well. Our country is proud of you.
I got the wrong state, pal. He's got to listen to his staff. Although, you know what, in Kansas City, that's easy to do because they're right across the street. Kansas City, Kansas, Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah.
Whenever I used to go there to look at the airliner I helped save, I used to be, where am I?
I did watch the game though, and I was disappointed. I wanted the 49ers to win.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah, they have to hang up their skirts until next year. See, now, by the way, did I tell you about a dream I had apropos of this?
No.
My sense of humor, and again, I've had to adapt it a little bit on the air because of the Me Too movement, and because there's always someone you're going to offend, But I actually was back in Merrill Lynch, and I was watching I was doing radio, though, which is weird. I was doing radio at night in the dream. And some woman fell off a chair, and I think I'm going to get into the massage business to help her. And they fired me for it.
Well, they would if you.
No. But that's not terrible. See, the whole point of humor, and this is what I wanted to talk about a little bit. We'll get back to the. It's funny how your dreams can lead to a radio segment. The whole point is, of course you don't do that. Of course you'll never do that. It captures a feeling. It captures a drive. It captures a human bit of irony. That, gee, wouldn't it be great? It's like being the massage therapist of Victoria's Secrets. How do you get that job? Of course you'll never have it. Of course you'd never do it. Of course you'd never abuse or minimize a woman for it. It's like a woman seeing something, a handsome cop walks in the house and she says, hello there. It's the same human, real thing. Why can't we do that?
Well, speaking of Victoria's Secrets, there was an article in the Times recently about what skells they were. And how they would, have these girls go down to these
be careful
these events, and supposedly as models, and then try and get away with them.
That's terrible. But I'm telling you, it's a crazy world out there. Your whole life can be ruined by one bad joke.
Yeah, or just somebody accusing you of something that you didn't do.
Well, yeah, and it. Again, I'm just seeing the loss of humor, and I don't know what the platform platform is. That's why I'm glad that at least off terrestrial right now, I can keep a reasonable sense of humor. But no comedian can go to a college anymore. Did you see what they did? And these are our friends on the left. Did you see what happened in a great school, Yale? Yale is dropping the freshman art course.
Yeah, because it's all white guys who painted the.
But
stuff.
They did paint these things.
Well, I know, but
if you want to add stuff, add it. Okay, I get that, but don't take away classics for God's sakes.
Yeah, well, that's the way this whole movement is. It's let's do stuff because it's inclusive. when the inclusion is bogus.
Well, Jake is in the house, by the way, and I can't wait to get to him at 8 o'clock and see how he and we all did on our bets. Jake, in general, how did I do? You can yell it out. Did I do okay in my picks?
Got to look it over. 50-50, I would say.
50-50.
Oh, so that means that you could have
I'm mediocre.
Thrown the dice or something.
What it means is that I'm mediocre. That's what it means, and we're not happy with it. It is 7:30. We're talking with Vince Russo about the Super Bowl. So, what did you think of my boy Mahomes?
Well, I tell you what, he really came through there at the fourth quarter. He didn't look that great, certainly in the first half. The third quarter, so-so. I thought that San Francisco certainly had ample opportunities to put the game away, and they just didn't do it. They just did not come through. There were a few times where, you had one glaring example was they had Kansas City down. It was like fourth and 25 or something like that, and you let them get a first down. I mean, how could you do that?
Well, one of the things I read that they got criticized for, because I actually listened to the game because I was working, and so I didn't see it. Although I did see Shakira later on. Never mind. I
didn't think it was a particularly exciting game in general. I thought it was kind of.
Well, that's because your team lost.
So no, not really.
I got another test for you. Did you know, sir, that your temperature? What is? And this is. I'm not playing the honeymooners here, but you can go there if you want. What's a normal temperature?
98.2.
No, not. Hello. For years we've been taught 98.6.
All right, 0.6.
But your failure to remember is apropos of this story because this goes back to 1851. German doctor Karl Reinhold. That's when they came up with the 98.6. But they found over the years that the normal temperature now has dropped, and it's now 97.5.
Wow, that's quite a bit.
So you should take your temperature right now, and you know where I want you to put the thermometer.
Yeah, I guess.
Like the day, folks, he calls me up because he's going to be a regular, and we gave him a set of headphones to use, and he makes the mistake of calling me up, and he says, "What should I do with these?" Oh, I told him what you could do with them.
Very hilarious.
It's 7:32. So, did you happen to see Shakira or J-Lo?
No, I don't watch that.
I usually don't, but you missed something. Now, be nice now. Don't be an old ogre because Shakira took down the house.
Okay.
And I almost electrocuted myself trying to bite a cell phone. I was watching it on a cell phone. You get it?
Yes, I get it. I get it.
What?
I thought, I when the play wasn't going on, I was reading, during the commercials and all that. And a couple of times I looked up. Most of those commercials didn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, they're too clever for their own good. Remember in Beckett when the Pope says to his aide, "You're getting so clever. Sometimes you fool me and you fool yourself." I think that's what happened with the commercials. No, but can I go back to Shakira for a little bit, just a moment here?
Go ahead.
No, because 15 years ago when I started radio, I was doing nights and I was doing a show at 12:30 at night, and I had never seen, and I used to have a TV to my right. Old-fashioned cathode ray tube in 2004. Anyway, she did her Hips Don't Lie video.
Okay.
And, you're not supposed to have dead air on talk radio. I was captivated by the music.
There you go.
See? All righty, 7:33. What do you think of Lamar Alexander? See, aren't they going to hate him now? Thank you. Aren't they going to absolutely hate him that he said, "Oh, no, the president definitely did it, but I don't want to impeach him," which is where most of us got.
Yeah, but he was in one interview. He was just laughing about it. Yeah, he did it. Yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, these people again. They have no shame. This is going to go down as one of those travesties that history at least will long remember. And now I read an article that they were saying the Republicans are now making noises that if Biden gets the nomination and is ultimately elected, that the first thing they're going to do is impeach him over Ukraine.
Oh, my God. Well, no, that's just for the election. They know they don't have enough. Although, you know what? They'll do it. The Democrats had enough and they didn't want to do it. I don't know. We shall see. Yeah, it's all gotten crazy. But I can tell you our democracy is failing, and we'll do a series of shows. I may actually, over this whole last 3 years, maybe 12, I don't know, it's enough to want me to get out of the business and just do sports. I'm telling you. It's, I got to leave the fight to younger people because it is a fight. It is a terrible time in our history.
Did you get any response from the Bloomberg folks?
No, not yet. I am pushing very hard, though. But again, every organization has its downsides. And is my call coming in? Yes, it is. Thank you. But it's supposed to make noise. It's not making noise. By the way, we're arguing over here about some new technology that got put in. It's not doing what I want it to do.
Oh, boy.
But at any rate, where was I? Yes, Mr. Bloomberg. Unfortunately, Mr. Bloomberg tends to surround himself with cult of personality people that think who the bleep they are. It's one of the downsides he has. As I used to say, I loved the guy and I loved working with him. But remember what I used to say about Bloomberg, though, when I had business dealings with him? When you meet the people that work for him, you want to shower afterwards. And it's not because it's not that they're not forthcoming, but you think we have one cult now. He's got this cult. It's Michael. And you be in a negotiating with him. We'll call Michael if you. Why don't you tell Michael I got his negotiation right here? All right. Anyway.
Gee whiz.
All righty. Listen, I gotta go. I got another guest.
Say hi to George for me.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Vince. And
all right, bye.
You're on Telos. All righty. Let me get back to George here. I almost went to my freaking mouse again, but no. Call back. That's it. Oh, goody. I've got a new system here. There it is. George and I do this dance every week. All right. I think I have the county executive. County executive, good morning. Good morning, sir.
Hello.
Good morning, George Latimer.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well. Sorry about that. I'm learning a new piece of technology, and as usual, I screwed it up, so I hope you will forgive me. We have on the telephone with us, as we do each and every Monday, the county executive, George Latimer. And I guess we'll get right to it, county executive. Last week, we saw a judge sort of send, I don't know if he was sending you all back to the drawing board. What was he doing? What was he saying? See if you can work something out.
Well, basically what I think Judge wants is he wants Standard to run Playland. He buys their argument about bankruptcy, which we don't, but and he ordered us to, rather than terminate Standard, to restructure a deal with Standard. We will do what the court directs us to do. We're still in litigation before the judge, so it would be unwise for me to express, personal opinions and what have you. The way I view it, Bob, is you win some and you lose some. And we thought we were right on the merits. We thought the contract was terminated legally and lawfully. Unfortunately, that's not the way the judge appears to be heading. And I think at the end of the day, going back to the drawing boards will mean that Standard will run Playland in due time.
Okay, so but going back to the drawing board, will you be able to restructure the contract if indeed the judge rules for them in a way that is less harmful?
Well, he wants mutual agreement. He wants us to come back into the courtroom saying we have an agreement on how Standard is going to run Playland. Standard, feels they have the upper hand. It's all over the Facebook posts of those who want to see the corporate takeover. And we'll try to negotiate what we think is best. You remember, this contract was a 30-year contract. It had no provision for the county to cancel it for lack of performance. Can you believe that? Can you believe that at 10 years or 20 years, there wasn't a mark at which we would assess whether this was a good contract? Nope. Can you believe that the contract was agreed upon without any standards for performance? And yet, we go back to negotiate with them to do some of these things. And they know that at the end of the day, the judge is going to rule in their favor. So we will go to the table in good faith. We will try to extract whatever protections for the taxpayers that we think we can get. But I think over time, long after I'm county executive, I'm gone as county executive, people of Westchester are going to look at this deal and they're going to shake their heads. They're going to see what I've seen, which it was a bad deal. But a judge has power, just like the state of New York has power. If they mandate something, I don't have the option to thumb my nose at them. So we'll do what the judge directs, which is we will sit with Standard and try to renegotiate the deal that will allow them to take control of Playland.
Understood. Now, when this happens, and of course your people will negotiate to where the county is at least benefits in different ways, will this affect, people are going to worry, will it affect the budget? Will it affect us economically down the road?
Well, first of all, it's probably going to affect you economically down the road if you go to Playland.
Okay, because it's going to cost more money.
That you're going to see rates rise at Playland as befits the Standard philosophy. In terms of the impact to the budget, we manage the budget with lots of different elements to it. If you pull any one element out and say, oh, is it going to cost me more money if I have to buy more fuel every year? Well, it's going to cost the county more money. But how we manage the overall budget will depend as to whether it touches your taxes or not. You must remember that this year we cut property taxes, even though we spend money on a variety of different things. So I don't think there's a direct correlation between whatever final deal gets struck and your tax bill, if that's what the question is.
Okay, well, it is because people will worry about it. Now, as with any deal,
people should, Bob,
yes, sir.
Bob,
yes.
Let me make a statement, okay? People should worry about the final tax situation. They've elected me to manage the overall government. Every decision in government is not a referendum. You gave me 4 years to run the government and manage it in a certain direction. And if the end result is a tax cut, that should be the determination as to whether it affected you positively or not. That meant that we were creative in revenues, we were creative in the way we cost controlled in certain contracts, and we came up with a result that at the end of the day doesn't affect you. The concept that every singular decision is a referendum on your tax bill is absurd. In fact, it comes from ideology, not from practical budgeting.
Oh, of course, but we had people wondering about that, and it's a
well,
good answer.
So let me make sure they don't wonder anymore.
Thank you.
If they're truly wondering, I've just cleared it up. If they're ideological and they don't want Playland, that's something different. They use the economic argument to try to argue that Playland should remain in county control.
We're talking with County Executive George Latimer here on this Monday, February 3rd, 2020, talking about the Standard Amusements deal. Now, any deal that becomes controversial, but then it gets reworked, there probably will be some benefits to it nonetheless. Do you foresee any that people can look forward to if the county's ready to do it? It's a good deal.
It would be foolish, Bob. It would be foolish for me to try to lay out what our negotiating position would be.
I
now.
see. Of
if
course.
I said we could do this and this would be beneficial, Standard is listening, and they're going to say, "Oh, so that's what you want." Well, let me tell you what you're going to give us in order to get what you want. So we're going to keep everything at the negotiating table when it happens. We might well seek a mediator to come in and play a third-party role because the relationship between the two entities, has deteriorated badly. And as you can tell by my voice, my mindset is that I will do what the court tells me to do, but it is clearly not what I want to do. So I will acknowledge the rule of law, and we will do exactly what the court tells us to do. Nothing less, but not a drop more.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Now, I saw some of the press releases that came out regarding the coronavirus and even the comparisons to SARS and MERS, I guess it is. Is the county doing anything? I know we don't have any cases here, and so far so good, but I would suspect you have things on alert at the health department.
Well, right now at 9 o'clock this morning, we have an all-hands-on-deck meeting of commissioners. It was just set up by Joan McDonald, our Director of Operations, over the weekend, where we're going to have all relevant departments. Not all departments are equally relevant to this, but all relevant departments we're going to be discussing. We are on the front end of something, trying to stay ahead of it. But, of course, we're dealing with a worldwide potential. And what one county does is to execute the state health department laws. Keep in mind, that's where the authority comes from. The state health department will make certain decisions on dealing with an outbreak of this magnitude. We will implement those decisions. We have to discuss today how will we implement it. But, if this thing gets to a level of quarantine and, who knows what, then the county will implement those things that we're instructed to do by the state. This goes back to what we talk about more generally time and time again. People think that the county government does all of these things totally on our own authority.
Right, of course.
65 to 70% of the things we do are what's mandated by the state of New York. And so when somebody says, well, tighten your belt, get rid of this, well, we don't have the authority to do that. We can't. Somebody says, have less people at the jail. Our staffing at the jail is required by state law, no matter how many inmates are in the prison. Why don't you just cut back on the Medicaid benefits you're giving out? Those benefits are determined by the state, not by the county.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a responsibility in certain areas, and we do. Our parks and recreational hours, the bus system is ours. We can make decisions, unilaterally in those areas. But in the case of dealing with a potential outbreak of a serious virus that's killed hundreds of people in China and could morph into a worldwide epidemic, we're going to do those things that are prudent within the direction of the state health department.
Okay, well, in that case, it sounds like things are in pretty good hands, and we will see where we go from there. County Executive George Latimer, you had some words to say about the budget this past Friday. How is that process coming along?
Well, what we expressed to the state assembly delegates from Westchester County, which I was a member for 8 years, is that the proposed plan as it relates to Medicaid changes and restructuring of costs would put a heavy burden on the county government. We estimate that depending on, there's two elements of this. One is a formula by which we pick up more of the costs of Medicaid, and another one is a clawback of federal, it's an acronym, FMAP funds. That is the greater of the two problems. But if both of those two policies are executed along the lines of the proposal that was offered in the executive budget in Albany, the county stands to be hit next year by about a $15 million price tag or $20 million price tag. That means $20 million of additional spending that we have to budget for. And if you allocated it toward taxes, then it would be a 4% tax increase. Now, as I just said, there's so many elements to a budget. You can't take any one cost and say, oh, that is how your taxes are going to be. But for our purposes here, that mandate is going to be crippling. And that's what I said to my colleagues, my former colleagues in the Assembly, and I'll give the same report to my former Senate colleagues this week, that this is a crippling formula. And if it's adopted as is, it's going to put great pressure on property taxes. I've made a commitment to freeze property taxes 2 straight years. Well, I did better than that last year by cutting them. And I'd love to cut them again. I have promised to cut them because I don't know all of these things. And this is an example of what happens. People don't see it, but a mandate comes down from the state government. It's, it's like gobbledygook to the average person, except it's $20 million worth of gobbledygook. And then when it comes budget time, I have to go into the reserves to balance the budget,
of course,
state level and taxes. And people don't see the gobbledygook. All they see is, well, Latimer doesn't keep the taxes down. It's very frustrating when you're mandated by a court and you're mandated by the state. I took on this job not because I thought I was some sort of a genius. I consider myself a regular guy, and I think I've proven that over 30 years on this radio station and on all of the other places that people talk to me about. But when my hands are tied behind my back and my feet are shackled, and then somebody says, well, how are you going to respond to that? Well, I'm going to respond. I'm going to hobble because my legs are tied together. And in this particular case, this formula does not work for us being able to handle the county government. This comes out of the fact that the state has a huge budget gap, and they don't obviously want to raise their taxes. The governor said he doesn't want to raise state taxes, which means income taxes. If there's no raise in state income tax, if there's no raise in state taxes, I'm not advocating for it, but if there's no raise in state taxes and you have a big budget gap to close, well, then what do? Well, you shove it down to the counties, and you make the counties pay more, and you can do it. You have the power to do it. I can't stop them. If they decide to pass a budget this way, that's what it's going to be.
County Executive George Latimer is our guest. What else is going on that you're concerned about and want to shout out about County Executive?
Well, we had a terrific week last week outside of the 2 or 3 issues you raised. We had a job fair for the people that were laid off at Arrowwood in Rye Brook. We had, over a quarter of the people who lost their jobs came. We put, along with the help of the state as well, we put a variety of vendors around the table, other hotels, supermarkets, healthcare facilities. So that was a good thing. We launched our Census 2020 program a week ago, and we think that's a very important effort to try to make sure that Westchester gets an accurate count. We think there's over 1 million people in Westchester, and if we count them properly, then we're eligible for more resources and also for our share of representation. We launched last week our food scrap recycling program.
Yeah, I saw that
we'll
too.
work with those communities.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, all those things are, those are the good things.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about some of them.
We had about 10 good things.
Well, it's always the
we had
way.
about 10 good things last week. We have like one bad thing.
County executive, it's always
event,
the way. I wanted to ask you about some of those. Let's talk about how can the county help? Because I know the federal government gets involved, the state. How can the county help ensure that we get an honest or as honest as possible census?
Well, the census is actually being taken by the federal government. We don't touch the forms and all that. But what we can do is a series of educational seminars in all of the nooks and crannies of the county, in places where they're hard to count. It's harder to count people who live in apartment buildings than in single-family houses.
Mm-hmm.
It's harder to count old and young people. It's harder to count people of color. It's harder to count people who are from immigrant stock. All of those things we assist by holding educational programs, things that highlight for us what exactly is happening, and then people get to see the sample of the forms in advance. They get an idea of how those forms would be filled out. So when the form actually comes to them online or in the mail, they don't look at it, freak out, and let it sit in an envelope and never respond to it. So they understand how important it is. We reach people through the churches, houses of worship, synagogues. We reach people in a host of different educational ways, to the school district. And there's never been an effort made like this. I've been in public office for the last 3 censuses, and there's never been an effort like this to try to bring public attention to the census. We think it's the right thing to do, and we don't want to count any more than is actually here, but we don't want to be undercounted. We don't want some other place to get the resources that are due us, because we had it tougher to count the people within the jurisdiction.
Okay. Your sound changed a little bit, but it's working fine. I looked at the program for food scraps. Now, how is that going to work? Say a little bit more about that, because I saw this and I said, this is a good deal.
In the short term, here's what we're doing. We're providing the transportation for municipal food scrap recycling programs. Most of the communities that have it, which would be about 20 of the 45 communities in Westchester, have a drop-off place where you, the individual, can take your food scraps. Don't put them in the garbage. Don't send them into the garbage incinerator where they ultimately would go, but rather put them in a separate category. We will truck them to, we'll contract for a waste hauler company to do this, private company. We will truck it to a place where they can be placed in a aerobic composting area, and that will save us money because we spend more money to put them in the garbage stream than we do if we put them in a separate recycling stream. So that would be a positive result financially, and it would make it easier for the communities to plug into the system by having it done that way. So we're going to launch that in September. In the meantime, we're going to contract with one community and create a compost facility for that community. It'll be a smaller one. It'll be good for that one community of the 45, and it will also serve as a sample for what the other communities could do in their own area. Because if you can compost in your backyard, that's the best of all worlds. If you can compost each community where they have space, that's the best of worlds. And then the county would step in regionally to pick it up for those that don't have the area to compost. You get communities that are small size, very urbanized. It may be hard for them to have the land to compost. And of course, composting can involve odor and traffic. So there's a lot of folks that will find it difficult to find a space that's sufficient in their community. So we think by taking this on, we're doing something good environmentally, and we're doing something good in terms of cost savings.
County Executive, I saw something else in your list of things last week that I found interesting. You started to honor former county executives by naming different conference rooms and things after them. One, just for the fun of it, because he's a regular and wonderful guest with us, is Andy Spano. Did you name anything after Andy yet? I looked at the list and.
No, not yet. There are 3 county executives that have yet to be recognized with some version of respect, and that would be Andy O'Rourke,
of course,
Andy Spano, and Rob Astorino. Now, with Andy Spano and Rob Astorino, they're a more recent vintage, and so We expect to be doing something for them fairly soon. But Andrea Rourke, I think, is the county executive who served a long tenure and has not yet received that respect. What we just did, though, in naming 3 of the conference rooms on the 9th floor of the county executive wing, is we went back to the first 3 county executives to give them some respect. William Blakely, who was a judge, Herbert Gerlach, and James Hopkins. These names are lost in the everyday conversation that people have. Nobody has any idea who these 3 guys are. They did some magnificent things in their day, but, local government being what it is, it's very easy to be forgotten. I have no doubt that in 50 years, only a handful of people will ever remember that I ever served in this position, because it's not, and you remember presidents. You don't necessarily remember, local officials. But we thought it was the right thing to do. And I might point out, in the world of bipartisanship, I am a Democrat. These first 3 county executives were all Republicans.
Yes.
But in this particular case, history is more important than partisanship. And I wanted to make sure that they got at least some respect and some recognition. And if you're ever up to the 9th floor for any reason, you'll see a little plaque, a picture of them in each of the 3 rooms to recognize what their role was in county government during their day.
Oh, yes, but it's really a nice thing to do. And now I have an evil streak in me. And when I have Andy on this coming Thursday, Mr. Spano, I'm going to tell him to name the janitor closet after him and see what his reaction is. By the way, I know you know him many years longer than I. If I may just take a sidestep. He is just a wonderful analyst and guest each week. I just have a ball with him, county executive. And you know him a lot longer than I do.
Well, I have, and I've worked, with him. I was the chair of the board of legislators when he first became county executive, and I consult with him. I'm meeting him. I just had lunch with him within the last month, and I ask his advice. Both he and Rob are the only 2 living ex-county executives, and they're the only 2 other people that kind of know what I'm going through. So,
but
Bob, I'm going to have to cut out. It's a pleasure to talk with you, but I do have to leave.
Oh, is this? You mean you have work to do? Jeez. County Executive George Latimer, thank you very much. You get busy. We're going to take a break, and we're going to get to Jake in the seat of honor. Jake Schaefer is coming up in just a couple of minutes, and we're going to see how he did with his picks, I did with my picks, how you did with your picks. But first, I'll get it closer so I don't have to lean. You guys will get used to it. My camera's over there now. Last week it was there, but it's better. It's all for the better. It really is. Let's take a look at the weather. Dum-dum-dum. The weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. It is 41 degrees, getting up to 52. No precip today, scattered clouds. We just saw pretty sunshine bouncing off a building, but it went away. But mostly sunny skies today. The temperature will be 54. The wind out of the west, 5 to 15 miles an hour tonight. Mostly cloudy. The temperature will be 37 degrees. The wind will be southwest to the southeast, 5 to 10 miles an hour. That's tonight. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, scattered showers. Again, the temperature will be about 50. Nice and warm, though. Wednesday, morning showers giving way to increasing sunshine. The high will be 43. Thursday, periods of snow, sleet, and rain changing to rain. High of 40. And on Friday, cloudy with periods of rain. The high will be 45. The overnight low will be 29 degrees. And the top of the hour is being brought to you by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, a top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Aging Issues Management and their partners, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Pena and Kahn. Plug in virtual reality. And by the way, we're going to be giving those free samples away as soon as they're done fixing up the train station. We understand they're going to be fixing the bathrooms today, putting in signs soon, the PA system, all of that. It's coming your way. And during that period, after we do our grand opening, we've had a soft opening already, you can come in and sample, plug in virtual reality. But now you know what it's time for, right, folks? Yes, indeed. Mahomes, and more Mahomes 3 times in a row. They're losing the football game. The clock is ticking. Jake Schaefer was throwing rope over a stanchion in his home, ready to take his own life because of his picks. But, I mean, he lost his pick, I think. But at the end of the day, he did a pretty good job. This is that part of the show brought to you by Dominic's Fine Cigars. Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Patrons, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located on Boston Post Road in Larchmont. And we say good morning, Jake.
Morning, Bob.
Look at you with the lights on you. What a handsome man.
Yeah, what's up with the lights?
What you gonna do? We rearrange everything so we can let you know. I know we're scaring folks. If you've got children, get them out of the room. All right, we made some more changes over the weekend as we want to do, as you can see. All righty, Jake. Let's get down to cases. First of all, we know who won the game. We know what the score is, but what's the real story? What did you learn?
The game went exactly as I told you it would have. If I was a San Francisco fan, I would want the coach fired. I would have wanted the coach fired at halftime, actually. He
ran out the clock in the first.
Gutless.
That's what I read.
Yeah, I don't think he realized that he was actually in the Super Bowl.
Gutless.
It was gutless, and I texted my friend at halftime. This is one of the most gutless things I've ever seen in a Super Bowl. This is going to come back to haunt them. And, of course, it did. But amazingly, the defense buckled up, was stingy. They just couldn't hold it back. It was just a terrible, pathetic coaching job by the same guy that was leading New England 28-3 late in the second half a couple Super Bowls ago. So
who was that?
He was the Falcons offensive coordinator a couple years ago when the Falcons were.
Now, why do you think they did that? Why do you think they ran out the clock? They were going to try and have a low-scoring game. Do you think that? By the way, we're in the same damn jacket.
I know, we're like twins.
Look at us, handsome too. All right, continue. So, what's his name? Do you know?
Shanahan.
Oh, Shanahan.
That coach with the stupid hat he was wearing yesterday. He doesn't. He's the flat billed hat.
I actually
dresses like he's a 15-year-old kid.
I didn't see
45.
it between.
Oh, you didn't watch the game?
No, I had a lot of work to do to keep this radio station with wings on it. So go ahead.
No, I was just the 49ers defense. They came out to play. Garoppolo was good, not great. Good game manager. Had the game. They had the game. They blew it.
What happened later? What happened? How much of it was Mahomes, and how much was
Mahomes,
the
worst Super Bowl MVP in the history of Super Bowls. The running back should have gotten the MVP. Mahomes was mediocre. I don't know how he got the MVP. The running back should have got the MVP. San Francisco up 20 to 10.
Go ahead.
What? No.
I'm kidding. I said Jake's in the foul mood today.
Up 20 to 10 with the ball, 8 minutes to go. They have a nice first down run, get the clock going, and for some strange reason, they decide to pass the ball. Now they decide to pass the ball.
Mm-hmm.
2 quick incompletes, no clock running, kick it right back to the Chiefs. Press their luck a little bit too much.
They did press their luck a little bit too much. What did you like about the game?
The 49ers defense, they deserved to win. They played hard. Terrible coaching.
Okay. But again, when you get 3 touchdowns, unanswered touchdowns in a row, why did that happen? I mean, that's not on the offense.
I think they were just shocked at what exactly they played the game for. Just a tough 55 minutes, and just shocked at what happened. They were punch drunk.
Okay, let's look at how well you did, and then let's see Jake's picks.
How
of the
did
week.
you like the Super Bowl or the halftime show?
Okay, with the risk of getting in trouble, I've always had this fascination. Let's use that, or admiration for Shakira. And I like that. But other than that, I'm okay. I mean, J-Lo was good, but Shakira took the house down. But that's separate. I even watched it. I actually watched that on my phone. I didn't watch actually any of the game. I had to listen to it while I worked. There's just too much to do.
Well, we were both correct on the number of J-Lo wardrobe changes. We both said over 2.5, and she had 3.
Okay. Now let's go back to the top. Let's see how well you did. Who did you pick?
I picked the 49ers.
So you lost
I
one.
lost that one.
Next thing?
You picked the Chiefs. You won that one.
Oh, Marrone. Okay, next.
Coin flip. The 49ers won it, and I had the Chiefs. You had the 49ers. You won that
I'm
one.
on a roll. Go ahead.
Will Mahomes have over 2.5 passing touchdowns? You said yes. I say no. I was correct.
Oh, you were correct. Okay. Yeah,
You were
go ahead.
incorrect.
Okay, go ahead. What else?
Will a quarterback win the MVP? And this was terrible, but yes, you were correct. I said no.
Marrone won. That's good. Okay. Go ahead.
Garoppolo have over 242 and a half passing yards. We both said no, and we were both correct.
Yeah, see that? Go ahead. By the
Now,
way, didn't I win the first? The first score of the day would be 3 points.
We'll get to it.
Oh, fine. Go ahead. He pushes back my great
Now,
victories.
I timed
my
this.
great victories.
I actually timed this on my cell phone.
Make
but
Marrone great again.
I read it in the New York Post, so I guess I timed it incorrectly. How long will the national anthem be? Over or under 2 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
The New York Post says it's under. I timed it to be over, but I'll go with the New York Post. And we both said over, and we were both wrong, according to New York Post. But I might have started the timer when they started.
Well, that's a question. Now, based on when you timed it, did we win?
Yes, we would have won.
I go with you.
Okay.
Okay, good.
And the length of the final word, I know this to be a fact. We both won this. The final word. It was over 5.5 seconds. It was closer to 8 seconds. We both won that one. Actually, you said under. I said over. I'm sorry.
So
I won that one.
Won,
you lost that one.
Okay.
And I know that to be a fact.
Yes. Well, no, I trust you.
Will
Lion
the
dog.
opening kickoff...
Hoax. I'm just kidding.
Will the opening kickoff be a touchback? I said yes. You said no. You won that one.
Is it any wonder? Victory is mine.
Yeah, what's the score right now? You're
I don't
winning
know.
pretty handily.
I don't know. I got the X's all over the place here.
First score of the game.
I have a little edge.
Touchdown or field goal. I said touchdown. You said field goal or safety would have counted.
Victory!
It was a field goal. You were correct.
Victory!
What will happen first? A sack or a touchdown? I was correct on this one. I said sack. You said touchdown. A sack was first.
By the way, Mahomes took some good hits from what I read. Really, and he got right up.
He can take them. He's not like Lamar Jackson. He's not a little.
What happens to Lamar?
He's not as stocky as Mahomes. Mahomes is built.
He's built like a very top heavy, like chest.
Yeah.
So he's got like shoulders like a gorilla. It's amazing. He's strong.
Total interceptions. We both said over 1.5. We were both correct.
Anything else that I won at?
That is it.
All right, now let's get you.
Very entertaining game. Just I was shocked at the coaching decisions.
What I'd like you to do is go back to that a little bit. Remember, we have a lot of people listening who follow this game every year. Maybe they get involved in the playoffs. Maybe when their home team is out of it, such as the Dolphins, and it's over early. When you say big plays and big mistakes, let's go to the big mistakes first. What were they?
Garoppolo had a terrible interception, and that probably led to the coach being very scared at the end of the first half. Threw an interception, probably led to the idea, let's go to halftime, regroup, we're tied. You can't coach like that though in the Super Bowl. You got to go for the win.
You do have. Now there was a point. Now, by the way, I missed a touchdown when I had the radio on and the phone while I was working, and it was 24-20. The team went up, and when we went back from break, it was 31. What the hell happened?
Big run.
But all of a sudden? I mean, was that before the commercial break?
My wife said the exact same thing. She was reading a book, and she looked at the score and couldn't believe that the score was what it was.
Because, all right, we're going to take a break right now at 24-10. But then the break came back. All right, it's 31. I said, what the hell? Was that sudden? That quick?
It was pretty quick.
Who ran? Was it Mahomes himself who ran it? Who ran it?
No, the running back Williams, who I think should have won the MVP. But
how many yards did he rush for?
He had 130 rushing and 30 receiving.
Who scored most of the touchdowns? Him?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Now, so what were the other big mistakes? You have the
Mahomes had a couple bad interceptions that you don't really see from him.
Didn't he fumble once?
He fumbled out of bounds. It wasn't a turnover, though.
Okay. But didn't he get the ball knocked out of him one time or something, if I listened right?
He did drop it a couple times as well.
Okay. All right.
What's now when you listen on the radio, what's the commercials like? Do you have to pay the big bucks to be on the radio commercials?
There were different
I've never even
commercials.
considered.
No, there were different commercials. They weren't the big commercials. I really don't know. Again, what I did, there's a site on the phone, on the TV app, that says NFL Super Bowl coverage, and it's a radio feed. When they go, you just see some stats. There were no actual commercials. They would have people analyzing the game, but you can see it was on delay because none of them talked about that touchdown. So when you came back, it was 31-20.
The commercials were awful. There
I've
was
heard
one.
that.
There was
People said
one
they
good
were-
commercial. I enjoyed
Which
the
one?
Bill Murray. Have you ever seen the movie
That's
Groundhog
the one
Day?
I did see. Yeah,
that
I
was.
see it. Do you know I won't watch it?
You won't watch it?
Well, I'll tell you why. I happened to be. I was on assignment in Switzerland, and every week I would come home for the weekend and get back on a plane. And so that movie was playing every bleeping time I got back on the plane to Switzerland. So it was mirroring what I was doing. I'm on the plane again. Groundhog Day. This is before they had a lot of different plays, like 25 years ago. And I will watch it now, but it took me almost these 30 years to be able to, 25 years to be able to do it again. But I loved it the first 5 times.
Can't watch it.
No. Anyway.
That was a great commercial. I will say that.
You didn't tell me how you felt
part
about
of the game,
Shakira.
Oh, she's fantastic.
Yeah,
She's 40. It was her 43rd birthday.
And the other one is, by the way, back to Shakira. Now, you got to go back 2004, 16 years. I'm new to radio. I'm doing a late night shift. And it was half talk, half music. But I was talking at the time, and her Hips Don't Lie video came on the terminal. And there was 15 seconds of dead air. I'd never seen it before, heard of her before. It's a great video. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. You can sigh.
I have to say, the part of last night that cracked me up, I know a couple degenerate gamblers.
Oh, aren't degenerate gamblers a pisser to listen to and watch one during these times?
And there's a bet for everything. And
yeah,
I know people that bet on everything. And Mahomes is over-under for his rushing yards, not passing, his rushing yards.
God.
Was 32 yards rushing. So going into the final drive of the game, locked up, they're up by 11, game over. Mahomes has 44 yards rushing.
Mm-hmm.
Safe, easy win, easy money. What he does is he takes the snaps 3 times and just runs around, runs backwards.
Mm-hmm.
He goes down to 29 yards. He loses 15 yards just running around backwards to knock the clock off. Everyone who bet the over on his rushing yards.
That'd be screaming.
Oh my gosh, the
Screaming.
worst beat I could ever imagine.
Oh. Well,
and I know some people that lost money on that.
Yeah. Do you know? I as you know, I grew up in a heavily gambling neighborhood, and I wasn't a gambler, so it was great because I could observe without the pain. And the worst I've ever seen people behave, though, I must say, was college basketball. And it was when they gave the points, they were very comfortable, and then the scrubs would come in the fourth quarter. And they'd be screaming at this half, you know when people half cry and half scream, please, no.
That's why I don't do it.
No, I understand. So now let's go to the great plays. Now I heard a couple of his touchdown passes. Were they cool or were they just average? What were they?
Average.
I mean, they weren't like
did not have a very impressive game.
So they weren't like Eli to Manningham or anything like that.
No.
And there was one touchdown. Oh, this is what I wanted to ask you. I couldn't wait to ask you this. There was a touchdown that was called into question, and they had to review it. The guy by an inch, I think, made it in. And they said it was 4th and goal.
Yeah, it's incredible in this day and age.
If that had happened,
you can't have the kind of technology you need to. If you're going to review every play, and
What did
you
think?
have to
Was
have.
it in? Were they right?
It
Was
was.
that a good time?
I couldn't tell. You have to have a better camera angle for that play.
Now, it was in. If it wasn't, what do you think? And I'd love to ask the Kansas City coach. Would they have gone for it, or
he
what did
would've.
they play?
He's
You
a
really think
gambler.
he would've?
He's a River City
See,
gambler.
now, my gut as a coach, and in hockey, it's always defensive in my brain, is you got to take the 3, no, and at least it's tied. You go in overtime, no? You think he goes for it?
I think Reed would go for it.
Were you thinking that the whole way, never doubting
Mm-hmm.
yourself? I wonder what other people think about that. Wow, that's fascinating. 8:15. Any other great plays that you thought, boy, people should look at?
Fun game, very fun game. I really thought the 49ers played really hard. I felt bad for their defense. They were shocked. The coach just blew it. Absolutely blew it.
Okay, well, you know what it's time for. It's time for you to give us your record. Now, one of the things that we did, and I want to give credit to our sponsors for this last few months doing this. Hopefully they'll want to do something else with us besides Jake's Picks of the Week. We'll have Jake something else for the week. This week's final football picks were brought to you by Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Patrons, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located on Boston Post Road in Larchmont. They're open 7 days. All righty, folks, you've been waiting for this. Now, before we do that, we even need proper music. These are Jack's, his final game over. No, or will it be? All right, Jake, what was the final total this year? Jake's Picks of the Week. Did we make money? Did we lose money?
It was a fruitful first year. 30, 24, and 2. Everything told. Maybe I should get a couple more hits for the Super Bowl loss, but...
All right, had you gambled in each one, and be realistic, had you put the kind of money the average guy is going to put on it, not some degenerate gambler, you won money, right?
Yeah.
36, 24, and 2.
Yeah, I'd like to look at the guys in the New York Post. I don't think anyone's over 500 in the New York. They have like 7 or 8 guys. I'd like to. I don't know what their
So you
stats are.
did pretty well.
Uh-huh.
Okay. What else would you like to add before we send you back to your research corner? What else would you like to add?
It was a good football season, very enjoyable. I'll see you next year.
All right, Jake's Picks of the Week. Thank you very much, Jake. We'll be right back with the weather, and then we'll talk with New Rochelle Mayor Noam Bramson. Well, just think of it. The Super Bowl is coming, Garm. Actually, what we may have Jake do, too, you should pick who's going to win this debate tonight. Showdown in Iowa. I'm almost getting used to it. Or how many people will die from the coronavirus? I am going to hell. All righty, let's take a look at the weather. It still is about 42 degrees right now, a mixture of sun and clouds, getting up to 52. Nice, comfortable weather today. I'm going to lower my, there you go. Mostly cloudy, though, tonight. The temperature will be 37. We'll have mostly sunny skies today. I missed that. I skipped over that. Getting up as high as even 54 now, they tell us. Tuesday, mostly cloudy, scattered showers. Temperatures again around 50. Wednesday, morning showers, giving way to increasing sunshine. We'll take the sunshine. Temperature dropping a bit, getting down to 43, but the overnight low 30. Thursday, wow, periods of snow. Help us! No, it's not a lot. Sleet, rain, changing to rain. The high will be 40. The overnight low will be 38 degrees. Friday, cloudy with periods of rain. The high, 45. And as you know, the weather's brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. And it's right here in New Rochelle. And we see the mayor is calling. We're going to get the mayor lined up. And we'll get to the mayor in a moment, Mayor Noam Bramson. Right now, this upcoming segment is brought to you by Aging Issues Management, their partners, Aging Issues Radio, Dominic's Fine Cigars, the law firm of Payne & Con, and Plug-in Virtual Reality. And the beginning of each month, we go to this guest. He is, of course, the mayor of New Rochelle. Please welcome Noam Bramson. Good morning, Mayor.
Morning, Bob. Good to be with you.
Oh, it's always a pleasure to have you, sir. And it's been a bit. How was how did you get into the new year, and did you enjoy the Super Bowl yesterday?
So I admit with a little bit of shame that I fell asleep in the third quarter, but was woken up for the fourth quarter by my kids, and it was a good game. So glad to enjoy it along with the millions of other people.
Well, Mayor, as you well know, when you're involved in your own business, you wind up working too much, and I worked through it, but I listened on the radio, so it was still interesting.
Well, you were one of the hardest working people in Westchester, so it doesn't surprise me to hear that, and I'm glad you were able to enjoy it at least by ear. And of course, we're super proud that one of the Chiefs' players is a New Rochelle alum, Jordan Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
So New Rochelle was represented in the Super Bowl, and that's a particular source of pride and pleasure to everyone in our community.
And you'll be glad to know that I led with that in the local news. I thought it was apropos. A couple of things going on. I know you swore in at the beginning of the year, or they were swore in, a new group, a new city council, a very diverse and different city council. And you had a couple of town halls. You had one over at the library. Looks like we're going to have an interesting year, to say the least, in a good way.
I think so for sure, and it is all to the good. So we've got 3 new members of council. It's been, I think, at least a dozen years since we've had that many